Section 0 of the Discovery and Exploration of the Mississippi Valley. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Laurence Trask, Mount Vernon, Ohio, interfaceaudio.com. Discovery and Exploration of the Mississippi Valley by John Gilmary SHEA. Section 0. Preface. It has long been a desideratum to have in English the early narratives of the discovery and exploration of the Mississippi. Marquette's map and Voyages have indeed appeared, but the narrative varies in no small degree from the authentic manuscript, and the map is not at all a copy of that still preserved, as it came from the hand of the great explorer. These, published from original manuscripts and accompanied by the narrative of the missionaries in La Salle's expedition, are now first presented in an accessible shape and complete the annals of the exploration. The life of Marquette and the history of the exploration itself are the result of many years' study of the early Spanish and French authorities, both printed and manuscript, some which have never before been consulted. Besides my own researches, I have been aided by those of the President of St. Mary's College and of the Honorable James Viger of Montreal, and I trust that the volumes will be found to be as faithful as the subject is interesting. New York, September 1852. John Gilmary SHEA. End of Section 0. Section number 1 of Discovery and Exploration of the Mississippi Valley. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Laurence Trask, Mount Vernon, Ohio, interfaceaudio.com. Discovery and Exploration of the Mississippi Valley by John Gilmary SHEA. Section 1. History of the Discovery of the Mississippi River. On glancing at a map of America, we are at once struck by the mighty river Mississippi, which, with its countless branches, gathers the water of an immense valley and rolls its accumulated floods to the Gulf of Mexico, affording a line of uninterrupted communication for thousands of miles, which has in our day peopled its banks with flourishing towns and cities. So large a stream, so important a means of entering the heart of the continent, could not, it would be supposed, long remain unknown, or known, remain unappreciated. Yet so in fact it was. Columbus himself entered the Gulf of Mexico, but the southern coast only was explored by the discoverer of the New World. By whom the northern shore was first explored we do not know, but it is laid down with considerable accuracy in an edition of Ptolemy, printed at Venice in 1513. This map is the more remarkable, as the delta of a river corresponding to the Mississippi is traced upon it more distinctly than in the maps of the next century. Several adventurers now sailed along the northern or Florida shore, till it was completely examined by Garay in 1518. 3 years later, a map was drawn up by the arbitrator appointed to decide between the claims of rival discoverers, and on it we find the Mississippi again traced on the part assigned as peculiarly Garay's, and on it the name it subsequently bore, Rio del Espiritu Santo, or River of the Holy Ghost. Several expeditions were now fitted out to explore and reduce the realms of Florida. Brilliant, daring, and adventurous attempts they were, and give the time that hue of chivalry which almost makes us forget the crimes which marked it. Crimes magnified and distorted indeed by foreign writers, but still coolly and dispassionately examined crimes that we must condemn. It was the last age of political freedom, of the nicely poised balance between the ruler and the ruled. Not yet had the world been startled by the extreme of a claim of divine right in the person of the monarch, and annual revolutions in the name of the people. The Spaniard was the freest man in Europe. The various powers of the state, still unbroken, maintained on each other that salutary check which prevents all tyranny. The time was yet when the tutor of the heir apparent of the Spanish crown could inculcate on his pupil the doctrine that a tyrant might be put to death, while at the same time the people were taught that religion required their obedience to the ruling powers, with submission and support from which only extreme cases could absolve them. They err, says Humboldt, who believe that the Spanish adventurers were incited by mere love of gold and religious fanaticism. Perils always exalt the poetry of life, and besides, this remarkable age, unfolding as it did new worlds to men, gave every enterprise and the natural impressions awakened by distant travels the charm of novelty and surprise. Leon, Cordova, and Ayllon had successfully found death on the shores of Florida, but the spirit of the age was not damped. In 1528, Pamphilus de Narvaez undertook to conquer and colonize the whole northern coast of the Gulf. He landed, and after long and fruitless marches, returned to the coast, and in wretched boats endeavored to reach Tampico. Almost all perished. Storms, disease, and famine swept them away, and the coast was whitened with their bleaching bones. A few, with Cabeza de Vaca, were thrown on an island on the coast of Mississippi. After 4 years' slavery, de Vaca escaped and struck inland with 4 companions. Taken for supernatural beings, they became the medicine men of the tribes through which they passed, and with as little difficulty as the Indian jugglers, established their reputation. With lives thus guarded by superstitious awe, they rambled across to the Gulf of California, traversing the bison plains and the adobe towns of the half-civilized natives of New Mexico, perched on their rocky heights. De Vaca is the first known to have traversed our territory from sea to sea. In this long wandering, he must have reached and crossed the Mississippi, but we in vain examine his narrative for something to distinguish it from any other large river that he met. He remains then in history, in a distant twilight, as the first European known to have stood on the banks of the Mississippi, and to have launched his boat upon its waters. But his shipwrecks shed no new light on its history. When he and his companions suddenly appeared amid their countrymen in Mexico, their strange accounts and an air of mysterious secrecy which they affected gave a new impulse to the adventurous spirit of the age. In the spring of 1539, 2 attempts were made to reach the realm in the interior, which de Vaca had protested to be the richest country in the world. One of these expeditions started from the Pacific, the other from the Atlantic. The former was led by the Franciscan friar Mark, a native of Nice in Italy, who, burning with a desire of conquering for Christ the many tribes within, set out with a negro companion of de Vaca's from Calayacan, and crossed the desert wastes, reached the Colorado, but after grazing from a commanding height on the embattled towers of Cibola, with its houses rising story above story, and its gateways so well glazed that they seem masses of turquoise, returned with baffled hopes, for the natives had refused him entrance, and actually cut off his negro guide and a large party of friendly Indians. Friar Mark, on his return, raised the hopes of the Spanish authorities still higher, and his statements, apparently true in themselves, were so understood by the excited imaginations of all as to leave impressions far from the reality. An ideal kingdom rose into existence, and a new expedition was projected. This reached the valley of the Mississippi, but before we trace its course, we must go back to the Atlantic expedition of 1539. It was commanded by the successful Ferdinand de Soto, who had risen by the conquest of Peru to rank and wealth, and was now governor of the rich island of Cuba. With a force far superior to any that had yet landed on the continent, he entered Florida, and with his gallant array struck into the unknown interior. The Mississippi, under the name of Espiritu Santo, was not unknown to him, for after proceeding westward and turning slightly northeast to Huripacaxi, and after striking westward to Ediacale, whose heroes wore, the natives said, helmets of burnished gold, after carrying by stubborn fight the gallant town of Neputica, after pressing on through Ivatuchico, fired like another Moscow by its dauntless people, after reaching Anayaca Appalachia, he sent Maldonado back to Havana, with orders to meet him in 6 months at the mouth of the Mississippi. Here began his second campaign. Lured by the glittering promises of an Indian guide, he marched to the northeast, crossing the Altamaha, and perhaps entered the territory of Carolina, a land full of the remembrances of Ayllon. Weary with a march of 1,200 miles, his men were fain to settle there. But no, on they must go, and turning northward, he traversed unconsciously the golden sands of the Chalaques, with a heavy heart, for it was poor in maize. At last he reached a great river by the western course, and with his mind still full of great hopes from the river Espiritu Santo, he took the Coosa for the Mississippi, and traced it to its source. Then, following down its gentle current, crossing as villages invited him, he reached Mavilla, to waste the lives and property of his men in a terrible contest with the gigantic Tuscaloosa, the chieftain of the land. Here any but the resolute Soto would have renounced his schemes, and joined his vessels in Pensacola Bay. But no, though winter was coming on, he marched north, fighting his way across river after river to the heart of the Chickasaw country, and wintered there, although they too burned their village in which the invaders were quartered. Thence he marched northwest to the country of the Alabamons, who threw up a palisade entrenchment to prevent his passage. With considerable loss De Soto carried it, and captured corn enough to carry him across the desert land to Quizquiz, and here at last he really came to the long-sought Rio del Espiritu Santo. It was the Mississippi. Here all doubt vanishes. Listen to the characteristic description of the most detailed narrative. The river, says the unknown Portuguese, was almost half a league broad. If a man stood still on the other side, it could not be discerned whether he was a man or no. The river was of great depth, and of a strong current. The water was always muddy. There came down the river continually many trees and timber, which the force of the water and stream brought down. And the inhabitants were not unworthy of the great river. The cacique came with 200 canoes full of Indians with their bows and arrows, painted with great plumes of white and many-colored feathers, with shields in their hands, wherewith they defended the rowers on both sides, and the men of war stood from the head to the stern, with their bows and arrows in their hands. The canoe wherein the cacique sat had a canopy over the stern, and he sat beneath it, and so were the other canoes of the principal Indians. And from under the canopy where the chief man sat, he commanded and governed the other people. From the frequent mention of the river in Biedma's narrative, we may infer that allusion to it was suppressed, or at most mysteriously made by De Vaca, and that it was supposed to be the key to his land of gold. Certain it is that their hopes seem here to brighten. They built boats, the first European craft to traverse the river, and crossed to the western side some 20 or 30 miles, as modern investigators tell us, below the mouth of the Arkansas. The county now reached by the Spaniards was one of large and populous towns, well defended by walls and towers, pierced with regular loopholes, and surrounded by well-made ditches. De Soto ascended the river, and striking on a higher, drier, and more champaign county than he had yet seen, proceeded onward to Pacaha, a place it would not be easy now to locate. The Mississippi was thus explored for a considerable distance, but far other than commercial or colonial projects filled the mind of De Soto. He stood by what he knew an outlet to the sea, a great artery of the continent. But his splendid array had dwindled down, and the rich realm of De Vaca had not yet rewarded his many toils. Nerved by despair, he marched northeast till he found himself among the wandering Indians of the plains, with their portable cabins. This was his highest point, and could not have been far from the Missouri. He then turned southwest again to the Arkansas, at the large town of Quigata, to seek guides to lead them to the southern sea. But Caligoa beyond the mountains tempted him to the northwest again. Yet Caligoa ill repaid their toil. It was poorer than the well-built towns they had left behind. Striking west and southwest again, he seems to have once more reached the Arkansas at Cayas, and ascended it to the town of Tanaco, with its lakes of hot water and saline marshes. Turning then to the south and east, he again reached Viconque, also on the Arkansas, and wintering there, descended it in the spring of 1542, to die on the banks of the Mississippi. After having thus explored the valley of the Arkansas, and examined its inhabitants, who, from the scanty notices we have, seem quite different from those afterward found there, and apparently an offshoot of the New Mexican tribes. De Soto was now dead. The expedition was abandoned. The only object was to leave the fatal country. Moscoso, their new leader, despaired of reaching the Gulf by the Mississippi, and struck westward in hopes of reaching New Spain, as De Vaca had done. In this western march of over 700 miles, he explored a considerable part of the valley of the Red River, passing by the tribes which were not expelled or exterminated when the country was ultimately explored by the French. Nazacajos, in the province of Guasco, was the most westerly town in their march. Here they found turquoises, pottery, and cotton mantles from New Mexico, and even an Indian woman who had escaped from the Pacific expedition, of which we shall next speak. From her statement, and the account given by the Indians of the large river of Dacayo from the west, they marched 10 days more, and crossing this river, probably the Pecos branch of the Rio Grande, found themselves in the country of the roving tribes. Disheartened at the prospect before him, Moscoso returned to the Mississippi, and ascending above Guacoya, where De Soto had died, entered at Aminoya, and working up all their chains and iron into nails, began to build vessels to navigate the Mississippi. The place where these first brigantines were built has not been clearly settled. Its Indian name, Aminoya, has left no trace. Here 7 brigantines were constructed, well made, save that the planks were thin, because the nails were short, and were not pitched, nor had any decks to keep the water from coming in. Instead of decks they laid planks, whereon the mariners might run to trim their sail, and the people might refresh themselves above and below. They were finished in June, and it pleased God that the flood came up to the town to seek the brigantines, from whence they carried them by water to the river. Thus 322 Spaniards sailed from Minoya on the 2nd of July, 1543, and passing Guacoya were attacked by the people of Quigata, who pursued them for many days, and did considerable harm to the little fleet. At last, however, on the 18th day they reached the Gulf of Mexico, after having sailed, as they computed, 250 leagues down the river. Thence, after many dangers and hardships, the survivors coasting along reached Tampico, whereat the Viceroy and all the inhabitants of Mexico wondered, says the Chronicle. Such is, in brief, the history of the Mississippi as explored by De Soto and his successor, Moscoso, the first who sailed down the great river to the opening Gulf. The account they gave received additional confirmation from the second expedition of Father Marks, from the Pacific coast. This expedition, commanded by Coronado and guided by the adventurous missionary, reached and took Cibola, which proved of little value. Ascending the Colorado, the commander left its valley and crossed the Rio Grande in search of Quivira. A faithless guide promised him gold in all abundance, and others as faithless now led him up and down the prairies, watered by the upper branches of the Arkansas and the Platte. He was thus on the upper waters of the former river in 1542, at the time when Moscoso heard of him by his runaway slave. But neither trusted the accounts which he received, and they did not meet. At Tigua, before he reached the Rio Grande, Coronado had found a Florida Indian, whose description of the Mississippi tallies quite well with that of the gentleman of Allouez. This river in his country, he said, was 2 leagues wide, and that they found fish in it as large as horses, and that they had on it canoes which could hold 20 rowers on each side, and that the Lord sat at the stern under a canopy. At the Rio Grande, too, Coronado heard from the Querechos, or roving Indians of the plains, that marching toward the rising sun, he should meet a very great river, the banks of which he could follow 90 days without leaving inhabited country. They added that the first village was called Haxa, that the river was more than a league wide, and that there was a great number of canoes. Such clear accounts of a great river, which the party of De Soto had found navigable for at least 1,000 miles, would naturally have drawn attention to it, but we find no notice of any Spanish vessels entering the river to trade in fur or slaves, or simply to explore. Accident occasionally brought some to its banks, but these visits are few and brief, and they led to no result. Thus, in 1553, a rich argosy from Vera Cruz, after stopping at Havana, was wrecked on the Florida coast, and a few survivors reached Tampico by land, escaping from the constant and terrible attacks of the natives. In consequence of this and other disasters, the king, in 1557, ordered the reduction of Florida, and an army of 1,500 men was fitted out 2 years after under Don Tristan de Luna, who carried with him every survivor of any expedition or shipwreck in Florida who could be found. De Luna reached St. Mary's Bay in safety, and had sent back 2 vessels to announce his arrival in Florida, when a sudden storm came on, and all his vessels were dashed to pieces. Thus left in as miserable a state as any shipwrecked party before, Tristan was not disheartened. He advanced to an Indian town, Nenapacna, which had been taken and wasted by De Soto. Hearing very flattering accounts of the rich country of Coosa, he dispatched a party of 200 there, under his sergeant mayor accompanied by 2 Dominicans. The party reached Coosa in safety, entered into an alliance offensive and defensive with the cacique, who was then at war with the Napoches, probably the Natchez, who lay on the Obechetan, or Great Water, which the Spaniards took to be the sea. An expedition was soon set on foot against the Natchez, and the cacique went at the head as chief of Coosa never went before, on a gallant Arabian steed, with a negro groom at his horse's head. Defeating the enemy, they reached the Ochechetan, which proved to be a mighty river, the Rio del Espiritu de Santo, in other words, the Mississippi, thus reached again by the Spanish adventurers and missionaries. Revolts had meanwhile arisen in De Luna's camp, and vessels soon came to bear the survivors back to Mexico, and none now looked in hope to that fatal quarter. End of Section 1. Read by Laurence Trask.
Section 2 of Discovery and Exploration of the Mississippi Valley. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by John Dennison, Portland, Maine. Discovery and Exploration of the Mississippi Valley by John Gilmary SHEA. Part 2, History of the Discovery of the Mississippi River. The entrance of some missionaries into New Mexico in 1580, though fatal to themselves, led to new expeditions and to the final establishment of Spanish colonies there. Here, as before, they heard continually of the Mississippi, or Rio Grande del Espiritu Santo, and some seem actually to have reached it. But no steps were taken to explore it, and the Rio Grande is so called merely because some mistook it for the great river of De Soto. A work published in 1630 has indeed an account of a Portuguese captain, Vincent Gonzalez, who is said to have sailed up a large river between Apalachee and Tampico, and to have approached quite near the kingdom of Quivira, But though this is supposed by the author to be the Espiritu Santo, the notice is too vague to found any inference. The Mississippi was now forgotten, and although explored for at least 1,000 miles, known to have at least 2 branches equal in size to the finest rivers of Spain, to be nearly a league wide and perfectly navigable. It is laid down on maps as an insignificant stream, often not even distinguished by its name of Espiritu Santo, and then we are left to conjecture what petty line was intended for the great river of the West. Footnote: an English voyage up in 1648 or thereabouts, and a Spanish one up into New York by the Mississippi and Ohio in 1669 have found advocates, but I confess my skepticism that a ship may have occasionally entered the delta is not improbable, and Indian report seems to fix one somewhere near 1669. See Sparks' Life of La Salle, Life of Marquette, Denton's New York. End footnote. The Spaniards had thus abandoned the valley of the Mississippi, and a few years after the French at the north began to hear of it, and it was finally reached and explored by the Jesuit missionaries, the great pioneers of the North and West. Quebec was founded by Champlain in 1608. He was soon joined by Recollect friars, and while he entered the Seneca country with his Huron allies, the intrepid Father Le Caron had ascended the Ottawa and reached the banks of Lake Huron. Subsequently, others joined him there. They invited the Jesuits to aid them, and the tribes in the peninsula were visited from Detroit to Niagara and from Lake Nipissing to Montreal. The capture of Canada by the English in 1629 defeated any further missionary efforts for a time, but it was restored in 1632, and the Jesuits set out to continue the missions alone. They now became the first discoverers of the greater part of the interior of this continent. They were the first Europeans who formed a settlement on the coast of Maine, and among the first to reach it from the St. Lawrence. They, it was, who thoroughly explored the Saguenay, discovered Lake St. John, and led the way overland from Quebec to Hudson's Bay. It is to one of them that we owe the discovery of the rich and inexhaustible salt springs of Onondaga. Within 10 years of their second arrival, they had completed the examination of the country from Lake Superior to the Gulf, and founded several villages of Christian neophytes on the borders of the upper lakes. While the intercourse of the Dutch was yet confined to the Indians in the vicinity of Fort Orange, and 5 years before Eliot of New England had addressed a single word to the Indians within 6 miles of Boston Harbor, the French missionaries planted the cross at Sault Ste. Marie, whence they looked down on the Sioux country and the valley of the Mississippi. The vast unknown West now opened its prairies before them. Fortunately, the early missionaries were men of learning and observation. They felt deeply the importance of their position, and while acquitting themselves of the duties of their calling, carefully recorded the progress of events around them. Year after year, these accounts reached Europe, and for a long time were regularly issued from the press, in the same epistolary form in which they were written. In the history of the French colonies, they are a source such as no other part of the country possesses. For our present purpose, they have been invaluable. From them we can trace step by step the gradual discovery of the Mississippi. As early as 1639, the adventurous and noble-hearted Sieur Nicolet, footnote, as we are perhaps the first to advance the claim of the Sieur Nicolet, it may not be amiss to give a meager sketch of a man too much unknown, though he occupied an important place in the early history of Canada. He came out to Canada in 1618 and was never from that time unemployed. Almost immediately after his coming, he was sent to the plundering Hochnaronana, or Indiana of the island, above the Chaudière Falls on the Ottawa. Here he remained 2 years, often suffering from hunger and their brutality, but finally acquired a great knowledge of the Algonquin. After this, he was sent with 400 Algonquins to make peace with the Iroquois, and, completely succeeded in his mission. He was then for 8 or 9 years stationed among the Nipissings and became almost as Indian as they. After the restoration of Canada to France, he was made interpreter and commissary of the colony, which office he filled till he was sent, about 1639, to Green Bay and the Men of the Sea, where he met an assembly of 4,000 or 5,000 men and concluded peace with them. It must have been at this time that he ascended the Fox River to the Wisconsin. Returning to Quebec, he succeeded Olivier as commissary and retained this office till his death. In 1641, we find him with F. Reguenot negotiating a peace with the Iroquois at Three Rivers. In 1642, sent from Quebec to Three Rivers to rescue a poor Abnaki from the hands of some pagan Algonquins, he set out in a small boat on the 31st of October at sunset with Savigny, but a storm came on, and their little craft capsized near Sillery. Savigny swam to the shore. Nicolette, unable to swim, sank to rise no more. Thus perished in a work of Christian charity the Sieur Nicolette, the first Frenchman who reached the waters of the Mississippi. End footnote. Sieur Nicolette, the interpreter of the colony, had struck west of the Hurons and, reaching the last limit of the Algonquins, found himself among the Winnebagoes, a people called so because they came from a distant sea, but whom some French erroneously called Puants, says this early account. Like the Nadates, they spoke a language distinct from the Huron and Algonquin. With these, Nicolette entered the friendly relations and exploring Green Bay, ascended Fox River to its portage, and embarked on a river flowing west. And says Father Vimont, the Sieur Nicolette, who had penetrated furthest into those distant countries, avers that had he sailed 3 days more on a great river which flows from that lake, Green Bay, he would have found the sea. This shows that Nicolette, like De Luna's lieutenant, mistook for the sea the Indian term Great Water applied to the Mississippi. It is certain then that to Nicolette is due the credit of having been the first to reach the waters of the Mississippi. The hope of reaching the Pacific now aroused the courage of the missionaries. Some fathers invited by the Algonquin were to be sent to those men of the other sea. But, adds Vimont prophetically, perhaps this voyage will be reserved for one of us who have some little knowledge of the Algonquin. Footnote: the Lac des Pouanes is laid down on Champlain's map of 1632, but in all probability only from report, as it is placed north of Lake Superior, unless it is meant for Lake Winnipeg, which, like Green Bay, got its name from the Algonquin epithet for the Deotas, as coming from the Pacific. End footnote. In 1641, 2 Jesuits from the Huron mission, the illustrious Isaac Jogues and Charles Raimbeau, were actually sent to Sault Ste. Marie's, and they too heard of the Sioux and the river on which they lay, and they burned to enter those new realms and speak that language yet unknown, which fell so strangely on their ears now, used to Huron and Algonquin sounds. The next year, the Iroquois War broke out in all its fury, and the missionaries had to abandon all hopes of extending to the west. The war proved fatal to the allies of the French. By 1650, all Upper Canada was a desert and not a mission. Not a single Indian was to be found. Where but a few years before the cross towered in each of their many villages, and hundreds of fervent Christians gathered around their 15 missionaries. The earth still reeked with the blood of the pastor and his flock. 6 missionary fathers had fallen by the hands of the Iroquois. Another had been fearfully mutilated in their hands. But scarce was there a ray of peace when the survivors were again summoned to the west. A field opened on Lake Superior. Father Garreau was sent in 1656, but was killed ere he left the St. Lawrence. De Grossay and another Frenchman, more fortunate, wintered on the shores of the lake in 1658. They too visited the Sioux, and from the fugitive Hurons among them heard still clearer tidings of a great river on which they had struck, as plunging through unknown wood and waste, over cliffs and mountains, they had sought to escape the destructive hand of the pursuing Iroquois. It was a beautiful river, writes the annalist, large, broad, and deep, which would bear comparison, they say, with our St. Lawrence. On its banks they found the Abimisec, the Illinois of later days. Footnote: the Lac des Pouanes is laid down on Champlain's map of 1632, but in all probability only from report, as it is placed north of Lake Superior, unless it is meant for Lake Winnipeg, which, like Green Bay, got its name from the Algonquin epithet for the Deotas, as coming from the Pacific. End footnote. From other quarters, too, they began to hear of this great river. The missionaries on the Saguenay heard of the Winnipegowick and their bay, whence 3 seas can be reached, the north, the south, and the west. The missionaries in New York saw Iroquois war parties set out against the Ontonagon, whose towns lay on a beautiful river, the Ohio, which leads to the Great Lake, as they called the sea, where they traded with Europeans who pray to God as we do, and have rosaries and bells to call men to prayers. This sea, the missionaries judged, must be the Gulf of Mexico, or that of California. Meanwhile, Menard, an old Huron missionary, proceeded in 1660 to Lake Superior and founded an Ottawa mission on the southern shore. He, too, heard of the Mississippi and had resolved to reach the nations on its banks, undeterred by the difficulties of the way. But a work of charity called him to another quarter, and a death in the wilderness arrested his projects, before which one of half his years would have recoiled. Footnote: recent publications have put a Jesuit mission on the lake and even on the Mississippi as early as 1653, but the relations have not the slightest allusion to the fact, and speak of Menard as the first. The Jesuits named as being concerned are not mentioned either in the Journal of the Superior of the Mission, nor in any printed relations, nor in Descreux, nor in Clercq. The fact of a missionary at Tamaroa prior to Marquette's voyage is perfectly irreconcilable with the relations, and if established would destroy their authority. In this view, I will pay the most exorbitant price for any letter to or from F. Louis de Guerre or Charles Drocoux, or any act of theirs at Tamaroa during the period in question, or any manuscript of the 17th century showing their existence there. End footnote. His successor, Father Allouez, also heard of the great river, which empties, says he, as far as I can conjecture, into the sea by Virginia. He heard, too, of the Illimuec and the Naduwesiuec, and here, for the first time, we find the river bear a name. They live, says he, on the great river called Mississippi. The Western Mission now received new accessions, and their hopes of entering the great river became more and more sanguine. The distinguished Father Dablon was sent out as superior of the Ottawa missions. A station among the Illinois was determined upon. Father Marquette named to begin it, and the study of the Illinois language actually begun by that missionary. From the accounts of a young man who was his master in that language, he formed new conjectures as to its mouth, and was apparently the first who heard of the Missouri. As to his intended voyage, he says, "If the Indians who promise to make me a canoe do not break their word, we shall go into this river as soon as we can with a Frenchman, and this young man given me, who knows some of these languages, and has a readiness for learning others. We shall visit the nations that inhabit them in order to open the passage to so many of our fathers who have long awaited this happiness. This discovery will give us a complete knowledge of the southern or western sea." Meanwhile, Allouez, on the 3rd of November, 1669, left Sault Ste. Marie's to visit Green Bay. With great danger and hardship he reached it, and spent the winter preaching to the Potawatomis, Menomonees, Sacs, Foxes, and Winnebagos, whom he found mingled there. On the 16th of April, 1670, he began to ascend Fox River, and passing two rapids, reached Winnebago Lake, and crossing it came to a river from a wild oat lake. He was now, however, in search of the Outagamis, or foxes, and turned up their river. He found them dejected by the loss of several families carried off by the Senecas on the banks of Lake Machihiganing, our Lake Michigan. After consoling them as he could, he explained the object of his coming, and after giving them his first general instruction in Christianity, sailed down their river again, and continued to the lake of Machkutench, whom, says one, the Hurons called Assistectaranus, or Fire Nation. To reach them, he traversed the lake or marsh at the head of the Wisconsin, for they lay on that river. It was, he says, a beautiful river running southwest without any rapid. It leads, he says, further on, to the great river named Mississippi, which is only 6 days' sail from here. Thus had Allouez at last reached the waters of the Mississippi, as Nicolet had done 30 years before. There was now no difficulty in reaching it. An easier way lay open than that from Chagouimigon. Father Dablon wished himself to visit the spot, and, in company with Allouez, he returned to Green Bay, and as early as September in the same year, both were again at Mascoutens. Footnote: at the time of drawing my notice on F. Allouez, page 67 post, I had some doubts as to these visits of Allouez and Dablon. The former, Allouez, is the first missionary who reached the waters of the Mississippi. He twice ascended the Fox River in 1670, and twice overthrew the idol at Cacaline Rapid. Fortunately, Mr. Squire knows but little of the French missionaries at the north, or he would not have called the good fathers infamous for thus unseating the sacred object of the worship of the aborigines to substitute what with whimsical archaeology he calls the fictions of their own religion. Allouez is the first to use a term at all like Michigan for the lake, and confirms my conjecture of the identity of the Mascoutens and Assistagaranona. End footnote. Father Dablon had meanwhile been named Superior General of the Canada Missions, and seemed to have taken the more interest in the exploring of the Mississippi by the Wisconsin, as the projected Illinois mission of Father Marquette was, for a time at least, defeated. The peace on which they relied was suddenly destroyed. The Sioux, provoked by the rash insolence of the Hurons and Ottawas, declared war, and sent back to the missionary the pictures which he had given them. Stratagem enabled them to neutralize the advantage which firearms gave their enemies. The Hurons and Ottawas were completely defeated, and fugitives already before the face of the Iroquois. They now fled again from a more terrible foe in the west. All hopes of his Illinois mission being thus dashed, the dejected Marquette followed his fugitive flocks, and as the Ottawas proceeded apart as Manitonlin, he accompanied the Hurons to Mackinac. Here, doubtless, a hope of reaching the Mississippi by the Wisconsin again roused him, as we soon find in the burden of his thoughts. Father Dablon published the Relations of 1670-71 and its map of Lake Superior. In his description of the map, he at once alludes to the Mississippi. To the south flows the great river which they call the Mississippi, which can have its mouth only in the Florida Sea, more than 400 leagues from here. Further on, he says, I deem it proper to set down here all we have learnt of it. It seems to encircle all our lakes, rising in the north and running to the south, till it empties in a sea which we take to be the Red Sea, Gulf of California, or that of Florida, as we have no knowledge of any great rivers in those parts which empty into those two seas. Some Indians assure us that this river is so beautiful that more than 300 leagues from its mouth it is larger than that which flows by Quebec, as they make it more than a league wide. They say, moreover, that all this vast extent of country is nothing but prairies, without trees or woods, which obliges the inhabitants of those parts to use turf and sun-dried dung for fuel, till you come about 20 leagues from the sea. Here the forests begin to appear again. Some warriors of this country, Mascoutens, who say that they have descended that far, assure us that they saw men like the French, who were splitting trees with long knives, some of whom had their house on the water. Thus they explain their meaning, speaking of sawed planks and ships. They say besides that all along this great river are various towns of different nations, languages, and customs, who all make war on each other. Some are situated on the riverside, but most of them inland, continuing thus up to the nation of the Nadouessi, who are scattered over more than 100 leagues of country. The course of the Mississippi, its great features, the nature of the country, were all known to the Western missionaries and the traders, who alone with them carried on the discovery of the West. Among the latter was Jolliet, who in his rambles also penetrated near the Mississippi. As the war seemed an obstacle to so hazardous an undertaking, the missionaries, it would appear, urged the French court to set on foot an expedition. Marquette held himself in readiness to leave Mackinac at the first sign of his superior's will, and at last, on the 4th of June, 1672, the French minister wrote to Talon, then intendant of Canada, "As after the increase of the colony, there is nothing more important for the colony than the discovery of a passage to the South Sea. His Majesty wishes you to give it your attention." Talon was then about to return to France, but recommended Jolliet to the new governor Frontenac, who had just arrived. The latter approved the choice, and Jolliet received his proper instructions from the new intendant. "The Cavelier de Grande Fontaine," writes Frontenac on the 2nd of November, "has deemed expedient for the service to send the Sieur Jolliet to discover the South Sea by the Mascoutens country and the great river Mississippi, which is believed to empty in the California Sea. He is a man of experience in this kind of discovery, and has already been near the great river, of which he promises to see the mouth." Of the missionaries, 2 seemed entitled to the honor of exploring the great river: Allouez, the first to reach its waters, and Marquette, named for some years missionary to the Illinois. The latter was chosen, and since his departure from Chegoimigon, he had constantly offered up his devotions to the Blessed Virgin Immaculate, to obtain the grace of reaching the Mississippi. What was his joy when on the very festival dearest to his heart, that of the Immaculate Conception, Jolliet arrived bearing the letters of his superiors, which bid him embark at last, in his company, to carry out the design so long and so fondly projected. The long-expected discovery of the Mississippi was now at hand, to be accomplished by Jolliet of Quebec, of whom there is scarce a record, but this one excursion that gives him immortality, and by Marquette, who, after years of pious assiduity to the poor wrecks of Hurons whom he planted near abundant fisheries on the cold extremity of Michigan, entered with equal humility upon a career which exposed his life to perpetual danger, and by its results affected the destiny of nations. End of Part 2. Section 3 of Discovery and Exploration of the Mississippi Valley. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by John Dennison, Portland, Maine. Discovery and Exploration of the Mississippi Valley by John Gilmary SHEA. Part 3. History of the Discovery of the Mississippi River. The winter was spent in preparation, in studying over all that had yet been learned of the great river, in gathering around them every Indian wanderer, and, amid the tawny group, drawing their first rude map of the Mississippi and the water courses that led to it. And on this first map, traced, doubtless kneeling on the ground, they set down the names of each tribe they were to pass, each important point to be met. The discovery was dangerous, But it was not to be rash. All was the result of calm, cool investigation, and never was chance less concerned than in the discovery of the Mississippi. In the spring they embarked at Mackinac in 2 frail bark canoes, each with his paddle in hand and full of hope. They soon plied them merrily over the crystal waters of the lake. All was new to Marquette, and he describes as he went along the Menominee, Green Bay, and Mascoutens, which he reached on the 7th of June, 1673. He had now attained the limit of former discoveries. The New World was before them. They looked back, a last adieu to the waters, which, great as the distance was, connected them with Quebec and their countrymen. They knelt on the shore to offer by a new devotion their lives, their honor, and their undertaking to their beloved mother, the Virgin Mary Immaculate. Then, launching on the broad Wisconsin, sailed slowly down its current amid its vine-clad isles and its countless sandbars. No sound broke the stillness, no human form appeared, and at last, after sailing 7 days, on the 17th of June, they happily glided into the great river. Joy that could find no utterance in words filled the grateful heart of Marquette. The broad river of the Conception, as he named it, now lay before them, stretching away hundreds of miles to an unknown sea. Soon all was new. Mountain and forest had glided away. The islands, with their groves of cottonwood, became more frequent, and moose and deer browsed on the plains. Strange animals were seen traversing the river, and monstrous fish appeared in its waters. But they proceeded on their way amid this solitude, frightful by its utter absence of man. Descending still further, they came to the land of the bison, or Pissequieu, which, with the turkey, became sole tenants of the wilderness. All other game had disappeared. At last, on the 25th of June, they descried footprints on the shore. They now took heart again, and Jolliet and the missionary, leaving their 5 men in the canoes, followed a little beaten path to discover who the tribe might be. They traveled on in silence almost to the cabin doors, when they halted, and, with a loud "Hello," proclaimed their coming. 3 villages lay before them. The first, roused by the cry, poured forth its motley group, which halted at the sight of the newcomers and the well-known dress of the missionary. Old men came slowly on, step by measured step, bearing aloft the all-mysterious calumet. All was silence. They stood at last before the 2 Europeans, and Marquette asked, "Who are you?" "We are Illinois," was the answer, which dispelled all anxiety from the explorers, and sent a thrill to the heart of Marquette. The Illinois missionary was at last amid the children of that tribe which he had so long, so tenderly yearned to see. After friendly greetings at this town of Peoria and the neighboring one of Moingwena, they returned to their canoes, escorted by the wondering tribe, who gave their hardy visitants a calumet, the safeguard of the West. With renewed courage and lighter hearts they sailed on, and, passing a high rock with strange and monstrous forms depicted on its rugged surface, heard in the distance the roaring as of a mighty cataract, and soon held Pequitanoni, or the Muddy River, as the Algonquins called the Missouri, rushing like some untamed monster into the calm and clear Mississippi, and hurrying in with its muddy waters the trees which it had rooted up in its impetuous course. Already had the missionaries heard of the river running to the western sea to be reached by the branches of the Mississippi, and Marquette, now better informed, fondly hoped to reach it one day by the Missouri. But now their course lay south, and passing a dangerous eddy, the demon of the western Indians, they marked the Wabukigu, or Ohio, the river of the Shawnees, and still holding on their way, came to the warm land of the cane, and the country which the mosquitoes might call their own. While enveloped in their sails as a shelter from them, they came upon a tribe who invited them to the shore. They were called wanderers, for they had guns bought of Catholic Europeans to the east. Thus far all had been friendly, and encouraged by this second meeting, they plied their oars anew. and, amid groves of cottonwood on either side, descended to the 33rd degree, where, for the first time, a hostile reception seemed promised by the excited Mechigimeas. Too few to resist, their only hope on earth was the mysterious Calumet, and in heaven the protection of Mary, to whom they sent up those fervent prayers which none but one who has called on her in the hour of need can realize. At last the storm subsided, and they were received in peace. Their language formed an obstacle, but an interpreter was found, and, after explaining the object of their coming and announcing the great truths of Christianity, they embarked for Archambault, a village 30 miles below on the eastern shore. Here they were well received, and learned that the mouth of the river was but 10 days' sail from this village. But they heard too of nations there trading with Europeans, and of wars between the tribes, and the two explorers spent a night in consultation. The Mississippi, they now saw, emptied into the Gulf of Mexico, between Florida and Tampico, 2 Spanish points. They might, by proceeding, fall into their hands. They resolved to return. Thus far only Marquette traced the map, and he put down the names of other tribes of which they heard. Of these, in the Atochazi, Matora, and Papihaca, we recognize Arkansas tribes, and the Acorosa and Taniquas, Pawnees and Omahas, Kansas and Apaches are well known in after days. They accordingly set out from Arkansas on the 17th of July to return. Passing the Missouri again, they entered the Illinois, and meeting the friendly Kaskaskias at its upper portage, were led by them in a kind of triumph to Lake Michigan. For Marquette had promised to return and instruct them in the faith. Sailing along the lake, they crossed the outer peninsula of Green Bay and reached the mission of St. Francis Xavier, just 4 months after their departure from it. Thus had missionaries achieved their long-projected work. The triumph of the age was thus completed in the discovery and exploration of the Mississippi, which threw open to France the richest, most fertile, and accessible territory to the New World. Marquette, whose health had been severely tried in this voyage, remained at St. Francis to recruit his strength before resuming his wonted missionary labors, for he sought no laurels, he aspired to no tinsel praise. Jolliet, who had, like Marquette, drawn up a journal and map of his voyage, set out, probably in the spring, for Quebec to report to the governor of Canada the result of his expedition, and took with him an Indian boy, doubtless the young slave given them by the great chief of the Illinois. Unfortunately, while shooting the rapids above Montreal, his canoe turned, and he barely escaped with his life, losing all his papers and his Indian companion. What route he had followed from Mackinac we do not know, but he seems to have descended by Detroit River, Lake Erie, and Niagara, as Frontenac, announcing his return to the government in France, says, "He has found admirable countries, and so easy a navigation by the beautiful river which he found, that from Lake Ontario and Fort Frontenac you can go in barks to the Gulf of Mexico, there being but one discharge to be made at the place where Lake Erie falls into Lake Ontario." Separated as he was from Marquette and deprived of his papers by the accident, Jolliet drew up a narrative of his voyage from recollection, and also sketched a map which Frontenac transmitted to France in November 1674, 3 months after Jolliet's arrival at Quebec. The loss of Jolliet's narrative and map now gave the highest importance to those in the hands of the missionaries. These Frontenac promised to send, and Father Marquette, as we find by his autograph letter, transmitted copies to his superior at his request, prior to October. And the French government was undoubtedly possessed, in 1675, of Marquette's journal and map, and fully aware of the great advantage to be derived from the discoveries made, either for communicating direct with France from Illinois, or of seeking the nearest road to the Gulf of California and the Pacific by the western tributaries of the Mississippi. "These," says Frontenac, are projects we can take in hand when peace is well established, and it shall please His Majesty to carry out the exploration." The court allowed the whole affair to pass unnoticed. Marquette's narrative was not published, and the Jesuit relations apparently prohibited, so that it would not, perhaps, have seen the light to our days, had not Thevenot obtained a copy of the narrative and a map which he published in 1681. France would have derived no benefit from this discovery, but for the enterprise and persevering courage of Robert Cavelier de La Salle. When Jolliet passed down Lake Ontario in 1674, he stopped at Fort Frontenac, where La Salle was then commander under Frontenac. He was thus one of the first to know the result of Joliet's voyage, and perhaps was one of the few that saw his maps and journal, which were lost before he reached the next French post. At the time, it does not seem to have made much impression on La Salle. His great object then was to build up a fortune, and the next year he obtained a grant of Fort Frontenac and the monopoly of the lake trade, and a patent of nobility. His plans failed, and instead of acquiring wealth, he found himself embarrassed by immense debts. He now looked for some new field, and by reading the accounts of the Spanish adventurers, seems to have been the first to identify the great river of Marquette, and Joliet with the great river of De Soto. The vast herds of bison seemed to him to afford an easy means of realizing all that he could hope, by enabling him to ship from the banks of the Missouri and Illinois direct to France by the Gulf of Mexico cargoes of buffalo skins and wool. In 1677 he repaired again to France, and by the help of Frontenac's recommendation obtained a patent for his discovery and a new monopoly in the following May, and by September was in Canada with Tonty and a body of mechanics and mariners, with all things necessary for his expedition. The plan traced by Joliet in Frontenac's dispatch of 1674 seems to have been followed by him without further investigation. As it would be necessary to unload at the Falls of Niagara the onguiar of the old missionaries, he resolved to build a new fort there, and construct vessels above the cataract to ply on the upper lakes, and thus connect his trading houses on the Mississippi with Fort Frontenac, his chief and most expensive establishment. Such was his celerity that by the 5th of December, the first detachment of his party entered the Niagara River, and a site was soon selected for a fort, and for the construction of a vessel above the falls. Difficulties with the Senecas finally compelled him to relinquish the fort, and a mere shed or storehouse was raised. The vessel, however, went on, and he at last saw it glide down the rapid current of Niagara in August 1679, amid the admiring crowd of Indians who had gathered around the French. There was now no obstacle to his further progress, but we must here regret that he had not studied former discoveries more narrowly. One of his clear and comprehensive mind would have seized at once the great western branch of the Mississippi, already known to the missionaries and the Iroquois. By his present plans he had to build one vessel above the Falls of Niagara and a second on the Illinois River. One on the Ohio, so easily reached by the Allegheny, would have carried him to the Gulf, and he would thus have avoided the various troubles which so long retarded his reaching the mouth of the Mississippi. He sailed to Green Bay, but found that he had arrayed against him all the private traders of the West, by sending men to trade, contrary to his patent, which expressly accepted the Ottawa country. Of this he soon felt the effects. His men began to desert, and to crown all his misfortunes, his new vessel, the Griffin, was lost on her way back to Niagara. Before this catastrophe, he had set out to descend Lake Michigan. He built a kind of fort at the mouth of the St. Joseph's, and sounded its channel, and at last, in December, proceed to enter the Kankakee, a branch of the Illinois, by a portage from the St. Joseph's. Disheartened by the desertion and disaffection of his men, and by the want of all tidings of his vessel, he began the erection of Fort Crèvecoeur and of a vessel near the Illinois camp below Lake Peoria. The vessel he had finally to abandon for want of proper materials to complete it, and he set out almost alone for Fort Frontenac by land, after sending Father Hennepin to explore the Illinois to its mouth. That missionary went further, voluntarily or as a prisoner of the Sioux. He seems to have ascended as far as St. Anthony's Falls, which owe their name to him. His exploration of the Mississippi between the Illinois River and St. Anthony's Falls took place in 1680, between the months of March and September, when, delivered by Duluth, he returned to Mackinac, and thence in the spring almost direct to Quebec and Europe. By 1683, he published, at Paris, an account of his voyage under the title of Description de la Louisiane, which, after the Relations and Marquette's narrative, is the next work relative to the Mississippi, and contains the first printed description of that river above the mouth of the Wisconsin, from actual observation. La Salle returned to Illinois in 1681, and, to his surprise, found his fort deserted. He soon after met the survivors of his first expedition at Mackinac and set about new preparations for his great work. In January 1682, he was again with his party at the extremity of Lake Michigan, and, entering the Chicago River, followed the old line of Father Marquette, reached Fort Crèvecoeur once more, and at last began in earnest his voyage down the Mississippi. He had abandoned the idea of sailing down in a ship, and resolved to go in boats, ascertain accurately the position of its mouth, and then return to France and sail direct with the colony for the mouth, and ascend to some convenient place. On the 6th of February, the little expedition, apparently in 3 large boats or canoes, conducted by La Salle and his lieutenants, Tonty and Dautrey, with Father Zenobius Membray as their chaplain, and Indians as hunters and guides, entered the wide waters of the Mississippi, which henceforward in the narratives of La Salle's companions assumes the name of Colbert. They passed the mouth of the muddy Missouri, and further on, the deserted village of the Tamarosas, and next the Ohio, where the marshy land began that prevented their landing. Detained soon after by the loss of one of his men, La Salle encamped on the bluff and fell in with some Chickasaws, then, proceeding on, at last, on the 3rd of March, was roused by the war cries and the rattling drums of an Arkansas village. He had reached the limit of Jolliet's Voyage. Henceforward, he was to be the first French explorer. Warlike, as the greeting was, La Salle soon entered into friendly relations with them, and several days were spent in their village. Here a cross was planted with the arms of the French king, and the missionary endeavored, by interpreters and signs, to give some idea of Christianity. On the 17th, La Salle embarked again, and passing 2 more Arkansas towns, reached the populous tribe of the Tayenses, in their houses of clay and straw with roofs of cane, themselves attired in mantles woven of white pliant bark, and showing Eastern reverence for their monarch, who in great ceremony visited the envoys of the French. Pursuing his course, the party next came to the Natchez, where another cross was planted, and visiting the Coroas, proceeded on till the river divided into 2 branches. Following the westerly one, they sailed past the Quinapisas and the pillaged town of another tribe, till they reached the Delta on the 6th of April. La Salle and his 2 lieutenants, each taking a separate channel, advanced full of hope. The brackish water, growing saltier as they proceeded, being a sure index of the sea, which they reached at last on the 9th of April, 1682, 62 days after their entering the Mississippi. The French had thus, at last, in the 2 expeditions of Jolliet and La Salle, completely explored the river from the Falls of St. Anthony to the Gulf of Mexico. La Salle now planted a cross with the arms of France amid the solemn chant of hymns of thanksgiving, and, in the name of the French king, took possession of the river, of all its branches, and the territory watered by them. And the notary drew up an authentic act, which all signed with beating hearts, and a leaden plate with the arms of France, and the names of the discoverers, was amid the rattle of musketry deposited in the earth. La Salle now ascended again to Illinois, and dispatched Father Zenobius Membray to France to lay an account of his voyage before the government. He sailed from Quebec on the 15th of November with Frontenac, and the course of the Mississippi was known in France before the close of 1682. The next year, La Salle himself reached France and set out by sea to reach the mouth of the Mississippi. He never again beheld it. But Tonty, seeking him, had again descended to the mouth, and it was soon constantly traveled by the adventurous trader and still more adventurous missionary. A Spanish vessel under Andrew de Pace entered the mouth soon after, but on the 2nd of March, 1699, the Canadian Iberville, more fortunate than La Salle, entered it with Father Anastasius Douay, who had accompanied that unfortunate adventurer on his last voyage. Missionaries from Canada soon came to greet him, and La Sieur ascended the Mississippi to St. Peter's River and built a log fort on its Blue Earth tributary. Henceforward, all was progress. We might now trace the labors of those who explored each mighty tributary and watch the progress of each rising town. We might follow down the first cargo of wheat, or look with the anxiety of the day at the first crop of sugar and of cotton. But this were to write the history of the Mississippi Valley, and we undertook only that of its discovery. Our work is done. We turn now to trace the life of its first French explorers. End of Section 3. Recorded by John Dennison, Portland, Maine.
Section 4 of Discovery and Exploration of the Mississippi Valley. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by THBosc. Discovery and Exploration of the Mississippi Valley by John Gilmary SHEA. Part 1 of the Life of Father James Marquette. Near a little branch of the river Allouez, in the department of Aisne, the traveler finds perched on the mountainside the small but stately city of Leon. Strong fortifications without, and a vast cathedral within, show that in former days it was one of those cities which were constantly replete with life and movement in the endless contest between noble and noble, and not unfrequently between the suzerain himself and his more powerful vassal. The most ancient family in this renowned city is that of Marquette, and in its long annals we find the highest civic honors borne almost constantly by members of that illustrious race. It already held an important place in the reign of Louis the Young, and its armorial bearings still commemorate the devotedness of the Sieur James Marquette, Sheriff of Leon, to the cause of his royal master, the unfortunate John of France, in 1316. A martial spirit has always characterized this citizen family, and its members have constantly figured in the dazzling wars of France. Our own republic is not without its obligations to the valor of the Marquettes, 3 of whom died here in the French army during the Revolutionary War. Yet not their high antiquity, nor their reckless valor, would ever have given the name of Marquette to fame. The unsought tribute which it has acquired among us is due to the labors of one who renounced the enjoyments of country and home to devote his days to the civilization and conversion of our Indian tribes, who died in the bloom of youth, and worn down by toil in a lonely, neglected spot, whose name every effort was made to enshrine in oblivion, but who has been at last, by the hand of strangers, raised on a lofty pedestal among the great, the good, and the holy who have honored our land. The family is known to us only as connected with Father James Marquette of the Society of Jesus, the first explorer of the Mississippi. Born at the ancient seat of his family in the year 1637, he was, through his pious mother Rose de la Salle, allied to the venerable Jean-Baptiste de la Salle, the founder of the institute known as the Brothers of the Christian Schools, whose services in the cause of gratuitous education of the poor had instructed thousands before any of the modern systems of public schools had been even conceived. Footnote. Devisme Histoire de la Ville de Léon. A member of his family, Francis Marquette, founded similar schools for girls in 1635, and the religious were commonly called Sieurs Marquette. End of footnote. From his pious mother, the youthful Marquette imbibed that warm, generous, and unwavering devotion to the Mother of God, which makes him so conspicuous among her servants. None but a mother could have infused such a filial affection for Mary. At the age of 17, his heart, detached from this world and all its bright allurements, impelled him to enter the Society of Jesus, as he did in the year 1654. When the 2 years of self-study and examination had passed away, he was, as is usual with the young Jesuits, employed in teaching or study, and 12 years glided away in the faithful performance of the unostentatious duties assigned him. No sooner, however, he was invested with the sacred character of the priesthood, than his ardent desire to become in all things an imitator of his chosen patron, St. Francis Xavier, induced him to seek a mission in some land that knew not God, that he might labor there to his latest breath, and die unaided and alone. The province of Champagne, in which he was enrolled, contained no foreign mission. He was transferred to that of France, and, in 1666, sailed for Canada. On the 20th of September he landed, buoyant with life and health, at Quebec, and amid his brethren awaited the new destination on which his superiors should decide. The moment of his arrival was one of deep interest in the religious history of a colony, which had in its early settlement so nobly represented the purest Catholicity, neither hampered by civil jealousy, nor heartened by the cold and selfish policy of a pagan age. The halcyon days of the Canadian Church were passing away, but God had raised up one to guide and guard his church, that is, in fact, his poor and little ones, with the coming struggle with worldliness and policy. This was Francis de Laval, who landed at Quebec in 1659 with the title of Bishop of Petrea and Vicaire Apostolique of New France. Gradually he gathered around him a few secular priests and began to settle the ecclesiastical affairs of the French posts, till then mere missions in the hands of the Jesuits. At the period of Marquette's arrival, he had already begun to see his diocese assume a regular shape. His clergy had increased. His cathedral and seminary were rapidly rising. The war with the Iroquois, which had so long checked the prosperity of the colony and the hopes of the missionaries, was at last brought to a successful issue by the efforts of the Viceroy de Tracy, and a new field was opened for the missions. These had always been an object of his deep solicitude. The wide West especially was a field with which he sighed to penetrate himself, cross in hand, but this could not be. As early as 1660, from the new impulse thus given, an Ottawa mission was resolved upon, and the veteran Menard, one of the last survivors of the old Huron mission, cheered by the parting words of his holy bishop, embarked to raise the cross of Sault St. Mary's, which his companions Jolliet and Raimbeau had planted 20 years before. He bored on to Cowena Bay in Lake Superior, and while full of projects for reaching the Sioux on the upper Mississippi, died in the woods, a victim to famine or the hatchet or the roving Indian. At the time of Marquette's arrival, Father Allouez was there exploring parts which no white man had yet visited, and as he saw a wide field opening before his view, earnestly imploring a new missionary reinforcement. Such was the Ottawa mission. But there were others also. Father Jolliet, thus associated with the earliest Western discoveries, had penetrated into New York, and reddening the Mohawk with his life's blood, brought it within the bounds of Catholicity. From this moment, New York was a land which each missionary ambitioned, visited successively by 2 more as prisoners. Their sufferings and blood confirmed the title of the missionaries. And in 1654, Father Simon Le Moyne visited Onondaga and gave the first account of Western New York. A mission was established the next year, and the missionaries explored the whole state from the Hudson to the Niagara. But a sudden change took place. A plot was formed against the French colony at Onondaga, and this first mission was crushed in its infancy. After a brief existence of 3 years, the war which ensued made Canada itself tremble, and a new mission in New York was not even thought of. The attempt to renew that in Michigan is indeed one of the hardiest undertakings in the annals of the Jesuit missions, and a noble monument of their fearless zeal. But now the tree of peace was planted, the war parties had ceased, and missionaries hastened to the Iroquois cantons, which for nearly 20 years were to be so well instructed in the truths of Christianity that even now the Catholic Iroquois almost outnumber the rest of their countrymen. Another great mission of the time was that of the Abnakis in Maine, founded by Jolliet in 1647, and continued by him at intervals until it became at last the permanent residence of several zealous men. Besides these were the missions of the wandering Algonquins of the river, which centered at Sillery and Three Rivers, but had been almost entirely destroyed by the Iroquois after the destruction of the Huron missions and depopulation of Upper Canada. These expiring missions the Jesuits still maintained, but another and a harder field was that of the Montagnas, of which THBosc was the center. Here at the mouth of that strange river, the Saguenay, which pours its almost fathomless tide into the shallower St. Lawrence, is the oft-mentioned post of THBosc. For a few weeks each year, it was a scene of busy, stirring life. Indians of every petty tribe, from the Eskimo of Labrador to the Micmac of Nova Scotia, came to trade with the French. Here, then, a missionary was always found to instruct them as much as time permitted, and when found sufficiently acquainted with the mysteries of our faith, to baptize them. The Christian Indian always repaired to this post to fulfill the obligations of the Church, to lay down the burthen of sin, to receive the bread of life, and then to depart for the wilderness, with his calendar and pin, to be able to distinguish the Sundays and holidays, and thus amid the snows and crags join in the prayers and devotions of the universal Church. When the trade was over, a new field lay before the missionary. The country was to be traversed in every direction to carry the light of faith from cabin to cabin, to exhort, instruct, confirm. These adventurous expeditions through parts still a wilderness are full of interest, and strange as it may seem, are rife with early notices of our western country. They reached from the Saguenay to Hudson's Bay, and stretching westward almost reached Lake Superior. This mission required one full of life, zeal, and courage, and to it Father Marquette was in the first instance destined. The Montagnas was the key language to the various tribes, and as early as the 10th of October, we find him starting for Three Rivers to begin the study of that language under Father Gabriel Jolliet. While thus engaged, his leisure hours were of course devoted to the exercise of his ministry, and here he remained until April 1668, when the first project was abandoned, and he was ordered to prepare for the Ottawa mission, as that of Lake Superior was then called. He had by this time acquired also a knowledge of the Algonquin, and thus fitted for his new mission, he left Quebec on the 21st of April, with 3 companions for Montreal, where he was to await the Ottawa flotilla, which was to bear him westward. A party of Nez Perce came at last bearing Father Nicholas Lewis, the companion of Allouez, and with them Father Marquette embarked. The journey up the Ottawa River, and through French River to Lake Huron, and then across that inland sea to Sault Ste. Mary's, has been too often and too vividly described to need repetition here. Its toil and danger are associated with the accounts of all the early Huron missionaries. When he reached Lake Superior, Marquette found that the tribes whom fear of the Iroquois had driven to the extremity of the lake were now returning to their former abodes. New missionaries were thus required, and it was resolved to erect 2, one at Sault Ste. Mary's, the other in Green Bay. The former was assigned to Father Marquette, and planting his cabin at the foot of the rapid on the American side, he began his missionary career. Here, in the following year, he was joined by Father Dablon as superior of the Ottawa missions, and by their united exertion a church was soon built, and thus at last a sanctuary worthy of the faith raised at that cradle of Christianity in the West. The tribes to which he ministered directly here were all Algonquin, and numbered about 2,000 souls. They showed the greatest docility to his teaching, and would all gladly have received baptism, but caution was needed, and the prudent missionary contented himself for a time with giving them clear, distinct instructions, and with efforts to root out all lurking superstitions, conferring the sacrament only on the dying. The missionary's first lesson was to learn to labor and to wait. His stay at the Sault, among the Powhatan, Dak, Irini, Ochibu, Maramegs, etc., was not, however, to be of long duration. Father Allouez departed for Green Bay, and a missionary was to be sent to La Pointe to continue the disheartening labors of that ungrateful field. Marquette was chosen. Without repugnance, he set out for his new station in the autumn of 1669. We cannot better depict his labors than by inserting at length the letter descriptive of his mission, which he addressed to Father Francis Le Mercier, the superior of the missions in the following year. Reverend Father, the peace of Christ. Footnote. For the benefit of investigators of manuscripts, I would remark that these words, or the letters PC and a cross at the top of the page, are alone almost sufficient to show a paper to be written by one of the Jesuit missionaries. End of footnote. I am obliged to render you an account of the mission of the Holy Ghost among the Audiobooks, according to the orders I received from you and again from Father Dablon on my arrival here, after a month's navigation on snow and through ice which closed my way and kept me in constant peril of life. Divine Providence having destined me to continue the mission of the Holy Ghost begun by Father Allouez, who had baptized the chiefs of the Kiskakonk, I arrived there on the 13th of September, and went to visit the Indians who were in the clearings which are divided into 5 towns. The Hurons, to the number of about 400 or 500, almost all baptized, still preserve some little Christianity. A number of the chiefs assembled in council were at first well pleased to see me, but I explained that I did not yet know their language perfectly, and that no other missionary was coming, both because all had gone to the Iroquois, and because Father Allouez, who understood them perfectly, did not wish to return that winter, as they did not love the prayer enough. They acknowledged that it was a just punishment, and during the winter held talks about it, and resolved to amend, as they tell me. The nation of the Outauks Senegal is far from the kingdom of God, being above all other nations addicted to lewdness, sacrifices, and juggleries. They ridicule the prayer, and will scarcely hear us speak of Christianity. They are proud and undeveloped, and I think that so little can be done with this tribe, that I have not baptized healthy infants who seem likely to live, watching only for such as are sick. The Indians of the Kinoche tribe declare openly that it is not yet time. There are, however, 2 men among them formerly baptized. One, now rather old, is looked upon as a kind of miracle among the Indians, having always refused to marry, persisting in this resolution, in spite of all that had been said. He has suffered much even from his relatives, but he is as little affected by this as by the loss of all the goods which he brought last year from the settlement, not having even enough left to cover him. These are hard trials for Indians, who generally seek only to possess much in this world. The other, a new married young man, seems of another nature than the rest. The Indians, extremely attached to their reveries, had also resolved that a certain number of young women should prostitute themselves, each to choose such partner as she liked. No one in these cases ever refuses, as the lives of men are supposed to depend on it. This young Christian was called. On entering the cabin he saw the orgies which were about to begin, and feigning illness immediately left, and though they came to call him back, he refused to go. His confession was as prudent as it could be, and I wondered that an Indian could live so innocently, and so nobly profess himself a Christian. His mother and some of his sisters are also good Christians. The Ottawas, extremely superstitious in their feasts and juggleries, seem hardened to the instructions given them. Yet they like to have their children baptized. God permitted a woman to die this winter in her sin. Her illness had been concealed from me, and I heard it only by the report that she had asked a very improper dance for her cure. I immediately went to a cabin where all the chiefs were at a feast, and some Kiskakonk Christians among them. To these I exposed the impiety of the woman and her medicine men, and gave them proper instructions. I then spoke to all present, and God permitted that an old Ottawa rose to advise, granting what I asked, as it made no matter, he said, if the woman did die. An old Christian then rose and told the nation that they must stop the licentiousness of their youth, and not permit Christian girls to take part in such dances. To satisfy the woman, some child's play was substituted for the dance, but this did not prevent her dying before morning. The dangerous state of a sick young man caused the medicine man to proclaim that the devil must be invoked by extraordinary superstitions. The Christians took no part. The actors were these jugglers, and the sick man, who was passed over great fires lighted in every cabin. It was said that he did not feel the heat, although his body had been greased with oil for 5 or 6 days. Men, women, and children ran through the cabins, asking as a riddle to divine their thoughts, and the successful guesser was glad to give the object named. I prevented the abominable lewdness so common at the end of these diabolical rites. I do not think they will recur, as the sick man died soon after. The nation of the Kiskakons, which for 3 years refused to receive the gospel preached to them by Father Allouez, resolved in the fall of 1668 to obey God. Footnote. Father Allouez, in the relation of 1668 to 69, does not use the term Kiskakon. He calls them Kue Coupe, and states that they had formerly lived on Lake Huron, where they had been visited by the old Huron missionaries, and had been first visited by Menard on Lake Superior. I add this to my subsequent note on them, as it may throw some new light on their original position. End of footnote. This resolution was adopted in full council, and announced to that father, who spent 4 winter months instructing them. The chiefs of the nation became Christians, and as Father Allouez was called to another mission, he gave it to my charge to cultivate, and I entered on it in September 1669. All the Christians were then in the fields harvesting their Indian corn. They listened with pleasure as I told them that I came to La Pointe for their sake and that of the Hurons, that they never should be abandoned, but be loved above all other nations, and that they and the French were one. I had the consolation of seeing their love for the prayer and their pride in being Christians. I baptized the newborn infants, and instructed the chiefs whom I found well disposed. The head chief having allowed a dog to be hung on a pole near his cabin, which is a kind of sacrifice the Indians make to the sun, I told him that this was wrong, and he went and threw it down. A sick man instructed, but not baptized, begged me to grant him that favor, or to live near him, as he did not wish medicine men to cure him, and that he feared the fires of hell. I prepared him for baptism, and frequently visited his cabin. His joy at this partly restored his health. He thanked me for my care, and soon after saying that I had recalled him to life, gave me a little slave he had brought from the Illinois 2 or 3 months before. One evening, while in the cabin of the Christian where I sleep, I taught him to pray to his guardian angel, and told him some stories to show him the assistance they give us, especially when in danger of offending God. Now, said he, I know the invisible hand that struck me when, since my baptism, I was going to commit a sin, and the voice that bid me remember that I was a Christian, for I left the companion of my guilt without committing the sin. He now often speaks of devotion to the angels, and explains it to the other Indians. Some young Christian women are examples to the tribe, and are not ashamed to profess Christianity. Marriages among the Indians are dissolved almost as easily as they are made, and then it is no dishonor to marry again. Hearing that a young Christian woman abandoned by her husband was in danger of being forced to marry by her family, I encouraged her to act as a Christian. She has kept her word. Not a breath has been uttered against her. This conduct, with my remonstrances, induced the husband to take her back again at the close of winter, since which time she has come regularly to the chapel, for she was too far off before. She has unbosomed her conscience to me, and I admired such a life in a young woman. The pagans make no feast without sacrifices, and we have great trouble to prevent them. Christians have now changed these customs, and to effect it more easily, I have retained some, suppressing only what is really bad. The feast must open with a speech. They then address God, asking him for health and all they need, as they now give food to men. It has pleased God to preserve all our Christians in health, except 2 children whom they tried to hide, and for whom a medicine man performed his diabolic rites, but they died soon after my baptizing them. Having invited the Kiskakons to come and winter near the chapel, they left all the other tribes to gather around us so as to be able to pray to God, be instructed, and have their children baptized. They call themselves Christians. Hence, in all councils and important affairs, I address them, and when I wish to show them that I really wish what I ask, I need only address them as Christians. They told me even that they obeyed me for that reason. They have taken the upper hand, and control the 3 other tribes. It is a great consolation to a missionary to see such pliancy in savages, and thus live in such peace with his Indians, spending the whole day instructing them in our mysteries, and teaching them the prayers. Neither the rigor of the winter, nor the state of the weather, prevents their coming to the chapel. Many never let a day pass, and I was thus busily employed from morning till night, preparing some for baptism, some for confession, disabusing others of their reveries. The old men told me that the young men had lost their senses, and that I must stop their excesses. I often spoke to them of their daughters, urging to prevent their being visited at night. I knew almost all that passed in the 2 tribes near us, but though others were spoken of, I never heard anything against the Christian women, and when I spoke to the old men about their daughters, they told me that they prayed to God. I often inculcated this, knowing the importunities to which they are constantly exposed, and the courage they need to resist. They have learned to be modest, and the French who have seen them perceive how little they resemble the others, from whom they are thus distinguished. End of section 4. Section 5 of Discovery and Exploration of the Mississippi Valley. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by THBosc. Discovery and Exploration of the Mississippi Valley by John Gilmary SHEA. Part 2 of the Life of Father James Marquette. One day, instructing the old people in my cabin and speaking of the creation of the world and various stories from the Old Testament, they told me what they had formerly believed, but now treat as fable. They have some knowledge of the Tower of Babel, saying that their ancestors had related that they had formerly made a great house, but that a violent wind had thrown it down. They now despise all the little gods they had before they were baptized. They often ridicule them, and wonder at their stupidity in sacrificing to these subjects of their fables. I baptized an adult after a long trial. Seeing his assiduity at prayer, his frankness in recounting his past life, his promises especially with regard to the other sex, and his assurance of good conduct, I yielded to his entreaty. He has persevered, and since his return from fishing, comes regularly to the chapel. After Easter, all the Indians dispersed to seek subsistence. They promised me that they would not forget the prayer, and earnestly begged that a father should come in the fall when they assemble again. This will be granted, and if it please God to send some father, he will take my place, while I, to execute the order of our Father Superior, will go and begin my Illinois mission. The Illinois are 30 days' journey by land from La Pointe by a difficult road. They lie south-southwest of it. On the way you pass the nation of the Ketchigamins, who live in more than 20 large cabins. They are inland, and seek to have intercourse with the French, from whom they hope to get axes, knives, and ironware. So much do they fear them, that they unbound from the stake 2 Illinois captives, who said, when about to be burned, that the Frenchman had declared he wished peace all over the world. You pass then to the Miamiwek, and by great deserts reach the Illinois, who are assembled chiefly in 2 towns containing more than 8 or 9,000 souls. These people are well enough disposed to receive Christianity. Since Father Allouez spoke to them at La Pointe to adore one God, they have begun to abandon their false worship, for they adored the sun and thunder. Those seen by me are of apparently good disposition. They are not night runners like the other Indians. A man kills his wife if he finds her unfaithful. They are less prodigal in sacrifices, and promise me to embrace Christianity and do all I require in their country. In this view, the Autobiographies gave me a young man recently come from their country, who initiated me to some extent in their language during the leisure given me in the winter by the Indians at La Pointe. I could scarcely understand it, yet there is something of the Algonquin in it, yet I hope by the help of God's grace to understand, and be understood, if God by his goodness leads me to that country. No one must hope to escape crosses in our mission, and the best means to live happy is not to fear them, but in the enjoyment of little crosses hope for others still greater. The Illinois desire us, like Indians, to share their miseries, and suffer all that can be imagined in barbarism. They are lost sheep, to be sought amid woods and thorns, especially when they call so piteously to be rescued from the jaws of the wolf. Such really can I call their entreaties to me this winter. They have actually gone this spring to notify the old men to come for me in the fall. The Illinois always come by land. They sow maize, which they have in great plenty. They have pumpkins as large as those of France, and plenty of roots and fruit. The chase is very abundant, and wild cattle, bears, stags, turkeys, duck, bustard, wild pigeon, and cranes. They leave their towns at certain times every year to go to their hunting grounds together, so as to be better able to resist if attacked. They believe that I will spread peace everywhere if I go, and then only the young will go to hunt. When the Illinois come to La Pointe, they pass a large river almost a league wide. It runs north and south, and so far that the Illinois, who do not know what canoes are, have never yet heard of its mouth. They only know that there are very great nations below them, some of whom raise 2 crops of maize a year. East-southeast of the country is a nation they call Chawanon, which came to visit them last summer. The young man given me who teaches me the language saw them. They wear beads, which shows intercourse with Europeans. They had come 30 days across land before reaching their country. This great river can hardly empty in Virginia, and we rather believe that its mouth is in California. If the Indians who promised to make me a canoe do not fail to keep their word, we shall go into this river as soon as we can with a Frenchman and this young man given me, who knows some of these languages, and has a readiness for learning others. We shall visit the nations which inhabit it, in order to open the way to so many of our fathers, who have long awaited this happiness. This discovery will give us a complete knowledge of the southern or western sea. 6 or 7 days below the Illinois, is another great river, Missouri, on which are prodigious nations who use wooden canoes. We cannot write more till next year, if God does us the grace to lead us there. The Illinois are warriors. They make many slaves whom they sell to the Autobiographies for guns, powder, kettles, axes, and knives. They were formerly at war with the Nadouessi, but having made peace some years since, I confirmed it, to facilitate their coming to La Pointe, where I am going to await them, in order to accompany them to their country. The Nadouessi are the Iroquois of this country beyond La Pointe, but less faithless, and never attack till attacked. They lie southwest of the mission of the Holy Ghost, and are a great nation, though we have not yet visited them, having confined ourselves to the conversion of the Autobiographies. They fear the Frenchman, because he brings iron to their country. Their language is entirely different from the Huron and Algonquin. They have many towns, but they are widely scattered. They have very extraordinary customs. They principally adore the calumet. They do not speak at great feasts, and when a stranger arrives, give him to eat with a wooden fork as he would a child. All the lake tribes make war on them, but with small success. They have false oaths, use little canoes, and keep their word strictly. I sent them a present by an interpreter, to tell them to recognize the Frenchman everywhere, and not kill him or the Indians in his company. That the black gown wished to pass to that country of the Assinipoirs, to that of the Calistino, that he was already at Outagamis, and that I was going this fall to the Illinois, to whom they should leave a free passage. They agreed, but as for my present, waited till all came from the chase, promising to come to La Pointe in the fall, to hold a council with the Illinois and speak to me. Would that all these nations loved God as much as they fear the French. Christianity would soon flourish. The Assinipoirs, whose language is almost that of the Nadouessi, are toward the west from the mission of the Holy Ghost. Some are 15 or 20 days off on a lake where they have false oats and abundant fishery. I have heard that there is in their country a great river running to the western sea, and an Indian told me that at its mouth he saw Frenchmen, and 4 large canoes with sails. Footnote. This is not the first indication of the Columbia. End of footnote. The Calistino are a nomad people, whose rendezvous we do not yet know. It is northwest of the Mission of the Holy Ghost. They are always in the woods, and live solely by their bow. They passed by the mission where I was last fall in 200 canoes, coming to buy merchandise and corn, after which they go to winter in the woods. In the spring I saw them again on the shore of the lake. Such is the substance of his letters as it has reached us, and shows us the hopes which Marquette entertained of reaching in the fall of that year the Illinois mission to which he had been appointed, and for which he is now prepared by his knowledge of their language. If the Sioux and the Illinois met him at La Pointe in the fall, nothing was concluded, and the missionary did not begin his overland journey to the lodges of the Illinois. It is not, however, probable that the meeting took place, for early in the winter the Sioux, provoked by the insolence of the Hurons and the Ottawas, declared war, and first sent back to the missionaries the pious pictures which he had sent them as a present. Their war parties now came on in their might, and the Indians of La Pointe trembled before the fierce Dakota, with his knives of stone stuck in his belt, and his long black hair. In the spring, both Huron and Ottawa resolved to leave so dangerous a neighborhood. The latter were the first to launch upon the lake, and they soon made their way to a St. Teuton island. Father Marquette, whose missionary efforts had been neutralized by the unsettled state of his neophytes, and the concentration of their thoughts on the all-engrossing war, was now left alone with the Hurons. With both he had more to suffer than to do, and now he was at last compelled to leave La Pointe, and turn his back on his beloved Illinois to accompany his Hurons in their wanderings and hardships. The remnant of a mighty nation resolved once more to commit themselves to the waves and seek a new home. With their faithful missionary, they all embarked in their frail canoes, and now for the first time turned toward their ancient home. Fain would they have resisted the scenes of Huron power, the land of the fur-lined graves of their ancestors. Fain, too, would the missionary have gone to spend his surviving years on the ground hallowed by the blood of Daniel, Brebeuf, Lalemant, Garnier, and Chabanel. But the power of the Iroquois was still too great to justify the step, and, remembering the rich fisheries of Mackinac, resolved to turn to that pebbly land. But who, the reader may ask, were the Hurons with whom the missionary's career seems thus linked, yet who at first were not the special object of his care? It is a tale worthy of a historian. The Wendots, whom the French called Hurons, and the English Wyandots, are a nation of the same stock as the Iroquois.
Footnote.
Champlain calls the Hurons Les Bois Iroquois, as distinguished from the other Iroquois enemies. End of footnote. They were one of the first tribes known to the French, to whom they always remained closely united. They were a trading people, and their many fortified towns lay in a very narrow strip on Georgian Bay, a territory smaller than the state of Delaware. Between the west and southwest lay in the mountains the kindred tribe of the industrious Tionontites, whose luxuriant fields of tobacco won them from the early French the name of Petun, while south of both, from Lake St. Clair to Niagara and even slightly beyond, were the allied tribes, which from the connection between their language and that of the Hurons were called by the latter Atiwanderunk, but neutral by the French, from their standing aloof in the great war waged by the Iroquois against the Hurons and Algonquins. No sooner had the French founded Quebec than the Franciscan missionaries attempted the conversion of the Hurons. Father Joseph Le Caron, the founder of that mission, wintered among them in 1615, and in subsequent years other Recollects did their best to prepare them for the faith. The Jesuits were at last called in by the Recollects to aid them, and laboring together in harmony, they looked forward with sanguine hope to the speedy conversion of the Hurons and the Neuters, for they too were visited, when all their prospects were blasted by the English conquest of Canada in 1629. On its restoration, the French court offered the Canada missions to the Capucins, but on their recommendation committed it to the Jesuits alone. Brebeuf, for the second time, reached Upper Canada and labored zealously until the Huron nation was annihilated by the Iroquois. 21 missionaries at different times came to share his toils, and of these 8 like himself perished by hostile hands, martyrs to their faith and zeal, a nobler body of heroes than any other part of our country can boast. On the deaths of Brebeuf and Garnier, in 1650, the ruin of the Hurons and Petuns was consummated. The survivors fled and blended into one tribe, soon divided into 2 great parties, one composed entirely of Christians, repairing to Quebec to settle on Orleans Island, whose descendants are still lingering at Lorette. The other, part Christians, part pagans, fled at last to Mackinac, but pursued constantly by the Iroquois, they settled on some islands at the mouth of Green Bay, where they seem to have been in Menard's time. Later still, after roaming to the lodges of the Sioux on the Mississippi, they came to pitch their cabins by the mission cross planted by Allouez, at Chequamegon, and here Marquette had found them. Such is the tale of their wanderings till the period of our narrative. Footnote. Their subsequent wanderings are to Detroit, Sandusky, and at last to Indian Territory, where the descendants of Marquette's flock still exist, the smallest but wealthiest band of deported Indians. End of footnote. Mackinac, where they now rested, was indeed a bleak spot to begin a new home. It was a point of land almost encompassed by wind-tossed lakes, icy as Siberian waters. The cold was intense, and cultivation difficult, but the waters teemed with fish, and the very danger and hardships of their capture gave it new zest. Besides this, it was a central point for trade, and so additionally recommended to the Huron, who still, as of old, sought to advance his worldly prospects by commerce. Stationed in this new spot, Father Marquette's first care was to raise a chapel. Rude and unshapely was the first sylvan shrine raised by Catholicity at Mackinac. Its sides of logs, its roof of bark, had nothing to impress the senses, nothing to win by a dazzling exterior the wayward child of the forest. All was as simple as the faith he taught. Such was the origin of the mission of St. Ignatius, or Michilimackinac, already in a manner begun the previous year by missionary labors on the island of that name. The Hurons soon built near the chapel a palisade fort, less stout and skilful indeed than the fortresses found in among their kindred Iroquois by Cartier and Champlain, but in their declining state sufficient for their defense. No details of Marquette's labors during the first year have reached us. He wrote no letters to recount his wanderings. But of the second year we are better informed. An unpublished manuscript gives us the following letter addressed to Father Dablon. Reverend Father, the Hurons, called Tionontateronnons, or Petun Nation, who composed the mission of St. Ignatius at Michilimackinac, begun last year near the chapel of a fort enclosing all their cabins. They have come regularly to prayers, and have listened more readily to the instructions I gave them, consenting to what I required to prevent their disorders and abominable customs. We must have patience with untutored minds, who know only the devil, who, like their ancestors, have been his slaves, and who often relapse into the sins in which they were nurtured. God alone can fix these fickle minds, and place and keep them in his grace, and touch their hearts while we stammer at their ears. The Tionontateronnons number this year 380 souls, and besides 60 Outaouassiniganks have joined them. Some of these came from the mission of St. Francis Xavier, where Father Andre wintered with them last year. They are quite changed from what I saw them at La Pointe. The zeal and patience of that missionary have gained to the faith those hearts which seemed to us most averse to it. They now wish to be Christians. They bring their children to the chapel to be baptized, and come regularly to prayers. Having been obliged to go to Sainte Marie du Sault with Father Allouez last summer, the Hurons came to the chapel during my absence as regularly as if I had been there, the girls singing what prayers they knew. They counted the days of my absence, and constantly asked when I was to be back. I was absent only 14 days, and on my arrival all assembled at chapel, some coming even from their fields, which are at a very considerable distance. I readily went to their pumpkin feast, where I instructed them and invited them to thank God, who gave them food in plenty, while other tribes that had not yet embraced Christianity were actually struggling with famine. I ridiculed dreams, and urged those who had been baptized to acknowledge him whose adopted children they were. Those who gave the feast, though still idolaters, spoke in high terms of Christianity, and openly made the sign of the cross before all present. Some young men, whom they had tried by ridicule to prevent from doing it, persevered and made the sign of the cross in the greatest assemblies, even when I am not present. An Indian of distinction among the Hurons, having invited me to a feast where the chiefs were, called them severally by name and told them that he wished to declare his thoughts, that all might know it, namely that he was a Christian, and that he renounced the god of dreams and all their lewd dances, that the black gown was master of his cabin, and that for nothing that might happen would he forsake his resolution. Delighted to hear this, I spoke more strongly than I had ever yet done, telling them that my only design was to put them in the way of heaven, that for this alone I remained among them, that this obliged me to assist them at the peril of my life. As soon as anything is said in an assembly, it is immediately divulged through all the cabins, as I saw in this case by the assiduity of some in coming to prayers, and by the malicious efforts of others to neutralize my instructions. Severe as the winter is, it does not prevent the Indians from coming to the chapel. Some come twice a day, be the wind or cold what it may. Last fall I began to instruct some to make general confessions of their whole life, and to prepare others who had never confessed since their baptism. I would not have supposed that Indians could have given so exact an account of all that had happened in the course of their life. But it was seriously done, as some took 2 weeks to examine themselves. Since then I have perceived a marked change, so that they will not go even to ordinary feasts without asking my permission. I have this year baptized 28 children, one of which had been brought from St. Marie du Sault, without having received that sacrament, as the Reverend Father Henry Nouvel informed me to put me on my guard. Without my knowing it, the child fell sick. But God permitted that while instructing in my cabin 2 important and sensible Indians, one asked me whether such a sick child was baptized. I went at once, baptized it, and it died the next night. Some of the other children too are dead, and now in heaven. These are the consolations which God sends us, which make us esteem our life more happy as it is more wretched. This Reverend Father is all I give about this mission, where minds are now more mild, tractable, and better disposed to receive instructions than in any other part. I am ready, however, to leave it in the hands of another missionary, to go on your order to seek new nations toward the South Sea, who are still unknown to us, and to teach them of our great God whom they have hitherto unknown. Such was the laborious post to which this talented yet humble missionary condemned himself, daily subjected to the caprices of some, the insults and petty persecution of others, looking only to another world for the reward of labors which, crowned with the most complete success, would in the eyes of the world seem unimportant. But motives are the test of merit, and convinced by the studies of riper years, no less than by the early teachings of a mother, that the baptismal promises were a reality, he sought to open by that sacrament the doors of bliss to the dying infant, or more aged but repenting sinner. To him the salvation of a single soul was more grand and noble than the conquest of an empire, and thus borne up he labored on. This letter, of which the date is not given, nor the closing words, must have been written in the summer of 1672, and transmitted to the Quebec by the Ottawa flotilla. The same conveyance doubtless brought him back the assurance that his prayers had been heard, that the government had at last resolved to act in the matter, and that he was the missionary selected to accompany the expedition. His heart exulted at the prospect, though he foresaw the danger to which he was exposed, a health already shaken by his toils and hardships, a difficult and unknown way, the only nation known, the fierce Dakota, now hostile to the French and their allies, with many another tribe noted in Indian story for deeds of blood, closed up their path. But this did not alarm him. The hope of a glorious martyrdom, while opening the way to future heralds of the cross, buoyed him up, though in his humility he never spoke of martyrdom. To him it was but a death to cease to offend God. This now engrossed his thoughts, and he waited with anxiety the coming of Jolliet, named to undertake the expedition. At last he arrived. and by a happy coincidence on the feast of the Immaculate Conception of the Blessed Virgin, whom, says the pious missionary, I had always invoked since my coming to the Ottawa country, in order to obtain of God the favor of being able to visit the nations on the Mississippi River. End of section 5. Section 6 of Discovery and Exploration of the Mississippi Valley. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by THBosc. Discovery and Exploration of the Mississippi Valley by John Gilmary SHEA. Part 3 of the Life of Father James Marquette. The winter was spent in the necessary arrangements regulating the affairs of his missions, which he left, it would seem, in the hands of Father Pearson, and in drawing up the maps and statements which Indian narrators could enable them to form. At last, on the 17th of May, 1673, they embarked in 2 canoes at Mackinac, and proceeded to Green Bay. Whence ascending the Fox River, they at last reached the Wisconsin by its portage, and glided down to the Mississippi. We need not here detail this remarkable voyage, the first down the great river, as his whole narrative is contained in the volume. Sufficient to say that with Jolliet he descended to the Arkansas, and having thus ascertained the situation of the mouth, and the perfect navigability of the river, reascended it as far as the mouth of the Illinois, into which they turned, and by a portage reached Lake Michigan, and in September arrived without accident at the mission in Green Bay. In this voyage he twice met the Peoria tribe of the Illinois, and baptized one dying child at the water's edge as he left them finally. He also passed the Kaskaskia tribe of the same nation on the upper waters of the Illinois, and having been already named an Illinois missionary, he yielded to their earnest entreaties, and promised to return and begin a mission among them. He had now reached Green Bay, but his health had given way. He was prostrated by disease, and was not completely restored before the close of the following summer. By the Ottawa flotilla of that year, he transmitted to his superior copies of his journal down the Mississippi, and doubtless the map which we now publish. The return of the fleet of canoes brought him the necessary orders for the establishment of the Illinois mission, and as his health was now restored, he set out on the 25th of October, 1674, for Kaskaskia. The line of travel at that time was to coast along to the mouth of the Fox River, then turn up as far as the little bay which nearly intersects the peninsula, where a portage was made to the lake. This was the route now taken by Marquette with 2 men to aid him, accompanied by a number of Potawatomis and Illinois. Reaching the lake, the canoes coasted along slowly, the missionary often proceeding on foot along the beautiful beach, embarking only at the rivers. He represents the navigation of the lake as easy, there being, says he, no portage to make, and the landing easy, provided you do not persist in sailing when the winds and waves are high. The soil except in the prairies was poor, but the chase was abundant, and they were thus well supplied. In spite of all his courage, he was at last unable to proceed. By the 23rd of November his malady had returned, and though he continued to advance, exposed to the cold and snows, when he reached Chicago River on the 4th of December, he found the river closed, and himself too much reduced to be able to attempt that winter march by land. There was no alternative but to winter there alone, and accordingly instructing his Indian companions as far as time allowed, they went their way, and he remained with his 2 men at the portage. Within 50 miles of them were other 2 Frenchmen, trappers and traders, one of whom was a surgeon at least in name, and still nearer an Illinois village. The former had prepared a cabin for the missionary, and one came now to visit him, being informed of his ill health. The Indians who had also heard it wished to send a party to carry him and all his baggage, fearing that he might suffer from want. The good missionary, charmed at their solicitude, sent to reassure them on that head, although he was forced to tell them that if his malady continued, he would find it difficult to visit them even in the spring. Alarmed at this, the sachems of the tribe assembled and deputed 3 to visit the Black Gown, bearing 3 sacks of corn, dried meat, and pumpkins, and 12 beaver skins. First, to make him a mat. Second, to ask him for powder. Third, to prevent his being hungry. Fourth, to get some merchandise. I answered them, says Marquette in his last letter, first, that I came to instruct them by speaking of the prayer, Second, that I would not give them powder, as we endeavored to make peace everywhere, and because I did not wish them to begin a war against the Miamis. Third, that we did not fear famine. Fourth, that I would encourage the French to bring them merchandise, and that they must make reparation to the traders there for the beads taken from them, while the surgeon was with me. The missionary then gave them some axes, knives, and trinkets, in return for their presents, and as a mark of his gratitude for their coming 20 leagues to visit him. Before he dismissed them, he promised to make every effort to reach the village, were it but for a few days. On this, says he, they bid me take heart and stay and die in their country, as I had promised to remain a long time, and they returned to their winter camps. Despairing now of being able to reach his destined goal without the interposition of heaven, the missionary turned to the patroness of his mission, the Blessed Virgin Immaculate, and with his 2 companions began a novena in her honor. Nor was his trust belied. God heard his prayer, his illness ceased, and though still weak, he gradually gained strength. And when the opening of the river and the consequent inundation compelled them to remove, he again resumed his long interrupted voyage to Kaskaskia, then on the upper waters of the Illinois River. During this painful wintering, which for all his expressions of comfort was one of great hardship and suffering, his hours were chiefly spent in prayer. Convinced that the term of his existence was drawing rapidly to a close, he consecrated this period of quiet to the exercises of a spiritual retreat in which his soul overflowed with heavenly consolations, as rising above its frail and now tottering tenement, it soared toward that glorious home it was so soon to enter. The journal of his last voyage comes down to the 6th of April, when the weather arrested his progress, 2 days after he reached Kaskaskia, where he was received as an angel from heaven. It was now Monday in Holy Week, and he instantly began his preliminary instructions, assembling for that purpose the chiefs and old men, and going from cabin to cabin where new crowds constantly gathered. When he had thus prepared all to understand his meaning and object, he convoked a general assembly in the open prairie on Monday to Thursday, and raising a rustic altar, adorned it with pictures of the Blessed Virgin, under whose invocation he had placed his new mission. He turned to the assembled chiefs and warriors, and the whole tribe seated or standing around, and by 10 presents declared the object of his coming, and the nature of the faith he bore, explaining the principal mysteries of religion, and especially the mystery of redemption, the incarnation and death of the Son of God, which the Church then commemorated. He then celebrated Mass for the first time in his new mission, and during the following days renewed his separate instructions. After celebrating the great festival of Easter, his malady began to appear once more, and he felt that the period granted to his earnest prayers was ended. The sole object to which he had for years directed all the aspirations of his heart was now attained. He had actually begun his Illinois mission. He had given them the first rudiments of instruction in public and in private. He had twice in their midst offered up the adorable sacrifice. There was no more to be asked on earth. He was content to die. In hopes of reaching his former mission of Mackinac, to die with his religious brethren around him, fortified by the last rites of the Church, he set out escorted to the lake by the Kaskaskias, to whom he promised that he, or some other missionary, should soon resume his labors. He seems to have taken the way by the St. Joseph's River, and reached the eastern shore of Lake Michigan, along which he had not yet sailed. His strength now gradually failed, and he was at last so weak that he had to be lifted in and out of his canoe when they landed each night. Calmly and cheerfully he saw the approach of death, for which he prepared by assiduous prayer. His office he regularly recited to the last day of his life, a meditation on death, which he had long since prepared for this hour, he now made the subject of his thoughts. And as his kind but simple companions seemed overwhelmed at the prospect of their approaching loss, he blessed some water with the usual ceremonies, gave his companions directions how to act in his last moments, how to arrange his body when dead, and to commit it to the earth with the ceremonies he prescribed. He now seemed but to seek a grave. At last perceiving the mouth of a river, which still bears his name, he pointed to an eminence as the place of his burial. His companions, Peter Porteret and James, still hoped to reach Mackinac, but the wind drove them back, and they entered the river by the channel, where it emptied then, for it has since changed. They erected a little bark cabin, and stretched the dying missionary beneath it as comfortably as their want permitted them. Still a priest rather than a man, he thought of his ministry, and for the last time heard the confessions of his companions, and encouraged them to rely with confidence on the protection of God, then sent them to take the repose they so much needed. When he felt his agony approaching, he called them, and taking his crucifix from around his neck, he placed it in their hands, and pronouncing in a firm voice his professions of faith, thanked the Almighty for the favor of permitting him to die a Jesuit, a missionary, and alone. Then he relapsed into silence, interrupted only by his pious aspirations, till at last, with the names of Jesus and Mary on his lips, with his eyes raised as if in ecstasy above his crucifix, with his face all radiant with joy, he passed from the scene of his labors to the God who was to be his reward. Obedient to his directions, his companions, when the first outbursts of grief were over, laid out the body for burial, and to the sound of his little chapel bell, bore it slowly to the point which he had pointed out. Here they committed his body to the earth, and raising a cross above it, returned to their now desolate cabin. Such was the edifying and holy death of the illustrious explorer of the Mississippi on Saturday, the 18th of May, 1675. He was of a cheerful, joyous disposition, playful even in his manner, and universally beloved. His letters show him to us as a man of education, close observation, sound sense, strict integrity, a freedom from exaggeration, and yet a vein of humor which here and there breaks out, in spite of all his self-command. But all these qualities are little compared to his zeal as a missionary, to his sanctity as a man. His holiness drew on him in life the veneration of all around him, and the lapse of years has not even now destroyed it in the descendants of those who knew him. Footnote. It led to the romantic tales which have even found their way into sober history. The missionaries in the West now hear the same account as that which Charlevoix believed and inserted. End of footnote. In one of his sanctity, we naturally find an all-absorbing devotion to the Mother of the Savior, with its constant attendance, and angelical love of purity, and a close union of the heart with God. It is indeed characteristic of him. The privilege which the Church honors under the title of the Immaculate Conception was the constant object of his thoughts. From his earliest youth he daily recited the little office of the Immaculate Conception, and fasted every Saturday in her honor. As a missionary, a variety of devotions directed to the same end still show his devotions, and to her he turned in all his trials. When he discovered the great river, when he founded his new mission, he gave it the name of the Conception, and no letter, it is said, ever came from his hand that did not contain the words Blessed Virgin Immaculate, and the smile that lighted up his dying face induced his poor companions to believe that she had appeared before the eyes of her devoted client. Like St. Francis Xavier, whom he especially chose as the model of his missionary career, he labored 9 years for the moral and social improvement of nations sunk in paganism and vice, and as he was alternately with tribes of varied tongues, found it was necessary to acquire a knowledge of many American languages. 6 he certainly spoke with ease, many more he is known to have understood less perfectly. His death, however, was as he had always desired, more like that of the Apostle of the Indies. There is, indeed, a striking resemblance between their last moments, and the wretched cabin, the desert shore, the few destitute companions, the lonely grave, all harmonize in Michigan and Saint-Cyr. He was buried as he had directed, on a rising ground near the little river, and a cross raised above his grave showed to all the place of his rest. The Indians soon know it, and 2 years after his death, and almost on the very anniversary his own flock, the Kiskakons, returning from their hunt, stopped there, and with Indian ideas, resolved to disinter their father, and bear his revered bones to their mission. At once they did so. The bones were placed in a neat box of bark, and the flotilla, now become a funeral convoy, proceeded on its way, the missionary thus accomplishing in death the voyage which life had not enabled him to terminate. A party of Iroquois joined them, and as they advanced to Mackinac, other canoes shot out to meet them with the 2 missionaries of the place, and there upon the waters rose the Solemn de Profundis, continued till the body reached the land. It was then borne to the church with cross and prayer and tapers burning like his zeal, and incense rising like his aspirations to heaven. In the church a pall had been arranged in the usual form for a coffin, and beneath it was placed the little box of bark, which was next, after a solemn service, deposited in a little vault in the middle of the church, where, says our chronicler, he reposes as the guardian angel of our Ottawa missions. There he still reposes, for I find no trace of any subsequent removal. Vague tradition, like that of his death as given by Charlevoix and others, would indeed still place him at the mouth of his river, but it is certain that he was transferred to the church of Old Mackinac in 1677. This church was, as I judge from a manuscript relation, 1675, erected subsequent to the departure of Marquette from Mackinac, and probably about 1674. The founding of the post of Detroit drew from Mackinac the Christian Hurons and Ottawas, and the place became deserted. Despairing of being able to produce any good among the few pagan Indians, and almost as pagan coureurs de bois who still lingered there, the missionaries resolved to abandon the post, and set fire to their church in or about the year 1706. Another was subsequently erected, but this too has long since disappeared. Footnote: in Lahontan there is a plan of Mackinac, the site of the church in which Marquette was buried. As to its fidelity I cannot speak, but with that of the Boleyn in 1744, showing the sites of the second church at Old Mackinac and the third one in New Mackinac, the place of the original one, and of Marquette's grave, may perhaps be determined. End of footnote. The history of his narrative and map are almost as curious as that of his body. We have seen that he transmitted copies to his superior, and went to his last mission. Frontenac had promised to send a copy to the government, and in all probability he did. At this moment the publication of the Jesuit Relations ceased, though not from choice on their part, as the manuscript of the year 1672-73 prepared for the press by Father Dablon still exists. It could not have been from any difficulty on the part of the printer, as the announcement of the expedition to the Mississippi would have given it circulation, even though the journal itself were reserved for the next year. To the French government then we must attribute the non-publication of further relations, the more so as they neglected to produce the narrative of Marquette in their possession. The whole might have fallen into perfect oblivion, had not the narrative come into the hands of Thévenot, who had just published a collection of travels. Struck with the importance of this, he issued a new volume in 1681, called Recueil de Voyages, in which the journal of Father Marquette, as commonly known, appeared with a map of the Mississippi. The narrative is evidently taken from a manuscript like that in my hands, in the writing of which I can see the cause of some of the strange forms which Indian names have assumed. The opening of the narrative was curtailed, and occasional omissions made in the beginning, few at the end. The map is so different from that which still exists in the handwriting of Father Marquette, that it is not probable that it was taken from it. With greater likelihood, we may believe it to be Jolliet's map, drawn from recollection, which Frontenac, as his dispatch tells us, transmitted to France in 1674. If this be so, it has a new value as an original map, and not a blundering copy. Sparks, in his life Father Marquette, observes truly of this first published map of the Mississippi. It was impossible to construct it without having seen the principal objects delineated, and he adds, it should be kept in mind that this map was published at Paris in the year 1681, and consequently the year before the discoveries of La Salle on the Mississippi, and that no intelligence respecting the country it represents could have been obtained from any source subsequently to the voyage of Marquette. Footnote: the map in Thévenot had an addition of the editor in the words Chemin de l'aller and Chemin du retour. The latter is incorrect, but it came from his endeavor to make Father Marquette meet the Peorias on his return. He did not know that the villages went into a body to hunt, and that the two explorers might thus have met them below the Illinois River, or on it. Other errors on the map are easily rectified. The change of the letter gives us Miskousing, Kashkakin, Demon, Peware, Aliniwek, etc. End of footnote. Of the narrative itself, he says, it is written in a terse, simple, and unpretending style. The author relates what occurs, and describes what he sees without embellishment or display. He writes as a scholar, and as a man of careful observation and practical sense. There is no tendency to exaggerate, nor any attempt to magnify the difficulties he had to encounter, or the importance of his discovery. In every point of view, this tract is one of the most interesting of those which illustrate the early history of America. In spite of all this, it was overlooked and nearly forgotten. All the writers connected with La Salle's expedition, except the first edition of Hennepin, published in 1683, speak of Jolliet's Voyage as fiction. Marquette they never mention, but in Le Clercq, and those whom he cites, in the second Hennepin and Joutel, in all, in fact, except the faithful Tonty, the narrative of Marquette is derided, called a fable, or narrative of a pretended voyage, and one actually goes so far as to say that, sailing up the river with the book in his hand, he could not find a word of truth in it. As a necessary result of these assertions, which few examined, most writers in France and elsewhere passed over it, and in works on the Mississippi, no discovery prior to that of La Salle is mentioned. Even Harris, who cites Marquette by name, as describing the Calumet, and calls him a man of good sense and fair character, does not give him due credit as the first explorer. Indeed, the services and narrative would hardly have escaped from oblivion, had not Charlevoix brought them to light in his great work on Canada, nearly 70 years after the events. Footnote. And even he misstates the time of its publication. Thénevaux's edition, of which Harvard possesses a copy, was issued in 1681, not 1687. End of footnote. As to the charges themselves, they are clearly refuted by Frontenac's dispatches. Hennepin, in his Description de la Louisiane, and Father Anastasius de la Clercq admit that Jolliet descended the Mississippi below the mouth of the Missouri. Membret evidently alludes to his work. Thus even his maligners admit that he was on the river, and without the dispatches. Without the force of its publication prior to La Salle's voyage, we need only weigh the respective writers by their works. We find in Marquette simple narrative, in the others the declamation of partisans, and the disposition to deprive Jolliet and Marquette of the honor of reaching the Mississippi at all, though they are forced to admit it. Meanwhile, one of the copies, after having been prepared for publication by Father Claude Dablon, superior of the mission, with the introductory and supplementary matter in the form in which we now give it, lay unnoticed and unknown in the archives of the Jesuit College at Quebec. It did not even fall into the hands of Father Charlevoix when collecting material for his history, for he seems to have made little research, if any, into the manuscripts at the College of Quebec. A few years after the publication of his work, Canada fell into the hands of England, and the Jesuits and Recollects, as religious orders, were condemned, the reception of new members being positively forbidden. The members of each order now formed tontines, the whole property, on the death of the last survivor, to go to the British government or to the law knows whom, if situated in the United States. The last survivor of the Jesuits, Father Cazot, after beholding that venerable institution, the College of Quebec closed for want of professors, and Canada, deprived of its only, and Northern America of its oldest collegiate seat of learning, felt at last that death would soon close with him the Society of Jesus in Canada. A happy forethought for the historic past induced him to wish to commit to other than to state hands some objects and documents regarded as relics by the members of his society. Of these he made a selection, unfortunately too moderate and too rapid, and these papers he deposited in the Hôtel Digne, or hospital at Quebec, an institution destined to remain, as the nuns who directed it had not fallen under the ban of the government. They continued in their hands from shortly before 1800 till 1844, when the faithful guardians of the trust presented them to the Reverend Father Martin, one of the Jesuit fathers who returned in 1842, the scene of the labors and sacrifices of their society, on the application of Mr. B. F. French, to publish the narrative of Marquette in his historical collections, and apply the proceeds and such other sums as might be received to the erection of a monument to the great discoverer of the Mississippi. The manuscript journal and map were committed to the hands of the writer of these sketches. This narrative is a very small quarto, written in a very clear hand, with occasional corrections, comprising in all 60 pages. Of these, 37 contain his voyage down the Mississippi, which is complete except a hiatus of one leaf in the chapter of the Calumet. The rest are taken up with the account of his second voyage, death and burials, and the voyage of Father Allouez. The last 9 lines on page 60 are in the handwriting of Father Dablon, and are written as late as 1678. With it were found the original map in the handwriting of Father Marquette, as published now for the first time, and a letter begun but never ended by him, addressed to Father Dablon, containing a journal of the voyage on which he died, beginning with the 26th of October, 1674, and running down to the 6th of April. The endorsements on it, in the same hand as the direction, ascribe the letter to Father Marquette, and a comparison between it, the written parts of the map, and a signature of his found in a parish register at Buncherville would alone, without any knowledge of its history, establish the authenticity of the map and letter. End of section 6.
Section 7 of Discovery and Exploration of the Mississippi Valley. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Kangaroo. Discovery and Exploration of the Mississippi Valley by John Gilmary SHEA. Notice on the Sieur Jolliet. After so extended a notice on Father Marquette, it would seem unjust to say nothing of his illustrious companion in his great voyage. It would be doubly interesting to give a full account of Jolliet, as he was a native of the country. But unfortunately, our materials are scanty and our notices vague. Neither his birthplace nor its epoch has, as far as the present writer knows, been ascertained. His education he owed to the Jesuit College of Quebec, where, unless I am mistaken, he was a classmate of the first Canadian who was advanced to priesthood. Jolliet was thus connected with the Jesuits, and apparently was an assistant in the college. After leaving them, he proceeded to the west to seek his fortune in the fur trade. Here he was always on terms of intimacy with the missionaries, and acquired the knowledge and experience which induced the government to select him as the explorer of the Mississippi. The choice was most agreeable to the missionaries, and he and Marquette immortalized their names. They explored the great river and settled all doubts as to its course. On his return, Jolliet lost all his papers in the rapids above Montreal, and could make but a verbal report to the government. This, however, he reduced to writing, and accompanied with a map drawn from his recollection. On the transmission of these to France, he, doubtless, expected to be enabled to carry out such plans as he had conceived, and to profit to some extent by his great discovery. But he was thrown aside by more flattered adventurers. The discoverer of the Mississippi was rewarded, as if in mockery, with an island in the Gulf of St. Lawrence. This was Anticosti, and here Jolliet built a fort and a dwelling for his family, and houses for trade. They were not, however, destined to be a source of emolument to him. His labors were devoted also to other fields. Thus we find him, in 1689, in the employment of the government, rendering essential services in the West. 2 years after his island was taken by the English fleet, and he himself with his wife and mother-in-law, probably while attempting to reach Quebec, fell into the hands of Phipps, the English commander. His vessel and property were a total loss, but his liberty he recovered when the English retired from the walls of Quebec. Of his subsequent history there are but occasional traces, and we know only that he died some years prior to 1737. End of Section 7. Recording by Kangaroo.
Section 8 of Discovery and Exploration of the Mississippi Valley. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Kurt from Tucson, Arizona. Discovery and Exploration of the Mississippi Valley by John Gilmary SHEA. Notice on Father Dablon. Part 1. Voyages and Discoveries of Father James Marquette. Relation of the Voyages, Discoveries, and Death of Father James Marquette, and the subsequent Voyages of Father Claudius Allouez by Father Claudius Dablon, Superior of the Missions of the Society of Jesus in New France, prepared for publication in 1678. Notice on Father Dablon. Father Claudius Dablon came to Canada in 1655 and was immediately sent to Onondaga, where he continued with but one short interval of absence till the mission was broken up in 1658. 3 years later, he and the hardy Jolliet attempted to reach Hudson's Bay by the Saguenay, but were arrested at the sources of the Nakuba by Iroquois war parties. In 1668, he followed Father Marquette to Lake Superior, became superior of the Ottawa Mission, founded Sault Ste. Marie's, visited Green Bay, and reached the Wisconsin with Allouez, then returned to Quebec to assume his post as superior of all the Canada missions. This office he held with intervals for many years, certainly till 1693, and he was still alive, but not apparently superior in the following year. As the head of the missions, he contributed in no small degree to their extension, and above all to the exploration of the Mississippi by Marquette. He published the Relations of 1670 to 71 and 72, with their accurate map of Lake Superior, and prepared for press those of 1672 to 73 and 1673 to 79, which still remain in manuscript, and the following narratives of Marquette and Allouez. The period of his death is unknown. His writings are the most valuable collection on the topography of the Northwest which have come down to our days. The Voyages and Discoveries of Father James Marquette in the Valley of the Mississippi. Chapter 1 of the first voyage made by Father Marquette toward New Mexico and how the design was conceived. Father Marquette had long projected this enterprise, impelled by his ardent desire of extending the kingdom of Jesus Christ, and of making him known and adored by all the nations of that country. He beheld himself, as it were, at the door of these new nations, when in 1670 he was laboring at the mission of La Pointe de Saint-Esprit. Footnote. This place is now called simply La Pointe, as the lake is called Superior, retaining only the first word of its former name, Lac Supérieur aux Antouacs, end of footnote, which is at the extremity of the upper lake of the Ottawas. He even saw at times many of those new tribes, concerning whom he gathered all the information that he could. This induced him to make several efforts to undertake the enterprise, but always in vain. He had even given up all hopes of succeeding, when the Almighty presented him the following opportunity. In 1673, the Comte de Frontenac, footnote, Louis de Boisde, Comte de Frontenac, succeeded Monsieur de Courcelles in the government of Canada in 1672. Monsieur Talon, the wise and energetic intendant of the colony, seeing the advantages to be derived to France from the discovery of the Mississippi River, immediately, on the arrival of Comte de Frontenac, laid before him his plan for exploring that river, which was adopted, and the administration of Frontenac is signalized by the first exploration of the Mississippi by Marquette and Jolliet between the Wisconsin and Arkansas, and by the subsequent voyage of La Salle, who continued the survey to the Gulf, while his companion Hennepin visited the portion between the Wisconsin and St. Anthony's Falls. But before the return of La Salle, Comte de Frontenac's term had expired, and he was in 1682 succeeded by Monsieur Lefebvre de la Barre. But he was afterward reinstated governor of Canada in 1689 and died at the age of 77. He was a brave and ambitious man, and to his wise administration may be attributed the consolidation of French power in North America. End of footnote. Our governor and Mr. Talon, then our intendant, knowing the importance of this discovery, either to seek a passage from here to the China Sea by the river which empties into the California or Red Sea. Footnote. The Gulf of California was called by the Spaniards Mar de Cortez, or more commonly Mar Bermejo, from its resemblance in shape and color to the Red Sea. In ignorance of this fact, the French translated Bermejo by Vermeil, and English writers Vermilion. End of footnote. Or to verify what was afterwards said of the two kingdoms of Teguayo and Quivira, which border on Canada, and where gold mines are, it is said abundant. Footnote. Teguayo, or commonly Tegu, and sometimes apparently Tejas, and Quivira, were two kingdoms as to which the imagination of the Spaniards, and especially of the Mexicans, had become so aroused that Fieu, in his Teatro Critico, includes them in the category of fabled lands, St. Brandon's Isle, the El Dorado, etc., although he admits that he hesitated as he found Quivira mentioned by every geographer. These two kingdoms, which lay east of the country, north of the river Gila, and are probably the present New Mexico and Texas, were first made known by the attempt of a Franciscan missionary to reach the rich countries of the interior, which had been spoken of by Cabeza de Vaca. The missionary in question, Fray Mark, a native of Nico in Italy, crossed the Gila, and from the well-built houses and cotton dresses of the people, easily gave credit to the accounts of more wealthy tribes. A subsequent expedition showed that he had been mistaken, and none but hardy missionaries sought to penetrate to the fabled land. The belief of its mineral wealth was, however, too deeply rooted to be easily shaken, and the discovery of California's resources in our days has justified it, and shows that Talon, in seeking to reach California from Canada, attempted no chimerical project. End of footnote. These gentlemen, I say, both at the same time selected for the enterprise the Sieur Jolliet, whom they deemed competent for so great a design, wishing to see Father Marquette accompany him. Footnote. It would seem by this wording that Marquette was not officially chosen for the expedition. The troubles at the time between the civil and ecclesiastical authorities will account for this, while the researches made by Marquette as to the river, and his knowledge of the Indians and their dialects, rendered it important that he should be one of the party. That his account alone survived, and that it was published in his name, was something neither expected nor intended by any of those concerned, as Monsieur Jolliet had prepared an account of the expedition, the loss of which, as stated in the text, alone raised the journal of Father Marquette to its present degree of importance. In 1680, the French government rewarded the Sieur Jolliet for this eminent service by a grant of the island of Anticosti, in the Gulf of St. Lawrence, and in 1697, by the seigneury of Jolliet, in Beauce County, Canada, which is now the property of the Honorable Titacherin, one of the judges of the Court of King's Bench. End of footnote. They were not mistaken in their choice of the Sieur Jolliet, for he was a young man, born in this country, and endowed with every quality that could be desired in such an enterprise. He possessed experience and a knowledge of the languages of the Ottawa country. Footnote. The Ottawa, or Antauca, were first called by the French cheveux relevés, and placed on Great Manitoulin. Their Indian name is then given in the form Ndatahuata. The earlier Jesuit relations called them Undatawawak, and Bressani Undawawat, under the form Utawak, Atawaks. It was applied as a general term to all the Algonquin tribes on Lake Superior and Michigan, who traded with the French. The English, in the same way, applied to them the name of the tribe, which they called Chippeways, and the French Ouchibuek, which is still more diversified by the new spelling Ojibwa, pronounced by Schoolcraft. End of footnote. Country, where he had spent several years, he had the tact and prudence so necessary for the success of a voyage equally dangerous and difficult. And lastly, he had courage to fear nothing where all is to be feared. He accordingly fulfilled the expectations entertained of him, and if, after having passed through dangers of 1,000 kinds, he had not unfortunately been wrecked in the very harbor, his canoe having upset below the Sault St. Louis, near Montreal, where he lost his men and papers, and only escaped by a kind of miracle with his life, the success of his voyage had left nothing to be desired. Section 1. Departure of Father James Marquette for the discovery of the great river called by the Indians Mississippi, which leads to New Mexico. The day of the Immaculate Conception of the Blessed Virgin, whom I had always invoked since I have been in this Ottawa country, to obtain of God the grace to be able to visit the nations on the river Mississippi. Footnote. The name of this river is derived from the Algonquin language, one of the original tongues of our continent. It was spoken by every tribe from the Chesapeake to the Gulf of St. Lawrence, and running westward to the Mississippi and Lake Superior. The Abnakis, Montagnes, Algonquins proper, Ottawas, Nipissings, Nez Perces, Illinois, Miamis, Sacs, Foxes, Mohegans, Delawares, Shawnees, and Virginia Indians, as well as the minor tribes of New England, all spoken dialects of this widespread language. The only exception in this vast strip of territory was the Huron-Iroquois language, spoken by the Hurons, Petunia-Neuters, and Iroquois, which is distinct from the Algonquin. The word Mississippi is a compound of the word Missi, signifying great, and Sepe, a river. The former is variously pronounced Missile or Michel, as in Michilimackinac, Mishi, as in Michigan, Missu, as in Missouri, and Missy, as in Mississippi. The word Sippy may be considered in the English pronunciation derived through the medium of the French of sepe, and affords an instance of an Indian term of much melody, being corrupted by Europeans into one that has a harsh and hissing sound. End footnote. Was identically that on which Monsieur Jolliet arrived with orders of the Comte de Frontenac, our governor, and Monsieur Talon, our intendant, to make this discovery with me. I was the more enraptured at this good news, as I saw my designs on the point of being accomplished, and myself in the happy necessity of exposing my life for the salvation of all these nations, and particularly for the Illinois, who had, when I was at Le Point de Saint-Esprit, very earnestly entreated me to carry the word of God to their country. We were not long in preparing our outfit, although we were embarking on a voyage, the duration of which we could not foresee. Indian corn with some dried meat was our whole stock of provisions. With this we set out in 2 bark canoes. Footnote. The 2 frail canoes which bore these adventurous travelers from the snows of Canada to the more genial clime of the Arkansas were constructed entirely different from those wood canoes with which the Indians navigated the Hudson and the Delaware, and which we still occasionally see in use among our western tribes. The Canadian canoe made use of in this expedition was built of birch bark, cedar splints, and ribs of spruce roots covered with yellow pine pitch, so light and so strong that they could be carried across portages on the shoulders of 4 men, and paddled at the rate of 4 miles per hour in smooth water. For river navigation, where there are no rapids or portages, nothing could be better adapted for explorations, and they were used in subsequent expeditions to explore the Missouri, St. Peter's, Columbia, and Mackenzie rivers. End footnote. Monsieur Jolliet, myself, and 5 men, firmly resolved to do all and suffer all for so glorious an enterprise. It was on the 17th of May, 1673, that we started from the mission of St. Ignatius at Michilimackinac. Footnote. This is not the island, but the point north of it in the present county of that name, Charlevoix. The mission was subsequently on the south, if we credit Charlevoix's map, and finally on the island of that name. End footnote. Where I then was. Our joy at being chosen for this expedition roused our courage, and sweetened the labor of rowing from morning till night. As we were going to seek unknown countries, we took all possible precautions that, if our enterprise was hazardous, it should not be foolhardy. For this reason, we gathered all possible information from Indians who had frequented those parts, and even from their accounts traced a map of all the new country, marking down the rivers on which we were to sail, the names of the nations and places through which we were to pass, the course of the great river, and what direction we should take when we got to it. Above all, I put our voyage under the protection of the Blessed Virgin Immaculate, promising her that if she did us the grace to discover the great river, I would give it the name of Conception, and that I would also give that name to the first mission which I should establish along these new nations, as I have actually done among the Illinois. Footnote: the name which the pious missionary gave to the Mississippi is found only here, and on the accompanying map, which corresponds perfectly with his narrative. The name of the Immaculate Conception, which he gave to the mission among the Kaskaskias, was retained as long as that mission lasted, and is now the title of the church in the present town of Kaskaskia. Although his wish was not realized in the name of the great river, it has been fulfilled in the fact that the Blessed Virgin, under the title of the Immaculate Conception, has been chosen by the prelates of the United States assembled in a national council as the patroness of the whole country, so that not only in the vast valley of the Mississippi, but from the Atlantic to the Pacific, the Blessed Virgin, Immaculate, is as dear to every American Catholic as is Our Lady of Guadalupe to our Mexican neighbors. End of footnote. Section 2. The father visits, by the way, the Wild Oats tribes. What these Wild Oats are. He enters the Bay of the Fetid. Some particulars as to this bay. He reaches the Fire Nation. With all these precautions, we made our paddles play merrily over a part of Lake Huron and that of the Illinois into the Bay of the Fetid. The first nation that we met was that of the Wild Oats. Footnote: this plant, the Zizania aquatica of Lynn, is perennial and forms the principal food of most of the northwestern tribes. It is called in English wild rice, and in French fol au vent, or wild oats. It was first accurately described in the rel. 1662-63, apparently from Maynard's letters. The tribe here alluded to are the Umaluminic Malhomanes, or Menomones, whose river still shows their locality. End footnote. I entered their river to visit them, as we have preached the gospel to these tribes for some years past, so that there are many good Christians among them. The wild oats from which they take their name, as they are found in their country, are a kind of grass which grows spontaneously in little rivers with slimy bottoms, and in marshy places. They are very like the wild oats that grow up among our wheat. The ears are on stalks knotted at intervals. They rise above the water about the month of June, and keep rising till they float about 2 feet above it. The grain is not thicker than our oats, but is as long again, so that the meal is much more abundant. The following is the manner in which the Indians gather it and prepare it for eating. In the month of September, which is the proper time for this harvest, they go in canoes across these fields of wild oats, and shake the ears on their right and left into the canoe as they advance. The grain falls easily if it is ripe, and in a little while their provision is made. To clear it from the chaff and strip it of a pellicle in which it is enclosed, they put it to dry in the smoke on a wooden lattice, under which they keep up a small fire for several days. When the oats are well dried, they put them in a skin of the form of a bag, which is then forced into a hole made on purpose in the ground. They then tread it out so long and so well that the grain, being freed from the chaff, is easily winnowed. After which they pound it to reduce it to meal, or even unpounded, boil it in water seasoned with grease. And in this way, wild oats are almost as palatable as rice would be when not better seasoned. I informed these people of the wild oats of my design of going to discover distant nations to instruct them in the mysteries of our holy religion. They were very much surprised, and did their best to dissuade me. They told me that I would meet nations that never spare strangers, but tomahawk them without any provocation. that the war which had broken out among various nations on our route exposed us to another evident danger, that of being killed by the war parties which are constantly in the field, that the great river is very dangerous, unless the difficult parts are known, that it was full of frightful monsters who swallowed up men in canoes together, that there is even a demon there who can be heard from afar, who stops the passage and engulfs all who dare approach. Lastly, that the heat is so excessive in those countries that it would infallibly cause our death. I thanked them for their kind advice, but assured them that I could not follow it, as the salvation of souls was concerned, that for them I should be too happy to lay down my life, that I made light of their pretended demon, that we would defend ourselves well enough against the river monsters, and besides, we should be on our guard to avoid the other dangers with which they threatened us. After having made them pray and given them some instruction, I left them, and embarking in our canoes, we soon after reached the extremity of the Bay of the Fetid, where our fathers labor successfully in the conversion of these tribes, having baptized more than 2,000 since they have been there. This bay bears a name which has not so bad a meaning in the Indian language, for they call it rather Salt Bay than Fetid Bay, although among them it is almost the same, and this is also the name which they give to the sea. This induced us to make very exact researches to discover whether there were not in these parts some salt springs, as there are among the Iroquois, but we could not find any. Footnote. The tribe called by the French Puants were the Unabugouic, our Winnebagoes. Rel. 1672-73. In the relation of 1636, they are called Owitziranwanons, which, as the termination shows, was their name among the Hurons. Charlevoix, on what ground I know not, calls them Ochagras. As Marquette justly remarks, their name signified salt, rather than fetid, and they are undoubtedly the gens de mer discovered by the adventurous Nicolet, 300 leagues west of the Hurons, several years prior to his death in 1642. Rel. 1642-43, page 8. Indeed, the dislike of the Indians to salt was so great that they confounded the two terms. When Father Le Moyne visited Onondaga, he heard of a spring in which there was a devil that made it fetid. It was, in fact, a salt spring. So, too, the accounts of the death of the heroic missionaries, Brebeuf and Lemont, shows that the Iroquois detected in the flesh of the latter, who had recently left European food, traces of salt which they disliked, and they showed their disgust in the additional torture they inflicted. All this establishes the identity of the terms fetid and salt, and confirms what is stated in the relation of 1653-54, and by Bressani in his brave relations, that the Winnebagoes were so called because they came from the fetid water or ocean, which was then said to be 9 days' journey to the west. In point of fact, the Winnebagoes are a branch of the Dahota family, which, advancing further east than the rest, became cut off from them and surrounded by Algonquins. Hence the very name comes in to confirm the philological researches which connect them with the Tartars. The bay called formerly Baie des Points, or Le Grand Bay, has now become Green Bay, and the town of that name is near the site of the old mission of St. Francis Xavier, founded in 1670. End of footnote. We accordingly concluded that the name has been given on account of the quantity of slime and mud there, constantly exhaling noisome vapors, which cause the loudest and longest peals of thunder that I ever heard. The bay is about 30 leagues long and 8 wide at its mouth. It narrows gradually to the extremity, where it is easy to remark the tide which has its regular flow and ebb, almost like that of the sea. This is not the place to examine whether they are real tides, whether they are caused by the winds or by some other age, whether there are winds, outriders of the moon or attached to her suite, which consequently agitate the lake and give it a kind of flow and ebb whenever the moon rises above the horizon. What I can certainly aver is, that when the water is quite tranquil, you can easily see it rise and fall with the course of the moon, although I do not deny that this movement may be caused by distant winds, which, pressing on the center of the lake, make it rise and fall on the shore in the way that meets our eyes. Footnote. This last opinion now prevails, and the tides of the lake, which have been so much discussed, are now ascribed to the action of the winds, although Charlevoix supposed it was owing to the springs at the bottom of the lakes, and to the shock of their currents, with those of the rivers, which fall into them from all sides, and thus produce those intermitting motions. End footnote. We left this bay to enter a river. Footnote. The Fox River of Green Bay is about 260 miles in length. The portage between the headwaters of this river and the Wisconsin, Musconsing, is over a level plain, and during high water canoes frequently pass over the lowest parts of the prairie from one river to the other. End footnote. Emptying into it. It is very beautiful at its mouth, and flows gently. It is full of bustards, duck, teal, and other birds, attracted by the wild oats of which they are very fond. But when you have advanced a little up this river, it becomes very difficult, both on account of the currents, and of the sharp rocks, which cut the canoes and the feet of those who are obliged to drag them, especially when the water is low. For all that, we passed the rapids safely, and as we approached Muscutans, the Fire Nation, I had the curiosity to drink the mineral waters of the river, which is not far from this town. I also took time to examine an herb, the virtue of which an Indian, who possessed the secret, had with many ceremonies made known to Father Allouez. Its root is useful against the bite of serpents, the Almighty having been pleased to give this remedy against a poison very common in the country. It is very hot, and has the taste of powder when crushed between the teeth. It must be chewed and put on the bite of the serpent. Snakes have such an antipathy to it that they fly from one rubbed with it. It produces several stalks about a foot long, with pretty long leaves, and a white flower, much like the gillyflower. Footnote. This plant is called by the French serpent à sonnette, and is an infallible remedy against the poison of snakes. The root is commonly reduced to a powder, which the Indians chew or make a poultice of, which prevents the poison from taking effect. It may be taken in water with the same effect. It has a nauseous smell, and is always avoided by snakes. If 2 or 3 drops are put into a snake's mouth, it immediately dies. End footnote. I put some into my canoe to examine it at leisure, while we kept on our way toward Muscutans, where we arrived on the 7th of June. End of Section 8. Section 9 of Discovery and Exploration of the Mississippi Valley. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Kurt from Tucson, Arizona. Section 3. Description of the village of Muscutans. What transpired between the father and the Indians? The French began to enter a new and unknown country, and reached the Mississippi. Here we are then at Muscutans. This word in Algonquin may mean Fire Nation. Footnote. Father Marquette, who was a good Algonquin scholar, does not speak positively as to the meaning of Muscutans, though from his use of the common interpretation, he evidently favored it. Charlevoix, indeed, treats this as an error, and says that Muscutanic means a prairie, but on the meaning of an Indian name, a traveler is more apt to err than one habituated to the country and its dialects. Certain it is that, from the earliest times, there dwelt on Lake Michigan a tribe known to the Indians of Canada by the name of Fire Indians. Their Huron name was Assista-Guerenons, from Assista, fire. They lay beyond the Puants, says the early historian Brother Sagard. Under the same name, Assiste-Renons, they are mentioned by Father Brebeuf as the enemies of the tribes called by the French the Neutral Nation, who lay chiefly north of Lake Erie between Ontario and Lake St. Clair. Now, as the peninsula between Detroit and Lake Michigan was not inhabited by any Indian tribe, the Assiste must have dwelt beyond Lake Michigan, in the territory where we afterward find a tribe called by the Algonquins Mascoutene, or Nation of Fire. End of footnote. And that is the name given to them. This is the limit of the discoveries made by the French, for they have not yet passed beyond it. This town is made up of 3 nations gathered here, Miamis, Mascoutins, and Kickaboos. The first are more civil, liberal, and better made. They wear 2 long earlocks, which give them a good appearance. They have the name of being warriors, and seldom send out war parties in vain. They are very docile, listen quietly to what you tell them, and showed themselves so eager to hear Father Allouez when he was instructing them, that they gave him little rest, even at night. The Mascoutins and Kickaboos are ruder and more like peasants compared to the others. As bark for cabins is rare in this country, they use rushes, which serve them for walls and roof, but which are no great shelter against the wind, and still less against the rain when it falls in torrents. The advantage of this kind of cabins is that they can roll them up and carry them easily where they like in hunting time. When I visited them, I was extremely consoled to see a beautiful cross planted in the midst of the town, adorned with several white skins, red belts, bows, and arrows, which these good people had offered to the great Manitou, such is the name they give to God, and thank him for having had pity on them during the winter, giving them plenty of game when they were in greatest dread of famine. I felt no little pleasure in beholding the position of this town. The view is beautiful and very picturesque, for from the eminence on which it is perched, the eye discovers on every side prairies spreading away beyond its reach, interspersed with thickets or groves of lofty trees. Footnote. This narrative abounds with sketches of scenery and Indian localities that would grace the artist's pencil. End footnote. The soil is very good, producing much corn. The Indians gather also quantities of plums and grapes, from which good wine could be made, if they chose. No sooner had we arrived than Monsieur Jolliet and I assembled the sachems. He told them he was sent by our governor to discover new countries, and I by the Almighty to illumine them with the light of the gospel. Footnote. The missionaries were careful to avoid all appearance of a worldly or national mission. Most of those in our northern parts were French, but though they planted the cross on many a mountain and valley, history cannot tell us the place where they carved the lilies of the Bourbon. In fact, they never did. End of footnote. That the sovereign master of our lives wished to be known by all nations, and that to obey his will I did not fear death, to which I exposed myself in such dangerous voyages that we needed 2 guides to put us on our way. These, making them a present, we begged them to grant us. This they did very civilly, and even proceeded to speak to us by a present, which was a mat to serve us as a bed on our voyage. The next day, which was the 10th of June, 2 Miamis, whom they had given us as guides, embarked with us in the sight of a great crowd, who could wonder enough to see 7 Frenchmen alone in 2 canoes, dare to undertake so strange and so hazardous an expedition. We knew that there was, 3 leagues from Mascoutins, a river emptying into the Mississippi. Footnote. Father Marquette, however, never uses the article with Mississippi, Paquitanui, and other names of rivers. End footnote. We knew, too, that the point of the compass we were to hold to reach it was the west-southwest, but the way is so cut up by marshes and little lakes that it is easy to go astray, especially as the river leading to it is so covered with wild oats that you can hardly discover the channel. Hence, we had good need of our 2 guides, who led us safely to a portage of 2,700 paces, and helped us to transport our canoes to enter this river, after which they returned, leaving us alone in an unknown country in the hands of Providence. We now leave the waters which flow to Quebec, a distance of 400 or 500 leagues, to follow those which will henceforth lead us into strange lands. Before embarking, we all began together a new devotion to the Blessed Virgin Immaculate, which we practiced every day, addressing her particular prayers to put under her protection both our persons and the success of our voyage. Then, after having encouraged one another, we got into our canoes. The river on which we embarked is called Meskousing. It is very broad, with a sandy bottom forming many shallows, which render navigation very difficult. It is full of vine-clad islets. On the banks appear fertile lands diversified with wood, prairie, and hill. Here you will find oaks, walnut, whitewood, and another kind of tree with branches armed with long thorns. We saw no small game or fish, but deer and moose. Footnote. The French word here is vache, which has been generally translated bison or buffalo. This is clearly a mistake. They had not yet reached the buffalo ground, and the missionary afterward describes the animal when he meets it. The animal called by the Canadian French vache sauvage was the American elk or moose. Boucher expressly states that buffaloes were found only in the Ottawa country, that is, in the far west, while the vache sauvage, or original, and âne sauvage, or caribou, were seen in Canada. End footnote. In considerable numbers. Our route was southwest, and after sailing about 30 leagues, we perceived a place which had all the appearances of an iron mine, and in fact one of our party who had seen some before, averred that the one we had found was very good and very rich. It is covered with 3 feet of good earth, very near a chain of rock, whose base is covered with fine timber. After 40 leagues on this same route, we reached the mouth of our river, and finding ourselves at 42½ degrees north, we safely entered the Mississippi. Footnote. This latitude is nearly correct. Prairie du Chien is in north latitude 43 degrees 8 minutes. The mouth of the Wisconsin, or as he writes it, Meskousing, is distant 180 miles from the portage. Above this it can be ascended 90 miles, and then connected by short portages with the Ontonagon and Montreal rivers of Lake Superior. The Wisconsin country was subsequently inhabited by the Sacs and Foxes, but they were afterward driven away by the Chippeways and French. End footnote. On the 17th of June, with a joy that I cannot express. Section 4. Of the great river called Mississippi, its most striking peculiarities. Various animals, and particularly the piscus, or wild cattle, their form and disposition, the first Illinois villages reached by the French. Here then we are on this renowned river, of which I have endeavored to remark attentively all the peculiarities. The Mississippi River has its source in several lakes. Footnote. It would appear from this remark that the source of the Mississippi River, which is now ascertained to be in Itasca Lake, and more than 3,000 miles from the Gulf of Mexico, was then perfectly well known to the northwestern tribes. End footnote. In the country of the nations of the north, it is narrow at the mouth of the Meskousing. Its current, which runs south, is slow and gentle. On the right is a considerable chain of very high mountains, and on the left fine lands. It is in many places studded with islands. On sounding, we have found 10 fathoms of water. Its breadth is very unequal. It is sometimes 3/4 of a league, and sometimes narrows into 3 arpents, 220 yards. We gently follow its course, which bears south and southeast till the 42nd degree. Here we perceive that the whole face is changed. There is now almost no wood or mountain. The islands are more beautiful and covered with finer trees. We see nothing but deer and moose, bustards and wingless swans, for they shed their plumes in this country. From time to time we meet monstrous fish, one of which struck so violently against our canoe that I took it for a large tree about to knock us to pieces. Footnote: this was probably the catfish of the Mississippi, Silurus mississippiensis. They sometimes grow enormously large and strike with great force any object that comes in their way. End footnote. Another time we perceived on the water a monster with the head of a tiger, a pointed snout like a wildcat's, a beard and ears erect, a grayish head and neck, all black. Footnote: probably an American tiger cat, the Pichu du Sud of Calm. They differ from those of Africa and South America because they have no spots. End footnote. We saw no more of them. On casting our nets, we have taken sturgeon and a very extraordinary kind of fish. Footnote: the Polyodon spatula of Lynn. It is now very rare and but seldom found in the Mississippi. It is also called by the French le spatule. End footnote. It resembles a trout with this difference, that it has a larger mouth, but smaller eyes and snout. Near the latter is a large bone like a woman's busk, 3 fingers wide and a cubit long. The end is circular and as wide as the hand. In leaping out of the water, the weight of this often throws it back. Having descended as far as 41 degrees 28 minutes, following the same direction, we find that turkeys have taken the place of game, and the Pisicius. Footnote: this animal was first made known by Coronado's expedition to Cibola in 1540. That commander preceded us as far as the Rio Grande from the Gulf of California in search of the realms of Quivira. His greatest discovery was that of the bison plains, and this peculiarly American animal. From the first object of his expedition to Cibola, a town on the Gila, the animal received among Spanish writers the same name. Boucher, in his Natural History of Canada, calls it the buffalo, and Father Marquette, who was the first Frenchman to reach the bison range, gives here its Indian name, Pisiquiu, but I do not find that the name was ever adopted. The term wild cattle, bœuf sauvage, was generally used by the French as buffalo, was later by the English settlers, till the term bison, used by Pliny, was applied exclusively to this species. The buffalo has a clumsy gait like the domestic ox. Unlike the ox, however, it exhibits no diversity of color, being a uniform dark brown inclining to dun. It is never spotted with black, red, or white. It has short black horns growing nearly straight from the head, and set at a considerable distance apart. The male has a hunch upon its shoulders, covered with long flocks of shaggy hair, extending to the top of the head, from which it falls over the eyes and horns, giving him a very formidable appearance. The hoofs are cloven like those of the cow. The tail is naked toward the end, where it is tufted in the manner of the lion. The Indians employ both the rifle and arrow to hunt it, and in the prairies of Missouri and Arkansas they pursue them on horseback. But on the upper Mississippi, where they are destitute of horses, they make use of several ingenious stratagems. One of the most common of these is the method of hunting them with fire. The buffaloes have a great dread of fire and retire toward the center of the prairie as they see it approach. Then, being pressed together in great numbers, the Indians rush in with their arrows and musketry, and slaughter immense numbers in a few hours. Few animals of the American forest contribute more to the comforts of savage life. The skin is dressed to supply them with clothing and blankets. The tallow is an article of commerce. The tongue is a delicate article of food, and the flesh, when dried after their manner, serves them for bread and meat. The buffalo is generally found between 31 degrees and 49 degrees north latitude, and west of the Mississippi. South of 31 degrees north latitude, the buffalo is not found, but its place is supplied in Mexico by the wild ox, without a hunch, which is considered of European origin. End footnote. Or wild cattle, that of other beasts. We call them wild cattle because they are like our domestic cattle. They are not longer, but almost as big again, and more corpulent. Our men having killed one, 3 of us had considerable trouble in moving it. The head is very large, the forehead flat, and 1.5 feet broad between the horns, which are exactly like those of our cattle, except that they are black and much larger. Under the neck there is a kind of large crop hanging down, and on the back a pretty high hump. The whole head, the neck, and part of the shoulders are covered with a great mane like a horse's. It is a crest 1 foot long, which renders them hideous, and falling over their eyes, prevents their seeing before them. The rest of the body is covered with a coarse curly hair like the wool of our sheep, but much stronger and thicker. It falls in summer, and the skin is then as soft as velvet. At this time the Indians employ the skins to make beautiful robes, which they paint of various colors. The flesh and fat of the Pisicius are excellent, and constitute the best dish in banquets. They are very fierce, and not a year passes without their killing some Indian. When attacked, they take a man with their horns, if they can, lift him up, and then dash him on the ground, trample on him, and kill him. When you fire at them from a distance with a gun or bow, you must throw yourself on the ground as soon as you fire, and hide in the grass. For if they perceive the one who fired, they rush on him and attack him. As their feet are large and rather short, they do not generally go very fast, except when they are irritated. They are scattered over the prairies like herds of cattle. I have seen a band of 400. We advanced constantly, but as we did not know where we were going, having already made more than 100 leagues without having discovered anything but beasts and birds, we kept well on our guard. Accordingly, we make only a little fire on the shore at night to prepare our meal, and after supper keep as far off from it as possible, passing the night in our canoes, which we anchor in the river pretty far from the bank. Even this did not prevent one of us being always as a sentinel for fear of a surprise. Proceeding south and south-southwest, we find ourselves at 41 degrees north, then at 40 degrees and some minutes, partly by southeast and partly by southwest, after having advanced more than 60 leagues since entering the river, without discovering anything. At last, on the 25th of June, we perceive footprints of men by the waterside and a beaten path entering a beautiful prairie. We stopped to examine it, and concluding that it was a path leading to some Indian village, we resolved to go and reconnoiter. We accordingly left our 2 canoes in charge of our people, cautioning them strictly to beware of a surprise. Then Monsieur Jolliet and I undertook this rather hazardous discovery for 2 single men, who thus put themselves at the discretion of an unknown and barbarous people. We followed the little path in silence, and having advanced about 2 leagues, we discovered a village on the banks of the river, and 2 others on a hill, half a league from the former. Footnote. These villages are laid down on the map on the westerly side of the Mississippi, and the names of the 2 are given, Peoria and Moenguina, whence it is generally supposed that the river on which they lay is that now called the Des Moines. The upper part of that river still bears the name Wanganon, while the latitude of the mouth seems to establish the identity. It must, however, be admitted that the latitude given at that day differs from ours generally, from 30 minutes to a degree, as we see in the case of the Wisconsin and Ohio. This would throw Moenguina somewhat higher up. End footnote. Then indeed we recommended ourselves to God with all our hearts, and having implored his help, we passed on undiscovered, and came so near that we even heard the Indians talking. We then deemed it time to announce ourselves, as we did by a cry, which we raised with all our strength, and then halted without advancing any further. At this cry the Indians rushed out of their cabins, and having probably recognized us as French, especially seeing a black gown. Footnote. This is the well-known Indian name for the Jesuits. End footnote. Or at least having no reason to distrust us, seeing we were but two, and had made known our coming, they deputed 4 old men to come and speak with us. 2 carried tobacco pipes, well adorned, and trimmed with many kinds of feathers. They marched slowly, lifting their pipes toward the sun, as if offering them to him to smoke, but yet without uttering a single word. They were a long time coming the little way from the village to us. Having reached us at last, they stopped to consider us attentively. I now took courage, seeing these ceremonies which are used by them only with friends, and still more on seeing them covered with stuffs, which made me judge them to be allies. I therefore spoke to them first, and asked them who they were. They answered that they were Illinois, and in token of peace, they presented their pipes to smoke. They then invited us to their village, where all the tribe awaited us with impatience. These pipes for smoking are called in the country calumets. Footnote. We are probably indebted to Father Marquette for the addition to our language of this word. End footnote. A word that is so much in use that I shall be obliged to employ it in order to be understood, as I shall have to speak of it frequently. Section 5. How the Illinois received the Father in their village. At the door of the cabin in which we were to be received was an old man awaiting us in a very remarkable posture, which is their usual ceremony in receiving strangers. This man was standing, perfectly naked, with his hands stretched out and raised toward the sun, as if he wished to screen himself from its rays, which nevertheless passed through his fingers to his face. When we came near him, he paid us this compliment: "How beautiful is the sun, O Frenchman, when thou comest to visit us! All our town awaits thee, and thou shalt enter all our cabins in peace." He then took us into his, where there was a crowd of people who devoured us with their eyes, but kept a profound silence. We heard, however, these words occasionally addressed to us: "Well done, brothers, to visit us." As soon as we had taken our places, they showed us the usual civility of the country, which is to present the calumet. You must not refuse it, unless you would pass for an enemy, or at least for being impolite. It is, however, enough to pretend to smoke. While all the old men smoked after us to honor us, some came to invite us on behalf of the great sachem of all the Illinois to proceed to his town, where he wished to hold a council with us. We went with a good retinue, for all the people who had never seen a Frenchman among them could not tire looking at us. They threw themselves on the grass by the wayside. They ran ahead, then turned and walked back to see us again. All this was done without noise, and with marks of a great respect entertained for us. Having arrived at the great sachem's town, we espied him at his cabin door between 2 old men, all 3 standing naked with their calumet turned toward the sun. He harangued us in few words to congratulate us on our arrival, and then presented us his calumet and made us smoke. At the same time we entered his cabin, where we received all their usual greetings. Seeing all assembled and in silence, I spoke to them by 4 presents which I made. By the first I said that we marched in peace to visit the nations on the river to the sea. By the second I declared to them that God their Creator had pity on them, since after their having been so long ignorant of him, he wished to become known to all nations, that I was sent on his behalf with this design, that it was for them to acknowledge and obey him. By the third, that the great chief of the French informed them that he spread peace everywhere, and had overcome the Iroquois. Lastly, by the fourth, we begged them to give us all the information they had of the sea, and of the nations through which we should have to pass to reach it. When I had finished my speech, the sachem rose, and laying his hand on the head of a little slave whom he was about to give us, spoke thus: "I thank thee, Black Gown, and thee, Frenchman," addressing Monsieur Jolliet, "for taking so much pains to come and visit us. Never has the earth been so beautiful, nor the sun so bright as today. Never has our river been so calm, nor so free from rocks, which your canoes have removed as they passed. Never has our tobacco had so fine a flavor, nor our corn appeared so beautiful as we behold it today. Here's my son, that I give thee, that thou mayst know my heart. I pray thee to take pity on me and all my nation. Thou knowest the Great Spirit who has made us all. Thou speakest to him, and hearest his word. Ask him to give me life and health, and come and dwell with us, that we may know him." Saying this, he placed the little slave near us, and made us a second present, an all-mysterious calumet, which they value more than a slave. By this present he showed us his esteem for our governor, after the account we had given of him. By the third, he begged us, on behalf of his whole nation, not to proceed further, on account of the great dangers to which we exposed ourselves. I replied that I did not fear death, and that I esteemed no happiness greater than that of losing my life for the glory of him who made all. But this these poor people could not understand. The council was followed by a great feast, which consisted of 4 courses, which we had to take with all their ways. The first course was a great wooden dish full of sagamity, that is to say, of Indian meal, boiled in water and seasoned with grease. The master of ceremonies, with a spoonful of sagamity, presented it 3 or 4 times to my mouth, as we would do with a little child. He did the same to Monsieur Jolliet. For the second course, he brought in a second dish containing 3 fish. He took some pains to remove the bones, and having blown upon it to cool it, put it in my mouth, as we would food to a bird. For the third course, they produced a large dog. Footnote: the dog among all Indian tribes is more valued and more esteemed than by any people of the civilized world. When they are killed for a feast, it is considered a great compliment, and the highest mark of friendship. If an Indian sees fit to sacrifice his faithful companion to give to his friend, it is to remind him of the solemnity of his professions. End footnote. Which they had just killed, but learning that we did not eat it, it was withdrawn. Finally, the fourth course was a piece of wild ox, the fattest portions of which were put into our mouths. After this feast, we had to visit the whole village, which consists of full 300 cabins. While we marched through the streets, an orator was constantly haranguing to oblige all to see us without being troublesome. We were everywhere presented with belts, garters, and other articles made of the hair of the bear and wild cattle, dyed red, yellow, and gray. These are their rarities, but not being of consequence, we did not burthen ourselves with them. We slept in the sachem's cabin, and the next day took leave of him, promising to pass back through his town in 4 moons. He escorted us to our canoes with nearly 600 persons, who saw us embark, evincing in every possible way the pleasure our visit had given them. On taking leave, I personally promised that I would return the next year to stay with them and instruct them. But before leaving the Illinois country, it will be well to relate what I remarked of their customs and manners. Section 6. Character of the Illinois, their manners and customs, their esteem of the calumet or tobacco pipe, and their dance in its honor. To say Illinois is, in their language, to say the men, as if other Indians compared to them were mere beasts, and it must be admitted that they have an air of humanity. that we had not remarked in the other nations that we had seen on the way. The short stay I made with them did not permit me to acquire all the information I would have desired. The following is what I remarked in their manners. They are divided into several villages, some of which are quite distant from that of which I speak, and which is called Peoria. This produces a diversity in their language, which in general has a great affinity to the Algonquin, so that we easily understood one another. They are mild and tractable in their disposition, as we experienced in the reception they gave us. They have many wives, of whom they are extremely jealous. They watch them carefully, and cut off their nose or ears when they do not behave well. I saw several who bore the marks of their infidelity. They are well-formed, nimble, and very adroit in using the bow and arrow. They use guns also, which they buy of our Indian allies, who trade with the French. They use them especially to terrify their enemies by the noise and smoke. The others lying too far to the west have never seen them, and do not know their use. They are warlike and formidable to distant nations in the south and west, where they go to carry off slaves, whom they make an article of trade, selling them at high price to other nations for goods. Footnote. It would appear from this remark that a traffic in Indian slaves was carried on extensively at a very early period by the aborigines of North America. End footnote. The distant nations against whom they go to war have no knowledge of Europeans. They are acquainted with neither iron or copper, and have nothing but stone knives. When the Illinois set out on a war party, the whole village is notified by a loud cry made at the door of their huts the morning and evening before they set out. The chiefs are distinguished from the soldiers by their wearing a scarf. Footnote. The scarf or belt has always formed a part of the costume of chiefs. Among the tribes of the West, it is generally made of long hair braided in figures with shells, beads, etc. Belts of deer and buffalo skins are also worn. These belts are worn over the left shoulder and passed around the waist, ending in a long fringe. In addition to the scarf, they likewise adorn themselves with arm, knee, and wristbands, knee rattles made of deer hoofs, and arm themselves with a formidable bow and arrow, war club, and scalping knife. End footnote. Ingeniously made of the hair of bears and wild oxen. The face is painted with red lead or ochre, which is found in great quantities a few days' journey from their village. Footnote. The custom of painting their bodies is characteristic of all savage tribes. The native Britons, Germans, and Scandinavians formerly practiced it. The savage tribes of North and South America continue the custom to the present day, with a view of rendering themselves more attractive to their friends, or more terrible to their enemies. The substances usually employed are ochres, clays, native oxides of iron, and other minerals the production of their country. When they go to war, they paint themselves red. When they mourn for their friends or relatives, with black. At other times, they cover their face and body with a variety of fantastic colors, which they are very skillful in mixing. End footnote. They live by game, which is abundant in this country, and on Indian corn, of which they always gather a good crop, so that they have never suffered by famine. They also sow beans and melons, which are excellent, especially those with a red seed. Their squashes are not of the best. They dry them in the sun to eat in the winter and spring. Their cabins are very large. They are lined and floored with rush mats. They make all their dishes of wood, and their spoons of the bones of the buffalo, which they cut so well that it serves them to eat their sagamity easily. They are liberal in their maladies, and I believe that the medicines given them operate in proportion to the presents they have made the medicine man. Their only clothes are skins. Their women are always dressed very modestly and decently, while the men do not take any pains to cover themselves. Through what superstition I know not, some Illinois as well as some Naudouesi, while yet young, assume the female dress, and keep it all their life. There is some mystery about it, for they never marry, and glory in debasing themselves to do all that is done by women. Footnote. Others represent this custom to have been to satisfy that unnatural lust which dishonored all paganism, from the vaunted Trajan to the lowest savage. See Hennepin's account of this custom in his Voyage en un pays plus grand que l'Europe, entre mer glaciale et le Nouveau Mexique. End footnote. Yet they go to war, though allowed to use only a club, and not the bow and arrow, the peculiar arm of men. They are present at all the juggleries and solemn dances in honor of the calumet. They are permitted to sing, but not to dance. They attend the councils, and nothing can be decided without their advice. Finally, by the profession of an extraordinary life, they pass for manitous, that is, for genii, or persons of consequence. It now only remains for me to speak of the calumet, than which there is nothing among them more mysterious or more esteemed. Men do not pay to the crowns and scepters of kings the honor they pay to it. It seems to be the god of peace and war, the arbiter of life and death. Carry it about you and show it, and you can march fearlessly amid enemies, who even in the heat of battle lay down their arms when it is shown. Hence the Illinois gave me one, to serve as my safeguard amid all the nations that I had to pass on my voyage. There is a calumet for peace and one for war, distinguished only by the color of the feathers with which they are adorned, red being the sign of war. They use them also for settling disputes, strengthening alliances, and speaking to strangers. Footnote. The calumet of peace is adorned with the feathers of the white eagle, and the bearer of it may go everywhere without fear, because it is held sacred by all tribes. End footnote. It is made of a polished red stone, like marble, so pierced that one end serves to hold the tobacco, while the other is fastened on the stem, which is a stick 2 feet long, as thick as a common cane, and pierced in the middle. It is ornamented with the head and neck of different birds of beautiful plumage. They also add large feathers of red, green, and other colors, with which it is all covered. They esteem it particularly because they regard it as the calumet of the sun, and in fact they present it to him to smoke when they wish to obtain calm, or rain, or fair weather. They scruple to bathe at the beginning of summer, or to eat new fruits till they have danced it. They do it thus. The calumet dance. Footnote. Besides the calumet dance, these tribes have a great variety of other dances wholly of their own invention. 21 of these are still in use among the southwestern Indians, to each of which there is a history attached, and many of them, without doubt, have been handed down from generation to generation until their origin is even lost in tradition. End footnote. Which is very famous among these Indians, is performed only for important matters, sometimes to strengthen a peace or to assemble for some great war, at other times for a public rejoicing. Sometimes they do this honor to a nation who is invited to be present. Sometimes they use it to receive some important personage, as if they wish to give him the entertainment of a ball or comedy. In winter, the ceremony is performed in a cabin. In summer, in the open fields. They select a place surrounded with trees so as to be sheltered beneath their foliage against the heat of the sun. In the middle of the space, they spread out a large party-colored mat of rushes. This serves as a carpet on which to place with honor the god of the one who gives the dance, for every one has his own god or manitou. Footnote. Manitou is a word employed to signify the same thing by all Indians from the Gulf of Mexico to the Arctic regions. In the Indian language, it signifies spirit. They have good and bad manitous, great and small manitous, a manitou for every cave, waterfall, or other commanding object in nature, and generally make offerings at such places. Their bad manitou answers to our devil. All Indians are more or less superstitious, and believe in miraculous transformations, ghosts, and witchcraft. They have jugglers and prophets who predict events, interpret dreams, and perform incantations and mummeries. In the true acceptation of the term, the Indians have a religion, for they believe in a great spirit who resides in the clouds and reigns throughout the earth. The French missionaries have been the most successful in planting Christianity among them, but in general they prefer to follow the religion of their fathers. The savage mind, habituated to sloth, is not easily roused into a state of moral activity, and therefore in general they are incapable of embracing and understanding the sublime truths and doctrines of the evangelical law. End footnote. As they call it, which is a snake, a bird, or something of the kind which they have dreamed in their sleep, and in which they put all their trust for the success of their wars, fishing, and hunts. Near this Manitou, and at its right, they put the calumet in honor of which the feast is given, making around about it a kind of trophy, spreading there the arms used by the warriors of these tribes, namely the war club, bow, hatchet, quiver, and arrows. Things being thus arranged, and the hour for dancing having arrived, those who are to sing take the most honorable place under the foliage. They are the men and the women who have the finest voices and who accord perfectly. The spectators then come and take their places around under the branches. But each one, on arriving, must salute the Manitou, which he does by inhaling the smoke and then puffing it from his mouth upon it, as if offering incense. Each one goes first and takes the calumet respectfully, and supporting it with both hands makes it dance in cadence, suiting himself to the air of the song. He makes it go through various figures, sometimes showing it to the whole assembly by turning it from side to side. After this, he who is to begin the dance appears in the midst of the assembly and goes first. Sometimes he presents it to the sun, as if he wished it to smoke. Sometime he inclines it to the earth, and at other times he spreads its wings as if for it to fly. At other times he approaches it to the mouths of the spectators for them to smoke, the whole in cadence. This is the first scene of the ballet. The second consists in a combat to the sound of a kind of drum, which succeeds the songs, or rather joins them, harmonizing quite well. The dancer beckons to some brave to come and take the arms on the mat, and challenges him to fight to the sound of the drums. The other approaches, takes his bow and arrow, and begins a duel against the dancer who has no defense but the calumet. This spectacle is very pleasing, especially as it is always done in time, for one attacks, the other defends, one strikes, the other parries, one flies, the other pursues. Then he who fled faces and puts his enemy to flight. This is all done so well with measured steps, and the regular sound of voices and drums, that it might pass for a very pretty opening of a ballet in France. The third scene consists of a speech delivered by the holder of the calumet, for the combat being ended without bloodshed. He relates the battles he was in, the victories he has gained, he names the nations, the places, the captives he has taken, and as reward, he who presides at the dance presents him with a beautiful beaver robe, or something else, which he receives, and then he presents the calumet to another, who hands it to a third, and so to all the rest, till all having done their duty, the presiding chief presents the calumet itself to the nation invited to this ceremony in token of the eternal peace, which shall reign between the two tribes. The following is one of the songs which they are accustomed to sing. They give it a certain expression, not easily represented by notes, yet in this all its grace consists. Ninahani, 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 Naniongo. We take leave of our Illinois about the end of June at 3 o'clock in the afternoon, and embark in sight of all the tribe, who admire our little canoes, having never seen the like. We descend, following the course of the river, toward another called Pekitanui. Footnote: the name here given by Marquette, Pekitanui, that is muddy water, prevailed till Marest's time, 1712. A branch of Rock River is still called Pecatonica. The Recollects call the Missouri the river of the Osages. End footnote. Which empties into the Mississippi, coming from the northwest, of which I have something considerable to say, after I have related what I have remarked of this river. Passing by some pretty high rocks which line the river, I perceived a plant which seemed to me very remarkable. Its root is like small turnips, linked together by little fibers which had the taste of carrots. From this root springs a leaf as wide as the hand, half of a finger thick with spots in the middle. From this leaf spring other leaves like the sockets of chandeliers in our saloons. Each leaf bears 5 or 6 bell-shaped yellow flowers. Footnote. Probably the cactus opuntia, several species of which grow in the western states. End footnote. We found abundance of mulberries as large as the French, and a small fruit which we took at first for olives, but it had a taste of an orange, and another as large as a hen's egg. We broke it in half and found 2 separations, in each of which were encased 8 or 10 seeds shaped like an almond, which are quite good when ripe. Footnote. Probably the Diospyros virginiana, or persimmon tree. End footnote. The tree which bears them has, however, a very bad smell, and its leaf resembles that of the walnut. There are also in the prairies fruit resembling our filberts, but more tender. The leaves are larger and spring from a stalk crowned at the top with a head like a sunflower, in which all these nuts are neatly arranged. They are very good cooked or raw. Footnote. Probably the Castanea pumila, or chinkapin. End footnote. As we coasted along rocks frightful for their height and length, we saw 2 monsters painted on one of these rocks, which startled us at first, and on which the boldest Indian dare not gaze long. They are as large as a calf, with horns on the head like a deer, a fearful look, red eyes, bearded like a tiger, the face somewhat like a man's, the body covered with scales, and the tail so long that it twice makes the turn of the body, passing over the head and down between the legs, and ending at last in a fish's tail. Green, red, and a kind of black are the colors employed. On the whole, these 2 monsters are so well painted that we could not believe any Indian to have been the designer, as good painters in France would find it hard to do as well. Besides this, they are so high upon the rock that it is hard to get conveniently at them to paint them. This is pretty nearly the figure of these monsters as I drew it off. Footnote. The drawing of these figures by Marquette is lost. The painted monsters, says Stoddard, on the side of a high perpendicular rock, apparently inaccessible to man between the Missouri and the Illinois, and known to moderns by the name of Piesa, still remain in a good degree of preservation. End footnote. As we were discoursing of them, sailing gently down a beautiful, still, clear water, we heard the noise of a rapid into which we were about to fall. I have seen nothing more frightful. A mass of large trees, entire with branches, real floating islands, came rushing from the mouth of the river Pecatanoui, so impetuously that we could not, without great danger, expose ourselves to pass across. The agitation was so great that the water was all muddy and could not get clear. Pecatanoui. Footnote. Father Marquette had now reached the junction of the Missouri and the Mississippi, in latitude north, 38 degrees 50 minutes. The Achelons and Teleboas, says Stoddard, are insignificant rivers when compared with the Mississippi and Missouri. Yet Thucydides and Xenophon exerted all their powers to render them immortal. The 2 great rivers of the West furnish themes still more pregnant with the sublime and beautiful. The great length of them, the variety of scenery as they roll among mountains or over extensive plains, at once charm the senses and warm the imagination. The facilities they yield to commerce, the superfluous wealth of 20 states conveyed to the ocean, the variety of climates, soils, and productions on their borders, the mineral and other subterranean riches of the soil, seem to be designed by heaven to impress us with their importance and sublimity. End footnote. Is a considerable river which, coming from very far in the northwest, empties into the Mississippi. Many Indian towns are ranged along this river, and I hope, by its means, to make the discovery of the Red or California Sea, We judged by the direction the Mississippi takes that if it keeps on the same course it has its mouth in the Gulf of Mexico, it would be very advantageous to find that which leads to the South Sea, toward California, and this, as I said, I hope to find by the Pekatanui, following the account which the Indians have given me. For from them I learned that advancing up this river for 5 or 6 days, you come to a beautiful prairie 20 or 30 leagues long, which you must cross to the northwest. It terminates at another little river on which you can embark, it not being difficult to transport canoes over so beautiful a country as that prairie. This second river runs southwest for 10 or 15 leagues, after which it enters a small lake, which is the source of another deep river running to the west, where it empties into the sea. Footnote. Marquette was right in his conjecture, as topographical surveys have since determined, that the Gulf of California might be reached by the Platte, which is one of the tributaries of the Missouri. The headwaters of the Platte almost interlock with the headwaters of the Colorado, which latter river flows into the Red Sea, or Gulf of California, as here stated by Marquette. End footnote. I have hardly any doubt that this is the Red Sea, and I do not despair of one day making the discovery, if God does me this favor and grants me health, in order to be able to publish the gospel to all nations of this new world who have so long been plunged in heathen darkness. Let us resume our route, after having escaped as best we could the dangerous rapid caused by the obstacle of which I have spoken. End of Section 9.
Section 10 of Discovery and Exploration of the Mississippi Valley. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Discovery and Exploration of the Mississippi Valley by John Gilmary SHEA. Footnote on the character of the Illinois. The Illinois, as described by Father Marest in a letter to Father German, from the village of the Immaculate Conception of the Holy Virgin, Kaskaskias, November 9, 1712, are much less barbarous than the other Indians. Christianity, and their intercourse with the French, have by degrees somewhat civilized them. This is particularly remarked in our village, of which the inhabitants are almost all Christians, and has brought many French to establish themselves here, 3 of whom we have recently married to Illinois women. These Indians are not at all wanting in wit. They are naturally curious, and are able to use raillery in a very ingenious way. The chase and war are the sole occupations of the men, while the rest of the labor falls upon the women and girls. They are the persons who prepare the ground for sowing, do the cooking, pound the corn, build the wigwams, and carry them on their shoulders in their journeys. These wigwams are constructed of mats made of plaited reeds, which they have the skill to sew together in such a way that the rain cannot penetrate them when they are new. Besides these things, they occupy themselves in manufacturing articles from buffalo's hair, and in making bands, belts, and sacks. For the buffaloes here are very different from our cattle in Europe. Besides having a large hump on the back by the shoulders, they are also entirely covered with a fine wool, which our Indians manufacture instead of that which they would procure from sheep, if they had them in the country. The women, thus occupied and depressed by their daily toils, are more docile to the truths of the gospel. This, however, is not the case at the lower end of the Mississippi, where the idleness which prevails among persons of that sex gives opportunity for the most fearful disorders, and removes them entirely from the way of safety. It would be difficult to say what is the religion of our Indians. It consists entirely in some superstitions with which their credulity is amused. As all their knowledge is limited to an acquaintance with brutes, and to the necessities of life, it is to these things also that all their worship is confined. Their medicine men, who have a little more intellect than the rest, gain their respect by their ability to deceive them. They persuade them that they honor a kind of spirit, to whom they give the name of Manitou, and teach them that this is the spirit which governs all things, and is master of life and of death. A bird, a buffalo, a bear, or rather the plumage of these birds and the skin of these beasts, such is their Manitou. They hang it up in their wigwams, and offer to it sacrifices of dogs and other animals. The braves carry their Manitous in a mat, and unceasingly invoke them to obtain the victory over their enemies. Their medicine men have in like manner recourse to their Manitous when they compose their remedies, or when they attempt to cure the diseased. They accompany their invocations with chants and dances, and frightful contortions, to induce the belief that they are inspired by their Manitous, and at the same time they thus aggravate their diseases, so that they often cause death. During these different contortions, the medicine man names sometimes one animal and sometimes another, and at last applies himself to suck that part of the body in which the sick person perceives the pain. After having done so for some time, he suddenly raises himself and throws out to him the tooth of a bear, or of some other animal, which he had kept concealed in his mouth. "Dear friend," he cries, "you will live. See what it was that was killing you." After which he says, in applauding himself, "Who can resist my Manitou? Is he not the one who is the master of life?" If the patient happens to die, he immediately has some deceit already prepared, to ascribe the death to some other cause which took place after he had left the sick man. But if, on the contrary, he should recover his health, it is then that the medicine man receives consideration, and is himself regarded as a Manitou, and after having well rewarded his labors, they procure the best that the village produces to regale him. The influence which these kinds of jugglers have places a great obstacle in the way of the conversion of the Indians. By embracing Christianity, they expose themselves to their insults and violence. It is only a month ago that a young Christian girl experienced this treatment. Holding a rosary in her hand, she was passing before the wigwam of one of these impostors. He had imagined that the sight of a familiar chaplet had caused the death of his father, and being transported with fury, he took his gun, and was on the point of firing at this poor neophyte, when he was arrested by some Indians who happened to be present. I cannot tell you how many times I have received the like insults from them, nor how many times I should have expired under their blows, had it not been for the particular protection of God, who has preserved me from their fury. On one occasion, among others, one of them would have split my head with his hatchet, had I not turned at the very time that his arm was raised to strike me. Thanks to God, our village is now purged from these impostors. The care which we have ourselves given of the sick, the remedies we have given them, and which have generally produced a cure, have destroyed the credit and reputation of these medicine men, and forced them to go and establish themselves elsewhere. There are, however, some among them who are not so entirely brutal, and with whom we can sometimes talk, and endeavor to disabuse them of the vain confidence they have in their Manitous; but it is not ordinarily with much success. A conversation which one of our fathers had with one of these medicine men will enable you to understand the extent of their obstinacy on this point, and also what ought to be the condescension of a missionary in attempting even to refute opinions as extraordinary as those with which they are here met. The French had established a fort on the river Owaback. They asked for a missionary, and Father Mermet was sent to them. This father thought that he should also labor for the conversion of the Mascatowans, who had formed a settlement on the banks of the same river, a tribe of Indians who understood the Illinois language, but whose extreme attachment to the superstitions of their medicine men rendered them exceedingly indisposed to listen to the instructions of a missionary. The course which Father Mermet took was, to confound in their presence one of their medicine men, who worshipped the buffalo as his grand Manitou. after having insensibly led him to confess that it was not by any means the buffalo which he worshipped, but a manitou of the buffalo, which is under the earth, which animates all the buffaloes and which gives life to their sick, he asked him whether the other beasts, as the bears, for example, which his comrades worshipped, were not equally animated by a manitou which is under the earth. "Certainly," replied the medicine man. "But if this be so," said the missionary, "then men ought also to have a manitou which animates them." "Nothing can be more certain," said the medicine man. "That is sufficient for me," replied the missionary, "to convict you of having but little reason on your side. For if man who is on the earth be the master of all the animals, if he kills them, if he eats them, then it is necessary that the manitou which animates the men should also be the master of all the other manitous. Where is, then, your wisdom, that you do not invoke him who is the master of all the others?" This reasoning disconcerted the medicine man, but this was the only effect which it produced, for they were not less attached than before to their ridiculous superstitions. At that same time a contagious disease decimated their village, and each day carried off many of the Indians. The medicine men themselves were not spared, and died like the rest. The missionary thought that he would be able to win their confidence by his attention to the care of the sick, and therefore applied himself to it without intermission. But his zeal very often came near costing him his life. The services which he rendered to them were repaid only by outrages. There were even some who proceeded to the extremity of discharging their arrows at him, but they fell at his feet. It may be that they were fired by hands which were too feeble, or because God, who destined the missionary for other labors, had wished to withdraw him at that time from their fury. Father Mermet, however, was not deterred from conferring baptism on some of the Indians, who requested it with importunity, and who died a short time after they had received it. Nevertheless, their medicine men removed to a short distance from the fort, to make a great sacrifice to their manitou. They killed nearly 40 dogs, which they carried on the tops of poles, singing, dancing, and making 1,000 extravagant gestures. The mortality, however, did not cease, for all their sacrifices. The chief of the medicine men then imagined that their manitou, being less powerful than the manitou of the French, was obliged to yield to him. In this persuasion he many times made a circuit round the fort, crying out with all his strength, "We are dead! Softly, manitou of the French, strike softly! Do not kill us all!" Then addressing himself to the missionary, "Cease, good manitou, let us live. You have life and death in your possession. Leave death, give us life." The missionary calmed him, and promised to take even more care of the sick than he had hitherto done; but notwithstanding all the care he could bestow, more than half in the village died. To return to our Illinois. They are very different from these Indians, and also from what they formerly were themselves. Christianity, as I have already said, has softened their savage customs, and their manners are now marked by a sweetness and purity which have induced some of the French to take their daughters in marriage. We find in them, moreover, a docility and ardor for the practice of Christian virtues. The following is the order we observe each day in our mission. Early in the morning we assemble the catechumens at the church, where they have prayers, they receive instructions, and chant some canticles. When they have retired, mass is held, at which all the Christians assist, the men placed on one side and the women on the other. Then they have prayers, which are followed by giving them a homily, after which each one goes to his labor. We then spend our time in visiting the sick, to give them the necessary remedies, to instruct them, and to console those who are laboring under any affliction. After noon the catechizing is held, at which all are present, Christians and catechumens, men and children, young and old, and where each, without distinction of rank or age, answers the questions put by the missionary. As these people have no books, and are naturally indolent, they would shortly forget the principles of religion if the remembrance of them was not recalled by these almost continual instructions. Our visits to their wigwams occupy the rest of the day. In the evening, all assemble again at the church to listen to the instructions which are given, to say prayers, and to sing some hymns. On Sundays and festivals we add to the ordinary exercises instructions which are given after the vespers. The zeal with which these good neophytes repair to the church at all such hours is admirable. They break off from their labors and run from a great distance to be there at the appointed time. They generally end the day by private meetings which they hold at their own residences, the men separately from the women, and there they recite the rosary in alternate choirs, and chant the hymns until the night is far advanced. These hymns are their best instructions, which they retain the more readily since the words are set to airs with which they are acquainted, and which please them. They often approach the sacraments, and the custom among them is to confess and to communicate once in a fortnight. We have been obliged to appoint particular days on which they shall confess, or they would not leave us leisure to discharge our other duties. These are the Fridays and Sundays of each week, when we hear them, and on these days we are overwhelmed with a crowd of penitents. The care which we take of the sick gains us their confidence, and it is particularly at such times that we reap the fruits of our labors. Their docility is then perfect, and we have generally the consolation of seeing them die in great peace, and with the firm hope of being shortly united to God in heaven. This mission owes its establishment to the late Father Gravier. Father Marquette was, in truth, the first who discovered the Mississippi, about 39 years ago, but, not being acquainted with the language of the country, he did not remain. Some time afterward he made a second journey with the intention of fixing there his residence, and laboring for the conversion of these people. But death, which arrested him on the way, left to another the care of accomplishing this enterprise. This was Father Allouez, who charged himself with it. He was acquainted with the language of the Omiamis, which approaches very nearly to that of the Illinois. He, however, made but a short sojourn, having the idea while there that he should be able to accomplish more in a different country, where indeed he ended his apostolic life. Thus Father Gravier is the one who should properly be regarded as the founder of the mission to the Illinois. He first investigated the principles of their language, and reduced them to grammatical rules, so that we have since only been obliged to bring to perfection what he began with so great success. This missionary had at first much to suffer from their medicine men, and his life was exposed to continual dangers; but nothing repulsed him, and he surmounted all these obstacles by his patience and mildness. Being obliged to depart to Michilimackinac, his mission was confided to Father Bineteau and Father Pinet. In company with these two missionaries I labored for some time, and after their death remained in sole charge of all the toilsome duties of the mission, until the arrival of Father Mermet. My residence was formerly in the great village of the Peorias, where Father Gravier, who had returned thither for the second time, received a wound which caused his death. After having remained 8 days at the mission of St. Joseph, I embarked with my brother in his canoe to repair together to Michilimackinac. The voyage was very delightful to me, not only because I had the pleasure of being with a brother, who is very dear, but also because it afforded me an opportunity of profiting for a much larger time by his conversation and example. It is, as I have said, more than 100 leagues from the mission of St. Joseph to Michilimackinac. We go the whole length of Lake Michigan, which on the maps has the name, without any authority, of the Lake of the Illinois, since the Illinois do not at all dwell in its neighborhood. The stormy weather delayed us, so that our voyage took 17 days, though it is often accomplished in less than 8. Michilimackinac is situated between two great lakes, into which other lakes and many rivers empty. Therefore it is that this village is the ordinary resort of the French, the Indians, and almost all those engaged in the fur trade of the country. The soil there is far inferior to that among the Illinois. During the greater part of the year one sees nothing but fish, and the waters which are so agreeable during the summer render a residence there dull and wearisome during the winter. The earth is entirely covered with snow from All Saints' Day even to the month of May. The character of these Indians partakes of that of the climate under which they live. It is harsh and indocile. Religion among them does not take deep root, as should be desired, and there are but few souls who from time to time give themselves truly to God, and console the missionary for all his pains. For myself, I could not but admire the patience with which my brother endured their failings, his sweetness under the trial of their caprices and their coarseness, his diligence in visiting them, in teaching them, in arousing them from their indolence for the exercises of religion, his zeal and his love, capable of inflaming their hearts, if they had been less hard and more tractable. As I said to myself that success is not always the recompense of the toils of apostolic men, nor the measure of their merit. Having finished all our business during the 2 months that I remained with my brother, it became necessary for us to separate. As it was God who ordered this separation, he knew how to soften all its bitterness. I departed to rejoin Father Chardon, with whom I remained 15 days. He is a missionary full of zeal, and who has a rare talent for acquiring languages. He is acquainted with almost all those of the Indians who are on these lakes, and has even learned that of the Illinois sufficiently to make himself understood, although he has only seen some of these Indians accidentally, when they came to his village; for the Potawatomis and the Illinois live in terms of friendship, and visit each other from time to time. Their manners, however, are very different. Those are brutal and gross, while these, on the contrary, are mild and affable. After having taken leave of the missionary, we ascended the river St. Joseph to where it was necessary to make a portage, about 30 leagues from its mouth. The canoes which are used for navigation in this country are only of bark, and very light, although they carry as much as a large boat. When the canoe has carried us for a long time on the water, we in our turn carry it on the land, over to another river; and it was thus that we did in this place. We first transported all there was in the canoe toward the source of the river of the Illinois, which they call Haukiki. Then we carried thither our canoe, and after having launched it, we embarked there to continue our route. We were but 2 days making this portage, which is 1½ leagues in length. The abundant rains which had fallen during this season had swelled our little rivers, and freed us from the currents which we feared. At last we perceived our own agreeable country, the wild buffaloes and herds of stags wandering on the borders of the river; and those who were in the canoe took some of them from time to time, which served for our food. At the distance of some leagues from the village of the Peorias, many of these Indians came to meet me, to form an escort to defend me from hostile parties of warriors who might be roaming through the forest; and when I approached the village, they sent forward one of their number to give notice of my arrival. The greater part ascended to the fort, which is situated on a rock on the banks of the river, and, when I entered the village, made a general discharge of their guns in sign of rejoicing. Their joy was, indeed, pictured plainly on their countenances, and shone forth in my presence. I was invited, with the French and the Illinois chiefs, to a feast which was given to us by the most distinguished of the Peorias. It was there that one of the principal chiefs addressed me in the name of the nation, testifying to me the deep grief they felt at the unworthy manner in which they had treated Father Gravier, and conjured me to forget it, to have pity on them and their children, and to open to them the gate of heaven, which they had closed against themselves. For myself, I returned thanks to God, from the bottom of my heart, that I thus saw that accomplished which I had desired with the utmost ardor. I answered them, in a few words, that I was touched with their repentance; that I always regarded them as my children; and that, after having made a short excursion to my mission, I should come to fix my residence in the midst of them, to aid them by my instructions to return into the way of salvation, from which they had perhaps wandered. At these words the chief uttered a loud cry of joy, and each one with emulation testified his gratitude. During 2 days that I remained in the village, I said mass in public, and discharged all the duties of a missionary. It was toward the end of August that I embarked to return to my mission of the Kaskaskias, distant 150 leagues from the village of the Peorias. During the first day of our departure, we found a canoe of the Sioux, broken in some places, which had drifted away, and we saw an encampment of their warriors, where we judged by the view there were at least 100 persons. We were justly alarmed, and on the point of returning to the village we had left, from which we were as yet but 10 leagues distance. These Sioux are the most cruel of all the Indians, and we should have been lost if we had fallen into their hands. They are great warriors, but it is principally upon the water that they are formidable. They have only small canoes of bark, made in the form of a gondola, and scarcely larger than the body of a man, for they cannot hold more than 2 or 3 at the most. They row on their knees, managing the oar now on one side and now on the other; that is, giving 3 or 4 strokes of the oar on the right side, and then as many on the left side, but with so much dexterity and swiftness that their canoes seem to fly on the water. After having examined all things with attention, we concluded that these Indians had struck their intended blow, and were retiring. We, however, kept on our guard, and advanced with great caution, that we might not encounter them. But when we had once gained the Mississippi, we sped on by dint of rowing. At last, on the 10th of September, I arrived at my dear mission, in perfect health, after 5 months' absence. End of Section 10.
Section 11 of Discovery and Exploration of the Mississippi Valley. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Kurt from Tucson, Arizona. Discovery and Exploration of the Mississippi Valley by John Gilmary SHEA. Part 3, Voyages and Discoveries of Father James Marquette. Section 7. New countries discovered by the Father. Various particulars. Meeting with some Indians. First tidings of the sea and of Europeans. Great danger avoided by the Calumet. After having made about 20 leagues due south and a little less to the southeast, we came to a river called Onabukigu. Footnote: the Ohio, or Beautiful River, as that Iroquois name signifies. The name given by Marquette became finally Uabachi, or in our spelling, Wabash, and is now applied to the last tributary of the Ohio. The letter used a few lines lower down for U is the Greek contraction and was used by the missionaries to express a peculiar Indian sound, which we have often represented by W. End footnote. The mouth of which is at 36 degrees north. Before we arrived there, we passed by a place dreaded by the Indians, because they think that there is a Manitou there, that is, a demon who devours all who pass, and of this it was that they had spoken when they wished to deter us from our enterprise. The devil is this: a small bay full of rocks, some 20 feet high, where the whole current of the river is whirled, hurled back against that which follows, and checked by a neighboring island. The mass of water is forced through a narrow channel. all this is not done without a furious combat of the waters tumbling over each other, nor without a great roaring, which strikes terror into Indians who fear everything. It did not prevent our passing and reaching Wabash. This river comes from the country on the east, inhabited by the people called Chawanans. Footnote: the Chawanans have become by our substitution of sh Shawnees. I find the name Chawanong in the relation 1671-72 as another name for the people called Ontuaganas, which is defined in the relation of 1661-62 to mean where they do not know how to speak. This is not then their name, and the name Chawanong probably came through the western Algonquins, and was usually translated by the French the Chat, or cat tribe. I am strongly inclined to think them identical with the tribe called by the Huron missionaries, while that nation stood, the Erie Hononons, or cats. This tribe then occupied western New York, except a little strip on the Niagara River, where there were 3 or 4 villages of Etiwandaronk, or neuters. Morgan, in his League of the Iroquois, indeed thinks the neuters to be cats, but as the neuters were incorporated into the Iroquois, rel. 1655, etc., under the name of Tirganet, or Raganaraka, while the Eries were gradually expelled, it seems more probable that they retired from their lake to the Ohio, thence to the Tennessee, and turning south came up again to Pennsylvania. During this period, being known chiefly through Algonquin tribes, they were called by an Algonquin word for the animal of which they bore the name. Delate, giving the names of the tribes from the mouth of the Delaware to Lake Erie, puts the Sawanos, one of those nearest the Senecas on the lake, and this name differs from the later French name only in the aspirate, frequently omitted and expressed at random by the same writer, as we find Missilimakinak and Michilimackinac Maskoutens and Machkoutens, Kaskassia and Kachkachia. This will, I think, justify our supposing the Eries, Shawnees, Shawanoons, Ontuaganak, Sawanas to be the same unfortunate tribe whom the Iroquois so perseveringly followed. Much confusion has been of late years occasioned by writers utterly unfamiliar with the language, religion, or writings of the early French missionaries. This has gone so far that in Schoolcraft's ponderous work on the history, condition, and progress of the Indian tribes, we are asked at page 560 whether the Eries were the neuters. End footnote. In such numbers that they reckon as many as 23 villages in one district, and 15 in another, lying quite near each other. They are by no means warlike, and are the people the Iroquois go far to seek in order to wage an unprovoked war upon them. And as these poor people cannot defend themselves, they allow themselves to be taken and carried off like sheep, and innocent as they are, do not fail to experience, at times, the barbarity of the Iroquois, who burn them cruelly. A little above this river of which I have just spoken are cliffs where our men perceived an iron mine, which they deemed very rich. There are many veins and a bed a foot thick. Large masses are found combined with pebbles. There is also a kind of unctuous earth of 3 colors, purple, violet, and red. Footnote. This has always been a favorite spot for the resort of Indians, to obtain different colored clays with which they paint themselves. End footnote. The water in which it is washed becomes blood red. There is also a very heavy red sand. I put some on a paddle, and it took the color so well that the water did not efface it for 15 days that I used it in rowing. Here we began to see canes, or large reeds, on the banks of the river. They are of a very beautiful green. All the knots are crowned with long, narrow, pointed leaves. They are very high, and so thick set that the wild cattle find it difficult to make their way through them. Up to the present time we had not been troubled by mosquitoes, but we now, as it were, entered their country. Footnote. Marquette had now reached the country of the warlike Chicachas, whose territory extended several hundred miles along the banks of the Mississippi, and far to the eastward, where they carried on a traffic with tribes who traded with Europeans. End footnote. Let me tell you what the Indians of these parts do to defend themselves against them. They raise a scaffolding, the floor of which is made of simple poles, and consequently a mere greatwork to give passage to the smoke of a fire which they build beneath. This drives off the little animals, as they cannot bear it. The Indians sleep on the poles, having pieces of bark stretched above them to keep off the rain. This scaffolding shelters them too from the excessive and insupportable heat of the country, for they lie in the shade in the lower story, and are thus sheltered from the rays of the sun, enjoy the cool air which passes freely through the scaffold. With the same view, we were obliged to make on the water a kind of cabin with our sails, to shelter ourselves from the mosquitoes and the sun. While thus borne on at the will of the current, we perceived on the shore Indians armed with guns, with which they awaited us. I first presented my feathered calumet, while my comrades stood to arms, ready to fire on the first volley of the Indians. I hailed them in Huron, but they answered me by a word, which seemed to us a declaration of war. They were, however, as much frightened as ourselves, and what we took for a signal of war was an invitation to come near, that they might give us food. We accordingly landed and entered their cabins, where they presented us wild beef and bear's oil with white plums, which are excellent. They have guns, axes, hoes, knives, beads, and double-glass bottles in which they keep the powder. They wear their hair long and mark their bodies in the Iroquois fashion. The headdress and clothing of their women were like those of the Huron squaws. They assured us that it was not more than 10 days' journey to the sea, that they bought stuffs and other articles of Europeans on the eastern side, that these Europeans had rosaries and pictures, that they played on instruments, that some were like me, who received them well. I did not, however, see anyone who seemed to have received any instruction in the faith. Such as I could, I gave them with some medals. Footnote. The missionary gives no name to this tribe or party, but from their dress and language apparently of the Huron-Iroquois family. They may have been a Tuscarora party, and refer to the Spaniards of Florida with whom they traded in trinkets for skins. That they were not dwellers on the Mississippi seems probable, from the fact that they were spoken of, not by the next tribe, but by those lower down, whom they had doubtless reached on some other foray. End footnote. This news roused our courage, and made us take up our paddles with renewed ardor. We advanced then, and now begin to see less prairie land, because both sides, or the river, are lined with lofty woods. The cottonwood, elm, and whitewood are of admirable height and size. The numbers of wild cattle we hear bellowing made us believe the prairies near. We also saw quails on the water's edge, and killed a little parrot with half the head red, the rest with the neck yellow, and the body green. We had now descended to near 33 degrees north, having almost always gone south, when on the water's edge we perceived a village called Michigamia. Footnote. The Michigamias were a warlike tribe, and lived on a lake of that name near the river St. Francis. They finally became fused into the Illinois nation, as Charlevoix assures us in his journal, where he makes them inhabitants of the villages of the Kaskaskias in 1721. This brings them near the part which had but shortly before taken the name of Michigan, given also to the lake, which the Jesuits called Lake Illinois. The name Michigan may come from them, though I am informed by the Reverend Mr. Pierres, an Ottawa missionary, that Michigan, meaning offense, was the Indian of Mackinaw, and the name under the form Machihiganing was used some years prior by Allouez. End footnote. We had recourse to our patroness and guide, the Blessed Virgin Immaculate, and indeed we needed her aid, for we heard from afar the Indians exciting one another to the combat by continual yells. They were armed with bows, arrows, axes, war-clubs, and bucklers, and prepared to attack us by land and water. Some embarked in large wooden canoes, a part to ascend, the rest to descend the river, so as to cut off our way, and surround us completely. Those on shore kept going and coming as if about to begin the attack. In fact, some young men sprang into the water and come to seize my canoe, but the current, having compelled them to return to the shore, one of them threw his war club at us, but it passed over our heads without doing us any harm. In vain I showed the calumet, and made gestures to explain that we had not come as enemies. The alarm continued, and they were about to pierce us from all sides with their arrows, when God suddenly touched the hearts of the old men on the waterside, doubtless at the sight of our calumet, which at a distance they had not distinctly recognized. But as I showed it continually, they were touched, restrained the ardor of their youth, and two of the chiefs, having thrown their bows and quivers into our canoe, and as it were at our feet, entered and brought us to the shore, where we disembarked, not without fear on our part. We had at first to speak by signs, for not one understood a word of the 6 languages I knew. At last an old man was found who spoke a little Illinois. We showed them by our presence that we were going to the sea. They perfectly understood our meaning, but I know not whether they understood what I told them of God, and the things which concern their salvation. It is a seed cast in the earth, which will bear its fruit in season. We got no answer except that we would learn all we desired at another great village, called Akamsia, only 8 or 10 leagues further down the river. They presented us with sagamity and fish, and we spent the night among them, not, however, without some uneasiness. Section 8. Reception given to the French in the last of the towns which they saw. Manners and customs of these savages. Reasons for not going further. We embarked next morning with our interpreter, preceded by 10 Indians in a canoe, having arrived about half a league from Akamsia, Arkansas. Footnote. It is probable that Akamsia was not far from the Indian village of Guachoya, where De Soto breathed his last 130 years before, and Michigamia, the village of Aminoya, where Alvarado de Moscoso built his fleet of brigantines to return to Mexico. A historian of that expedition says, the same day we left Aminoya, July 2nd, 1543, we passed by Guachoya, where the Indians tarried for us in their canoes. The Spaniards were attacked in descending the river by powerful fleets of Indian canoes, and lost in one of these engagements the brave John de Guzman and 11 men. In 16 days they reached the mouth of the Mississippi, and on the 10th September, 1543, the remnant of this once splendid expedition reached Mexico. It must have been, therefore, at or near the mouth of the Arkansas, and not Red River, where De Soto died. Otherwise, it would not have taken Moscoso 1/2 of the time to reach the Gulf of Mexico from the latter river, which is but 350 miles from the Gulf. End footnote. We saw 2 canoes coming toward us. The commander was standing up, holding in his hand the calumet, with which he made signs according to the custom of the country. He approached us, singing quite agreeably, and invited us to smoke, after which he presented us some sagamity, and bread made of Indian corn, of which we ate a little. He now took the lead, making us signs to follow slowly. Meanwhile, they had prepared us a place under the war chief's scaffold. It was neat and carpeted with fine rush mats, on which they made us sit down, having around us immediately the sachems, then the braves, and last of all the people in crowds. We fortunately found among them a young man who understood Illinois much better than the interpreter, whom we had brought from Michigamia. By means of him I first spoke to the assembly by the ordinary presents. They admired what I told them of God and the mysteries of our holy faith, and showed a great desire to keep me with them to instruct them. We then asked them what they knew of the sea. They replied that we were only 10 days' journey from it. We could have made this distance in 5 days. That they did not know the nations who inhabited it, because their enemies prevented their commerce with those Europeans. That the hatchets, knives, and beads which we saw were sold them partly by the nations to the east, and partly by an Illinois town 4 days' journey to the west. that the Indians with firearms, whom we had met, were their enemies who cut off their passage to the sea, and prevented their making the acquaintance of the Europeans, or having any commerce with them. That besides, we should expose ourselves greatly by passing on, in consequence of the continual war parties that their enemies sent out on the river, since being armed and used to war, we could not, without evident danger, advance on that river which they constantly occupy. During this converse, they kept continually bringing us in wooden dishes of sagamity, Indian corn whole, or pieces of dog flesh. The whole day was spent in feasting. These Indians are very courteous and liberal of what they have, but they are very poorly off for food, not daring to go and hunt the wild cattle for fear of their enemies. It is true they have Indian corn in abundance, which they sow at all seasons. We saw some ripe, more just sprouting, and more just in the ear, so that they sow 3 crops a year. They cook it in large earthen pots. Footnote: Indian pottery is one of the most ancient arts of this country. The southern tribes particularly excel in the manufacture of various articles for household use, which in form and finish were not unlike the best remains of Roman art. End footnote. Which are very well made. They have also plates of baked earth, which they employ for various purposes. The men go naked and wear their hair short. They have the nose and ears pierced and beads hanging from them. The women are dressed in wretched skins. They braid their hair in 2 plaits, which falls behind their ears. They have no ornaments to decorate their persons. Their banquets are without any ceremonies. They serve their meats in large dishes, and everyone eats as much as he pleases, and they give the rest to one another. Their language is extremely difficult, and with all my efforts I could not succeed in pronouncing some words. Their cabins, which are long and wide, are made of bark. They sleep at the 2 extremities, which are raised about 2 feet from the ground. They keep their corn in large baskets made of cane, or in gourds as large as half-barrels. They do not know what a beaver is, their riches consisting in the hides of wild cattle. They never see snow, and know the winter only by the rain, which falls oftener than in summer. Footnote: Marquette had now descended to genial climes that knew no winter, but rains beyond the bound of the Hurons and the Algonquin tribes, to tribes that claimed descent from the Aztecs, and who still probably spoke a Mexican dialect which compelled Marquette to employ an interpreter. The few words which have been recorded of the Arkansas tribes by early travelers, and the similarity of their institutions and customs to Mexican tribes, seem likewise to confirm their origin. That they came from Mexico by the Rio Colorado and headwaters of the Platte or Arkansas rivers to the Mississippi is not at all improbable, but when they came is a problem which cannot be so easily solved. End footnote. We eat no fruit there but watermelons. If they knew how to cultivate their ground, they might have plenty of all kinds. In the evening the sachems held a secret council on the design of some to kill us for plunder, but the chief broke up all these schemes, and sending for us, danced the calumet in our presence, in the manner I have described above as a mark of perfect assurance, and then, to remove all fears, presented it to me. Monsieur Jolliet and I held another council to deliberate on what we should do, whether we should push on, or rest satisfied with the discovery that we had made. After having attentively considered that we were not far from the Gulf of Mexico, the basin of which is 31 degrees 40 minutes north, and we at 33 degrees 40 minutes, so that we could not be more than 2 or 3 days' journey off, that the Mississippi undoubtedly had its mouth in Florida, or the Gulf of Mexico, and not in the east, in Virginia, whose sea-coast is at 34 degrees north, which we had passed, without having as yet reached the sea, nor on the western side in California, because that would require a west or west-southwest course, and we had always been going south. We considered, moreover, that we risked losing the fruit of this voyage, of which we could give no information, if we should throw ourselves into the hands of the Spaniards, who would undoubtedly, at least, hold us as prisoners. Besides, it was clear that we were not in a condition to resist Indians allied to Europeans, numerous and expert in the use of firearms, who continually infested the lower part of the river. Lastly, we had gathered all the information that could be desired from the expedition. Footnote: the great object was to discover where the river emptied, and this did not require further progress. Marquette's voyage indeed settled it so completely that we find no more hopes expressed of reaching the Pacific by the Mississippi. The missionaries' fears of the Spaniards were not unnatural, as New Mexico was the avowed object of the expedition, and the authorities there would certainly have prevented their return, for fear of opening a path to French encroachment. End footnote. All these reasons induced us to resolve to return. This we announced to the Indians, and after a day's rest, prepared for it. Section 9. Return of the Father and the French Baptism of a Dying Child. After a month's navigation down the Mississippi from the 42nd to below the 34th degree, and after having published the gospel as well as I could to the nations I had met, we left the village of Akamsia on the 17th of July to retrace our steps. We accordingly ascended the Mississippi, which gave us great trouble to stem its currents. Footnote: the Mississippi is remarkable for its great length, uncommon depth, and the muddiness and salubrity of its waters after its junction with the Missouri. Below this river, the banks present a rugged aspect. The channel is deep and crooked and often winds from one side of the river to the other. The strength and rapidity of its current are such in high water that before steam was used, it could not be stemmed without much labor and waste of time. At high water, the current descends at the rate of 5 or 6 miles an hour, and in low water at the rate of 2 or 3 miles only. Between the Arkansas and the Delta, the velocity of the current is diminished nearly 1/3, and from this to the sea about 1/2. In 1727, it took Father Dupoisson, missionary to the Arkansas, to make a voyage from New Orleans to that mission, including some stoppages, from the 25th May to the 7th July. End footnote. We left it indeed about the 38th degree to enter another river, which greatly shortened our way, and brought us with little trouble to the lake of the Illinois. Footnote: Lake Michigan was so called for a long time, probably from the fact that through it lay the direct route to the Illinois villages, which Father Marquette was now the first to visit. Marest erroneously treats the name as a mistake of geographers and is one of the first to call it Michigan. The river which Marquette now ascended has been more fortunate. It still bears the name of Illinois. End footnote. We had seen nothing like this river for the fertility of the land. Its prairies, woods, wild cattle, stag, deer, wildcats, bustards, swans, ducks, parrots, and even beaver. Its many little lakes and rivers. That on which we sailed is broad, deep, and gentle for 65 leagues. During the spring and part of the summer, the only portage is 1/2 a league. We found there an Illinois town called Kaskaskia, composed of 74 cabins. They received us well, and compelled me to promise to return and instruct them. One of the chiefs of this tribe with his young men escorted us to the Illinois lake, whence at last we returned in the close of September to the Bay of the Fetid, whence we had set out in the beginning of June. Had all this voyage caused but the salvation of a single soul, I should deem all my fatigue well repaid, and this I have reason to think, for, when I was returning, I passed by the Indians of Peoria. Footnote. Unfortunately, he does not tell us where he met these roving Peorians, who thus enabled him to keep his promise to resist them. As they have left their name on the Illinois River, he may have found them there below the Kaskaskias, who, no less erratic, left their name to a more southerly river, and to a town at its mouth on the Mississippi. It must then be borne in mind that Marquette's Peoria and his and Allouez' town of Kaskaskia are quite different from the present places of the name and situation. the Illinois seemed to have formed a link between the wandering Algonquin and the fixed Iroquois. They had villages like the latter, and though they roved like the former, they roved in villages. End footnote. I was 3 days announcing the faith in all their cabins, after which, as we were embarking, they brought me on the water's edge a dying child, which I baptized a little before it expired, by an admirable providence for the salvation of that innocent soul. Footnote. The following table of distances offer the best means of forming some idea of the whole distance passed over by Monsieur Jolliet and Father Marquette. From the mission of St. Ignace to Green Bay, about 218 miles. From Green Bay, up Fox River to the Portage, 175 miles. From the Portage down the Wisconsin to the Mississippi, 175 miles. From the mouth of the Wisconsin to the mouth of the Arkansas, 1,087 miles. From the mouth of the Arkansas to the Illinois River, 547 miles. From the mouth of the Illinois to the Chicago, 305 miles. From the Chicago to Green Bay by the lakeshore, 260 miles. For a total of 2,767 miles. Sparks' Life of Marquette. End footnote. End of section 11. Section 12 of Discovery and Exploration of the Mississippi Valley. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Kurt from Tucson, Arizona. Discovery and Exploration of the Mississippi Valley by John Gilmary SHEA. Part 4, Voyages and Discoveries of Father James Marquette. Chapter 2. Narrative of the second voyage made by Father James Marquette to the Illinois to carry the faith to them, and the glorious death of the same father in the labors of his mission. Section 1. The father sets out a second time for the Illinois. He arrives there in spite of his illness and founds the mission of the Conception. Father James Marquette, having promised the Illinois, called Kaskaskia, to return among them to teach them our mysteries, had great difficulty in keeping his word. The great hardships of his first voyage had brought on a dysentery, and had so enfeebled him that he lost all hope of undertaking a second voyage. Yet, his malady having given way and almost ceased toward the close of summer in the following year, he obtained permission of his superiors to return to the Illinois to found that noble mission. Footnote. By his last journal, which we publish entire from his autograph, we learn that Father Marquette was detained at the mission of St. Francis Xavier in Green Bay during the whole summer of 1674. Recovering in September, he drew up and sent to his superiors copies of his journal down the Mississippi, and having received orders to repair to the Illinois, set out on the 25th of October with 2 men named Pierre Porteret and Jacques. They crossed the peninsula which forms the eastern side of Green Bay and began to coast along the shore of Lake Michigan, accompanied by some Illinois and Potawatomis. They advanced, but slowly, by land and water, frequently arrested by the state of the lake. On the 23rd of November, the good missionary was again seized by his malady, but he pushed on, and by the 4th of December had reached the Chicago, which connects by portage with the Illinois. But the river was now frozen, and though they attempted to proceed, the pious missionary submitted to the necessity, and deprived even of the consolation of saying Mass on his patronal feast, the Immaculate Conception, resolved at last on the 14th to winter at the portage, as his illness increased. His Indian companions now left him, and though aided by some French traders, he suffered much during the following months. Of this, however, he says nothing. The Blessed Virgin Immaculate, says his journal, has taken such care of us during our wandering that we have never wanted food. We have lived very comfortably, my illness not having prevented my saying Mass every day. How little can we realize the faith and self-denial which could give so pleasant a face to the winter passed by a dying man in a cabin open to the winds. The Illinois, aware of his presence, so near them, sent indeed. But so gross were their ideas of his object that they asked the dying missionary for powder and goods. "I have come to instruct you and speak to you of the prayer," was his answer. "Powder I have not. We come to spread peace through the land, and I do not wish to see you at war with the Miamis." As for goods, he could but encourage the French to continue their trade. Despairing at last of human remedies, the missionary and his 2 pious companions began a novena, or 9 days' devotion to the Blessed Virgin Immaculate. From its close he began to gain strength, and when the freshet compelled them to remove their cabin on the 29th of March, he set out again on his long interrupted voyage, the river being now open. His last entry is of the 6th of April, when the wind and cold compelled them to halt. He never found time to continue his journal, and his last words are a playful allusion to the hardships undergone by the traders in which he sympathized, while insensible of his own. End footnote. He set out for this purpose in the month of November, 1674, from the Bay of the Fetid with 2 men, one of whom had already made that voyage with him. During a month's navigation on the Illinois Lake, he was pretty well, but as soon as the snow began to fall, he was again seized with the dysentery, which forced him to stop in the river which leads to the Illinois. There they raised a cabin and spent the winter in such want of every comfort that his illness constantly increased. He felt that God had granted him the grace he had so often asked, and he even plainly told his companions so, assuring them that he would die of that illness, and on that voyage. To prepare his soul for its departure, he began that rude wintering by the exercises of St. Ignatius. Footnote. These are a series of meditation on the great truths of religion, the object of man's creation, the work of his redemption, and the means of attaining the former by participating in the latter. To spend a number of days in revolving these serious thoughts is called making a retreat. End footnote. Which, in spite of his great bodily weakness, he performed with deep sentiments of devotion and great heavenly consolation, and then spent the rest of his time in colloquies with all heaven, having no more intercourse with earth, amid these deserts, except with his 2 companions, whom he confessed and communicated twice a week, and exhorted as much as his strength allowed. Sometime after Christmas, in order to obtain the grace not to die without having taken possession of his beloved mission, he invited his companions to make a novena in honor of the Immaculate Conception of the Blessed Virgin. Contrary to all human expectation, he was heard, and recovering found himself able to proceed to the Illinois town as soon as navigation was free. This he accomplished in great joy, setting out on the 29th of March. He was 11 days on the way, where he had ample matter for suffering, both from his still sickly state and from the severity and inclemency of the weather. Having at last reached the town on the 8th of April, he was received there as an angel from heaven, and after having several times assembled the chiefs of the nation with all the old men, anciens. Footnote. I have my doubts whether anciens in these French accounts does not mean sachems, the rulers of the tribe. End footnote. To sow in their minds the first seed of the gospel. After carrying his instructions into the cabins, which were always filled with crowds of people, he resolved to speak to all publicly in general assembly, which he convoked in the open fields, the cabins being too small for the meeting. A beautiful prairie near the town was chosen for the great council. It was adorned in the fashion of the country, being spread with mats and bearskins, and the father having hung on cords some pieces of India taffety, attached to them 4 large pictures of the Blessed Virgin, which were thus visible on all sides. The auditory was composed of 500 chiefs and old men, seated in a circle around the Father, while the youth stood without to the number of 1,500, not counting women and children, who are very numerous, the town being composed of 500 or 600 fires. The Father spoke to all this gathering, and addressed them 10 words by 10 presents which he made them. Footnote. Words addressed to Indians, when not accompanied by a wampum belt, were considered unimportant, and the missionary who first announced the gospel in a village always spoke by the belt of the prayer, which he held in his hand, which remained to witness his words when the sound had died away. End footnote. He explained to them the principal mysteries of our religion, and the end for which he had come to their country, and especially he preached to them Christ crucified, for it was the very eve of the great day on which he died on the cross for them, as well as for the rest of men. He then said Mass. 3 days after, on Easter Sunday, things being arranged in the same manner as on Thursday, he celebrated the holy mysteries for the second time, and by these 2 sacrifices, the first ever offered there to God, he took possession of that land in the name of Jesus Christ, and gave this mission the name of the Immaculate Conception of the Blessed Virgin. He was listened to with universal joy and approbation by all this people, who earnestly besought him to return as soon as possible among them, since his malady obliged him to leave them. The Father, on his part, showed them the affection he bore them, his satisfaction at their conduct, and gave his word that he or some other of our fathers would return to continue this mission so happily begun. This promise he repeated again and again on parting with them to begin his journey. He set out amid such marks of friendship from these good people that they escorted him with pomp more than 30 leagues of the way, contending with one another for the honor of carrying his little baggage. Section 2. The Father is compelled to leave his Illinois mission, his last illness, his precious death amid the forests. After the Illinois had taken leave of the Father, filled with a great idea of the gospel, he continued his voyage, and soon after reached the Illinois lake, on which he had nearly 100 leagues to make by an unknown route, because he was obliged to take the southern, eastern, side of the lake, having gone thither by the northern, western. His strength, however, failed so much that his men despaired of being able to carry him alive to their journey's end. For, in fact, he became so weak and exhausted that he could no longer help himself, nor even stir, and had to be handled and carried like a child. He nevertheless maintained in this state an admirable equanimity, joy, and gentleness, consoling his beloved companions, and encouraging them to suffer courageously all the hardships of the way, assuring them that our Lord would not forsake them when he was gone. During this navigation, he began to prepare more particularly for death, passing his time in colloquies with our Lord, with his Holy Mother, with his angel guardian, or with all heaven. He was often heard pronouncing these words, "I believe that my Redeemer liveth," or, "Mary, Mother of Grace, Mother of God, remember me." Besides a spiritual reading made for him every day, he, toward the close, asked them to read him his meditation on the preparation for death, which he carried about him. He recited his breviary every day, and although he was so low that both sight and strength had greatly failed, he did not omit it till the last day of his life, when his companions induced him to cease, as it was shortening his days. A week before his death, he had the precaution to bless some holy water, to serve him during the rest of his illness, in his agony, and at his burial, and he instructed his companions how to use it. The eve of his death, which was a Friday, he told them, all radiant with joy, that it would take place on the morrow. During the whole day he conversed with them about the manner of his burial, the way in which he should be laid out, the place to be selected for his interment. He told them how to arrange his hands, feet, and face, and directed them to raise a cross over his grave. He even went so far as to enjoin them, only 3 hours before he expired, to take his chapel bell as soon as he was dead, and wring it while they carried him to the grave. All of this he spoke so calmly and collectedly that you would have thought that he spoke of the death and burial of another, and not of his own. Thus did he speak with them as they sailed along the lake, till perceiving the mouth of a river, with an eminence on the bank which he thought suited for his burial, he told them that it was the place of his last repose. They wished, however, to pass on as the weather permitted it, and the day was not far advanced. But God raised a contrary wind, which obliged them to return and enter the river pointed out by Father Marquette. Footnote. A marginal note says, "This river now bears the Father's name." It was indeed long called Marquette River, but from recent maps the name seems to have been forgotten. Its Indian name is Natispeskago, and according to others, a Ninion de Beginning. It is a very small stream, not more than 15 paces long, being the outlet of a small lake, as Charlevoix assures us. End footnote. They then carried him ashore, kindled a little fire, and raised for him a wretched bark cabin, where they laid him as little uncomfortably as they could. But they were so overcome by sadness that, as they afterwards said, they did not know what they were doing. The father being thus stretched on the shore like St. Francis Xavier, as he had always so ardently desired, and left alone amid those forests, for his companions were engaged in unloading, he had leisure to repeat all the acts in which he had employed himself during the preceding days. When his dear companions afterward came up, all dejected, he consoled them, and gave them hopes that God would take care of them after his death in those new and unknown countries. He gave them his last instructions, thanked them for all the charity they had shown him during the voyage, begged their pardon for the trouble he had given them, and directed them also to ask pardon in his name of all our fathers and brothers in the Ottawa country, and then disposed them to receive the sacrament of penance, which he had ministered to them for the last time. He also gave them a paper on which he had written all his faults since his last confession, to be given to his superior, to oblige him to pray more earnestly for him. In fine, he promised not to forget them in heaven, and he was very kind-hearted, and knew them to be worn out with the toil of the preceding days. He bade them go and take a little rest, assuring them that his hour was not yet so near, but that he would wake them when it was time, as in fact he did, 2 or 3 hours after, calling them when about to enter his agony. When they came near, he embraced them for the last time, while they melted in tears at his feet. He then asked for the holy water and his reliquary, and taking off his crucifix, which he wore around his neck, he placed it in the hands of one, asking him to hold it constantly opposite him, raised before his eyes. Then, feeling that he had but a little time to live, he made a last effort, clasped his hands, and with his eyes fixed sweetly on his crucifix, he pronounced aloud his profession of faith, and thanked the divine majesty for the immense grace he did him in allowing him to die in the society of Jesus, to die in it as a missionary of Jesus Christ, and above all to die in it as he had always asked, in a wretched cabin amid the forests, destitute of all human aid. On this he became silent, conversing inwardly with God, yet from time to time words escaped him. Sustinuit anima mea in verba eians, or Mater Dei momentum mei, which were the last words he uttered before entering on his agony, which was very calm and gentle. He had prayed his companions to remind him, when they saw him about to expire, to pronounce frequently the names of Jesus and Mary. When he could not do it himself, they did it for him. And when they thought him about to pass, one cried aloud, Jesus Maria, which he several times repeated distinctly. And then, as if at those sacred names something had appeared to him, he suddenly raised his eyes above his crucifix, fixing them apparently on some object which he seemed to regard with pleasure, and thus, with a countenance all radiant with smiles, he expired without a struggle, as gently as if he had sunk into a quiet sleep. His two poor companions, after shedding many tears over his body, and having laid it out as he had directed, carried it devoutly to the grave, ringing the bell according to his injunction, and raised a large cross near it to serve as a mark for passers-by. When they talked of embarking, one of them, who for several days had been overwhelmed with sadness, and so racked in body by acute pains that he could neither eat nor breathe without pain, resolved, while his companion was preparing all for embarkation, to go to the grave of his good father, and pray him to intercede for him with the glorious Virgin, as he had promised, not doubting but that he was already in heaven. He accordingly knelt down, said a short prayer, and having respectfully taken some earth from the grave, he put it on his breast, and the pain immediately ceased. His sadness was changed into a joy, which continued during the rest of his voyage. Section 3. What occurred in the transport of the bones of the late Father Marquette, which were taken up on the 19th of May, 1677, the anniversary of his death 2 years before. Sketch of his virtues. God did not choose to suffer so precious a deposit to remain unhonored and forgotten amid the woods. The Kiskanon Indians. Footnote. Of the Kiskanons, little more is known than is here stated. They are, I think, first mentioned in a letter of Frere Allouez in the relation 1666 to 67. The name Kiskanon given in this narrative, and the relation of 1673 to 79, is, I suppose, the longer name Kitchkakuyak of the relation of 1672 to 73, which places them at that time near Sault Ste. Marie's, the Hurons being then alone at Mackinac. The last relation, 1673 to 79, states their number then at 1,300, all Christians. They subsequently appear in collision with the Iroquois, but are soon lost sight of. If they have disappeared from the nations, it was not in their infidelity. Many, we may trust, were faithful to the graces they received, and if they have melted away before our encroachments, it is a reason why we should bless the men who sought to save their souls without caring whether a century later any would exist to show the endurance of their labors. It has been justly remarked of the Catholic missions that they ended only with the extinction of the tribe. End footnote. Who, for the last 10 years, publicly professed Christianity, in which they were first instructed by Father Marquette when stationed at La Pointe du Saint-Esprit at the extremity of Lake Superior, were hunting last winter on the banks of Lake Illinois, and as they were returning early in spring, they resolved to pass by the tomb of their good father whom they tenderly loved, and God even gave them the thought of taking his remains and bringing them to our church at the mission of St. Ignatius at Missilimakinac, where they reside. They accordingly repaired to the spot and deliberated together, resolved to act with their father as they usually do with those whom they respect. They accordingly opened the grave, unrolled the body, and though the flesh and intestines were all dried up, they found it whole without the skin being in any way injured. This did not prevent their dissecting it according to custom. They washed the bones and dried them in the sun. Then, putting them neatly in a box of birch bark, they set out to bear them to the house of St. Ignatius. The convoy consisted of nearly 30 canoes in excellent order, including even a good number of Iroquois who had joined our Algonquins to honor the ceremony. As they approached our house, Father Nouvelle, who is superior, went to meet them with Father Pearson. Footnote. Father Nouvelle was the Ottawa, and Father Pearson the Huron missionary. Each nation had its village apart, at a distance of 3/4 of a league from each other. The church here spoken of was built apparently in 1674, while Father Marquette was there. It lay nearest the Huron village, which Hennepin thus describes. It is surrounded with palisades 25 feet high and situated near a great point of land opposite the island of Missilimakinac. Description de la Louisiane, page 62. End footnote. Accompanied by all the French Indians of the place, and having caused the convoy to stop, made the ordinary interrogations to verify the fact that the body which they bore was really Father Marquette's. Then, before landing, he intoned the De Profundis, in sight of the 30 canoes still on the water and of all the people on the shores. After this, the body was carried to the church, observing all that the ritual prescribes for such ceremonies. It remained exposed under a pall stretched as if over a coffin all that day, which was Whitsun Monday, the 8th of June. And the next day, when all the funeral honors had been paid it was deposited in a little vault in the middle of the church, where he reposes as the guardian angel of our Ottawa missions. The Indians often come to pray on his tomb, and to say no more. A young woman of about 19 or 20, whom the late father had instructed and baptized last year, having fallen sick, asked Father Nouvelle to bleed her, and give her some remedies. But in place of medicine, he bade her go for 3 days and say a pater and ave on the tomb of Father Marquette. She did so, and before the 3rd day was entirely cured without bleeding or other remedies. Father James Marquette of the province of Champagne died at the age of 38, of which he had spent 21 in the Society, namely 12 in France and 9 in Canada. He was sent to the missions of the Upper Algonquins, called Allouez, and labored there with all the zeal that could be expected in a man who had taken St. Francis Xavier as the model of his life and death. He imitated that great saint, not only in the variety of the barbarous languages which he learned, but also by the vastness of his zeal, which made him bear the faith to the extremity of this new world, nearly 800 leagues from here, in forests where the name of Jesus had never been announced. He always begged of God to end his days in these toilsome missions, and to die amid the woods like his beloved St. Francis Xavier, in utter want of everything. To attain this, he daily employed the merits of Christ and the intercession of the Immaculate Virgin, for whom his devotion was equally rare and tender. By such powerful mediators he obtained what he so earnestly asked, since he had the happiness to die like the Apostle of the Indies, in a wretched cabin on the banks of Lake Illinois, forsaken by all. We could say much of the rare virtues of this generous missionary, of his zeal which made him carry the faith so far and announce the gospel to so many nations unknown to us, of his meekness which endeared him to everyone, and which made him all to all, French with the French, Huron with the Hurons, Algonquin with the Algonquins, of his childlike candor in discovering his mind to his superiors, and even to all persons with an ingenuousness that gained all hearts, of his angelic purity and continual union with God. But his predominant virtue was a most rare and singular devotion to the Blessed Virgin, and especially to the mystery of the Immaculate Conception. It was a pleasure to hear him preach or speak on this subject. Every conversation and letter of his contained something about the Blessed Virgin Immaculate, as he always styled her. From the age of 9 he fasted every Saturday, and from his most tender youth began to recite daily the little office of the Conception, and inspired all to adopt this devotion. For some months before his death, he daily recited with his 2 men a little chaplet of the Immaculate Conception, which he had arranged in this form. After the Creed, they said 1, Our Father and Hail Mary, then 4 times these words, Hail, Daughter of God the Father, Hail, Mother of God the Son, Hail, Spouse of the Holy Ghost, Hail, Temple of the whole Trinity, by thy holy virginity and immaculate conception. O most pure Virgin, cleanse my flesh and my heart, in the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Ghost. And last of all, the Glory be to the Father, etc., the whole being thrice repeated. He never failed to say the Mass of the Conception, or at least the Collect, whenever he could. He thought of nothing else, scarcely, by night or by day, and to leave us an eternal mark of his sentiments, he gave the name of the Conception to the Illinois mission. So tender a devotion to the Mother of God deserved some singular grace, and she accordingly granted him the favor he had always asked, to die on a Saturday. Footnote. In the devotions of Catholics, Saturday among the days of the week, like May among the months, is especially set apart to honor her whom Jesus loved and honored as a mother. End footnote. And his two companions had no doubt that she appeared to him at the hour of his death, when, after pronouncing the names of Jesus and Mary, he suddenly raised his eyes above his crucifix, fixing them on an object which he regarded with such pleasure and a joy that lit up his countenance, and they, from that moment, believed that he had surrendered his soul into the hands of his good mother. One of the last letters which he wrote to the superior of the missions before his great voyage will be a sufficient instance of his sentiments. It began thus. The Blessed Virgin Immaculate has obtained for me the grace to arrive here in good health, and resolved to correspond to God's designs upon me, since he has destined me to the voyage to the south. I have no other thought than to do what God wills. I fear nothing. Neither the Nadouessi nor the meeting of nations alarms me. One of two things must come. Either God will punish me for my crimes and omissions, or else he will share his cross with me. For I have not borne it yet since I have been in this country, though perhaps it has been obtained for me by the Blessed Virgin Immaculate, or perhaps death to cease to offend God. For this I will endeavor to hold myself ready, abandoning myself entirely in his hands. I pray your reverence not to forget me, and to obtain of God that I may not remain ungrateful for the favors he heaps upon me. There was found among his papers a book entitled The Conduct of God Toward a Missionary, in which he shows the excellence of that vocation, the advantages for self-sanctification to be found in it, and the care which God takes of his gospel laborers. This little work shows the Spirit of God by which he was actuated. End of section 12.
Section 13 of Discovery and Exploration of the Mississippi Valley. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Discovery and Exploration of the Mississippi Valley by John Gilmary SHEA. Narrative of a Voyage made to the Illinois by Father Claude Allouez. Footnote. Father Claude Allouez has imperishably connected his name with the progress of discovery in the West, says Bancroft. Unhonored among us now, he was not inferior in zeal or ability to any of the great missionaries of his time. He is not, indeed, encircled with that halo of sanctity which characterizes the first Franciscan and Jesuit missionaries of New France, nor do his writings display the learning and refinement which show in some the greatness of their sacrifice. But, as a fearless and devoted missionary, one faithful to his high calling, a man of zeal and worth, he is entitled to every honor. No record tells us the time or place of his birth. We meet him first as a Jesuit, seeking a foreign mission. An entry in his journal has been preserved, in which, under the date of March 3rd, 1657, he expresses his rapture on receiving permission to embark for Canada. That he was not led by any erroneous idea of the field which he solicited, we know by his own words. He sought only to labor and suffer. Man cannot command results, nor will his reward depend upon them. To convert our barbarians or savages of Canada, says he, we need work no miracle but that of doing them good, and suffering without complaint, except to God, regarding ourselves as useless servants. He sailed from France with 2 lay brothers in the vessel which took out the new governor, Viscount d'Argenson, in 1658, and by the 11th of July arrived safely at Quebec. Selected for the Algonquin missions, he soon after began the study of the Indian languages. In the following year he saw two of his order, Garreau and Drouillettes, embark for Lake Superior, where Father Jogues and Father Raimbeau had planted the cross 17 years before, to continue the interrupted work. But one was killed, the other abandoned near Montreal. When made superior at Three Rivers in 1660, he saw his predecessor, the fearless René Menard, depart for a distant goal, to die amid the rocks and woods of the Menominee on his way to Green Bay. This field of toil and danger was still the object of Allouez's desires. Destined to it in 1664, he reached Montreal, but the Ottawas had not come there as late as usual. He had now to wait another year. But, with him, time rolled not away in idleness. A thorough Algonquin, not unacquainted with Iroquois, objects of zeal were everywhere to be found. On the 14th of May, 1665, he again left Quebec to meet them. The "angels of the upper Algonquins" at last arrived. For so in his desire does he call the brutal men whose cruel treatment of the previous missionaries would have appalled any heart not borne up by supernatural motives. On the 7th of August, the flotilla finally started, and Allouez, after much suffering and ill treatment, dauntlessly struggled on, and by the 1st of September was at Sault Ste. Mary's. Thrice had the Jesuits taken possession of that spot in the name of Catholicity. It was not now to be a permanent centre. He did not stop here. He explored, in his frail canoe, the whole southern shore of the vast upper lake, whose icy waters contrast so strangely with the fantastic scenery of the shore, still marked by the traces of that terrible fire which shivered its crags into 1,000 forms, and poured the molten copper over them as if in mockery and sport. His first mission was at the Ochiboe, Ojibwa, or Chippewa village of Chegoimegon. Here, in October, rose his chapel, dedicated to the Holy Ghost. Some Hurons and the Algonquin converts of Menard were already there. To increase the number of the faithful, Allouez entered the arena to struggle till death, with the wild superstition of the Ottawa. 10 or 12 Lake tribes were assembled at once in council at the spot. Potawatomis, Sacs, Foxes, and even Illinois swelled the numbers of those who gathered around that lone cross of the wilderness, with nations from the Western Sea, Dakotas, Assiniboine, and Winnebagoes, with their Tartar dialect and thought. To all these he announced the intolerant faith of the cross, which required a total renunciation of their traditions, an unreserved acceptance of its dogmas. Each tribe departed with this first glimpse of truth, prepared to receive a clear development as time went on. And now came tidings that touched the heart of Allouez. On a lake north of Superior were gathered some Nipissings, sad remnants of a once powerful tribe, but now, like the Huron, Christians and fugitives before the face of the Iroquois. Menard died while seeking the Huron, but unappalled by aught, Allouez hastened to their relief. Scarcely had he reached Chegoimegon again, in 1667, when a flotilla was about starting for Quebec. He embarked to secure companions, and explained to his superiors the vastness of the new field which he had seen, and of the still greater but untried one which lay along the mighty Mississippi. On the 4th of August he reached that city, the 6th embarked again for the west with the aid he needed. Father Louis Nicolas and a lay brother set out with him. Once in the west, he resumed his toils, as though returned from a voyage of pleasure, and struggled on another year at the lake. Then, joined by Marquette and later by Dablon, he hastened to a new field. He mounted Fox River, and laid the foundation of the mission of St. Francis Xavier. In 1671, the great council of the French commander, with the Indians, required the presence of the missionaries, and especially of Allouez, at the Sault Ste. Mary's as interpreters. Nouvel was now superior of the Western missions, and from him they received a new impulse. Of the 3 missionary stations now established, the Sault, Mackinac, and Green Bay, the last was given to Allouez. In 1672, aided by Father André, he instructed the Foxes and Fire Nation, and again ascended Fox River to Mascoutens to preach to the Mascoutens, Miamis, Kickapoos, and Illinois assembled there. As he descended, he threw down a rude, unshapely rock, honored at Cackling by the adoration of the benighted Indian. The next year he was stationed at St. James, or Mascoutens, where he planted the cross as the limit of his discoveries and labors. They were not grateful for his toil, while superstition and indifference almost neutralized his efforts. With the Fox and Potawatomi he was more successful. In the following years he was assisted by Father Sylvie and Father Bonneau, and met with greater consolations. On the death of Marquette, he was appointed to the Illinois mission, and we now publish for the first time the account of his journey. This visit was in 1676. 2 years afterward he repaired to it once more, and remained till the following year, when on learning the approach of La Salle, he retired, as that great traveller had conceived a strong prejudice against him in consequence of some correspondence between him and his fellow missionary on the Seneca country, Father Garnier. La Mothe, La Salle's lieutenant, had even required the Seneca sachems to cause the latter to leave the lodge at a conference between them. Allouez cared not to meet, in anger, La Salle, whom he had doubtless known in France before, when he was a Jesuit like himself. He therefore returned to his missions in Wisconsin, to wait till the mind of the gifted but irritable explorer should recover from its false impressions. Unfortunately it proved the reverse, if some accounts are to be credited. La Salle implicated him in some efforts made by the western traders to excite the Illinois against him. To clear Father Allouez of this charge, we need no better proof than the friendly relations between him and Tou, than whom there was surely no man more faithful to the interest and honour of La Salle. Allouez went to Illinois again in 1684, with Durantaye, when he probably remained for some time. He was there in 1687, when the survivors of La Salle's last expedition reached Fort St. Louis, in Illinois, but left for Mackinac on the arrival of Father Anastasius Douay and Monsieur Cavelier, in consequence of their false report that La Salle was still alive. Father Allouez, however, still clung to his beloved Illinois mission, which events had thus strangely disturbed, and I am inclined to think, from a deed which fell into my hands, that he was at Fort St. Louis in the winter of 1689. If so, that was his last visit. A letter dated in August, 1690, details the virtues of the great and holy missionary of the West. He had gone to receive the reward of his labors. Section 1. While preparing for my departure, as the weather was not yet suitable, I made some visits in the bay where I baptized 2 sick adults, one of whom died next day. The other lived a month longer. He was a poor old man, who being decrepit and half deaf, was the laughing stock and outcast of all, even of his children. But God did not cast him out. He did him the grace to enroll him among his children by baptism, and to receive him into heaven, as I have every reason to believe. In another visit which I made to the nation of the Outagamis, Foxes, I baptized 6 children, almost all at the point of death. I was much consoled to see a marked change in the mind of these people. God visits them by his scourges to render them more docile to our instructions. After these excursions, the time being proper for departing, I embarked about the close of October, 1676, in a canoe with 2 men to endeavour to go and winter with the Illinois. But I had not got far when the ice prevented us, so early had the winter set in. This obliged us to lie to and wait till it was strong enough to bear us, and it was only in February that we undertook a very extraordinary kind of navigation, for instead of putting the canoe in the water, we put it on the ice, in which a favourable wind carried it along by sails, as if it was on water. When the wind failed us, Instead of paddles, we used ropes to drag it, as horses do a carriage. Passing near the Potiomates, I learned that a young man had been lately killed by the bears. I had previously baptized him at La Pointe du Saint Esprit, and was acquainted with his parents. This obliged me to turn a little off my way to go and console them. They told me that the bears get fat in the fall and remain so, and even grow fatter during the whole winter, although they do not eat, as naturalists have remarked. They hide in hollow trees, especially the females, to bring forth their young, or else they lie in fir branches, which they tear off on purpose to make a bed on the snow, which they do not leave all winter, unless discovered by the hunters, and their dogs trained to this chase. This young man having discovered one hidden in some fir branches, fired all the arrows of his quiver at him. The bear, feeling himself wounded, but not mortally, rose, rushed upon him, clawed off his scalp, and tearing out his bowels, scattered him all in pieces around. I found his mother in deep affliction. We offered up together prayers for the deceased, and though my presence had at first redoubled her grief, she wiped away her tears, saying for consolation, "Paulinus is dead, that good Paulinus, whom thou didst always come to call to prayer." Then to avenge, as they said, this murder, the relatives and friends of the deceased made war on the bears while they were good, that is, during the winter; for in summer they are lean, and so famished that they eat even toads and snakes. The war was so vigorous, that in a little while they killed more than 500, which they shared with us, saying that God had given them into our hands to make them atone for the death of this young man who had been so cruelly treated by one of their nation. 12 leagues from the Poutiotami town, we entered a very deep bay, whence we transported our canoe across the wood to the great lake of the Illinois (Michigan). This portage was a league and a half. On the eve of St. Joseph, the patron of all Canada, finding ourselves on the lake, we gave it the name of that great saint, and shall henceforth call it Lake St. Joseph. We accordingly embarked on the 23rd of May, and had much to do with the ice, through which we had to break a passage. The water was so cold that it froze on our oars and on the side of the canoe which the sun did not reach. It pleased God to deliver us from the danger we were in on landing, when a great gust of wind drove the cakes of ice on one side of our canoe, and the other on the ice which was fast to the shore. Our great trouble was, that the rivers being still frozen, we could not enter them till the 3rd of April. We consecrated that which we at last entered, in Holy Week, by planting a large cross on the shore, in order that the Indians, who go there in numbers to hunt, either in canoe on the lake or on foot in the woods, might remember the instructions we had given them on that mystery, and that the sight of it might excite them to pray. The next day we saw a rock 7 or 8 feet out of water, and 2 or 3 fathoms around, and called it the Pitch Rock. In fact, we saw the pitch running down in little drops on the side which was warmed by the sun. We gathered some, and found it good to pitch our canoes, and I even use it to seal my letters. Footnote: An American mineral resembling asphaltum. It is of a brown color, inclining to black, and sometimes so liquid that it flows in a stream down the sides of this rock. F. End footnote. We also saw, the same day, another rock, a little smaller, part in and part out of water. The part washed by the water was of a very bright and clear red. Some days after, we saw a stream running from a hill, the waters of which seemed mineral. The sand is red, and the Indians said it came from a little lake where they have found pieces of copper. We advanced, coasting always along the vast prairies that stretched away beyond our sight. From time to time we saw trees, but so ranged that they seemed planted designedly to form alleys more agreeable to the sight than those of orchards. The foot of these trees is often watered by little streams, where we saw herds of stags and does drinking and feeding quietly on the young grass. We followed these vast plains for 20 leagues, and often said, Benedicte opera Domini Domino. After making 76 leagues on Lake St. Joseph, we at last entered the river which leads to the Illinois. I here met 80 Indians of the country, by whom I was handsomely received. The chief advanced about 30 steps to meet me, holding in one hand a firebrand and in the other a feathered calumet. As he drew near, he raised it to my mouth, and himself lit the tobacco, which obliged me to pretend to smoke. He then led me into his cabin, and, giving me the most honorable place, addressed me thus: "Father, take pity on me. Let me return with thee, to accompany thee and lead thee to my village. My meeting with thee today will be fatal to me, unless I profit by it. Thou bearest to us the gospel and the prayer. If I lose the occasion of hearing thee, I shall be punished by the loss of my nephews, whom thou seest so numerous, but who will assuredly be defeated by the enemy. Embark then with us, that I may profit by thy coming to our land." With these words he embarked at the same time as ourselves, and we soon after reached his village. Section 2. In spite of all our efforts to hasten on, it was the 27th of April before I could reach Kachkachkia, a large Illinois town. I immediately entered the cabin where Father Marquette had lodged, and the sachems with all the people being assembled, I told them the object of my coming among them, namely, to preach to them the true, living, and immortal God, and his only Son, Jesus Christ. They listened very attentively to my whole discourse, and thanked me for the trouble I took for their salvation. I found this village much increased since last year. It was before composed of only one nation, the Kachkachkia. There are now 8, the first having called the others who dwelt in the neighborhood of the Mississippi. You could not easily form an idea of the number of Indians who compose this town. They are lodged in 351 cabins, easily counted, for they are mostly ranged on the banks of the river. The place which they have selected for their abode is situated at 40 degrees 42 minutes. It has on one side a prairie of vast extent, and on the other an expanse of marsh, which makes the air unhealthy, and often loaded with mists. This causes much sickness and frequent thunder. They, however, like this post, because from it they can easily discover their enemies. Footnote: This and the position assigned to the town of the Kaskaskias, 40 degrees 42 minutes, would bring it near Rockfort, making allowances for the old latitude. When Father Marquette first visited it, he found 74 cabins. This was in 1673. The next year it had increased to 500 or 600 fires, which, at the rate of 4 fires to a cabin, gives 100 to 150 cabins, with a population of 2,000 men, besides women and children. Father Allouez, visiting it now in 1677, is very exact, and gives the number of cabins as 351. In 1680, the Recollect Father Membray estimates the population of the great village at 7,000 or 8,000, in 400 or 500 cabins. This does not include the Kaskaskias, whom he seems to place on the Chicago River. Hennepin, at the same time, estimates it at 460 cabins, made like long bowers, covered with double mats of flat rushes, so well sewed as to be impenetrable to wind, snow, and rain. Each cabin has 4 or 5 fires, and each fire 1 or 2 families. Page 137. It would seem, then, that Bancroft rejects too lightly the estimate given by Father Raleigh in the Lettres Edifiantes, where he estimates their number at 300 cabins, each of 4 or 5 fires and 2 families to a fire. When their decadence began, they disappeared with great rapidity. Charlevoix, in 1721, makes their number then to have been very inconsiderable, although he gives no estimate of the population of the Illinois, who still formed 5 distinct villages. At present the remnant of the tribe does not comprise 100 souls, yet all who remain are Christians. These Indians are in character hardy, proud, and valiant. They are at war with 8 or 9 tribes. They do not use firearms, as they find them too awkward and too slow. They carry them, however, when they march against nations unacquainted with their use, to terrify them by the noise, and thus rout them. They ordinarily carry the war club, bow, and a quiver full of arrows, which they discharge so adroitly and quickly that men armed with guns have hardly time to raise them to the shoulder. They also carry a large buckler made of skins of wild cattle, which is arrow-proof and covers the whole body. They have many wives, of whom they are extremely jealous, leaving them on the least suspicion. The women usually behave well, and are modestly dressed, though the men are not, having no shame of their nakedness. They live on Indian corn and other fruits of the earth, which they cultivate on the prairies, like other Indians. They eat 14 kinds of roots which they find in the prairies. They made me eat them. I found them good and very sweet. They gather on trees or plants fruits of 42 different kinds, which are excellent. They catch 25 kinds of fish, including eels. They hunt cattle, deer, turkeys, cats, a kind of tiger, and other animals, of which they reckon 22 kinds, and 40 kinds of game and birds. In the lower part of the river there are, I am told, salt springs, from which they make salt. I cannot speak from my own experience. They assure me, too, that there are quarries near their town of slate as fine as ours. I have seen here, as in the Ottawa country, copper, found here as elsewhere, on the banks of the river in lumps. They tell me, too, that there are rocks of pitch like that I saw on the banks of Lake St. Joseph. The Indians cut it and find silvery veins, which, when pounded, give a fine red paint. They also find other veins from which the pitch runs. When thrown in the fire, it burns like ours. This is all that I could remark in this country during the short stay I made there. I will now tell what I did for Christianity. As I had but little time to remain, having come only to acquire the necessary information for the perfect establishment of a mission, I immediately set to work to give all the instruction I could to these 8 different nations, by whom, by the help of God, I made myself sufficiently understood. I would go to the cabin of the chief of the particular tribe that I wished to instruct, and there preparing a little altar with my chapel ornaments, I exposed a crucifix, before which I explained the mysteries of our faith. I could not desire a greater number of auditors, nor a more favorable attention. They brought me their youngest children to be baptized, those older to be instructed. They repeated themselves all the prayers that I taught them. In a word, after I had done the same in all the 8 nations, I had the consolation of seeing Christ acknowledged by so many tribes, who needed only careful cultivation to become good Christians. This we hope to give hereafter at leisure. I laid the foundation of this mission by the baptism of 35 children, and a sick adult, who soon after died, with one of the infants, to go and take possession of heaven in the name of the whole nation. And we, too, to take possession of these tribes in the name of Jesus Christ, on the 3rd of May, the feast of the Holy Cross, erected in the midst of the town a cross 25 feet high, chanting the Vexilla Regis in the presence of a great number of Illinois of all tribes, of whom I can say, in truth, that they did not take Jesus Christ crucified for a folly, nor for a scandal. On the contrary, they witnessed the ceremony with great respect, and heard all that I said on the mystery with admiration. The children even went to kiss the cross through devotion, and the old earnestly commended me to place it well so that it could not fall. The time of my departure having come, I took leave of all these tribes, and left them in a great desire of seeing me as soon as possible, which I more willingly induced them to expect, as, on the one hand, I have reason to thank God for the little crosses he has afforded me in this voyage, and on the other, I see the harvest all ready and very abundant. The devil will, doubtless, oppose us, and perhaps will, for the purpose, use the war which the Iroquois seek to make on the Illinois. I pray our Lord to avert it, that so fair a beginning be not entirely ruined. The next year, namely 1678, Father Allouez set out to return to this mission and to remain there 2 years in succession, to labor more solidly for the conversion of these tribes. We have since learned that the Iroquois made an incursion as far as there, but were beaten by the Illinois. This will go far to enkindle the war between these nations, and do much to injure this mission, if God does not interpose." Footnote. The concluding paragraph of this narrative is in the handwriting of Father Claude Dablon, the superior of the missions at the time. End of section 13. Section 14 of Discovery and Exploration of the Mississippi Valley. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Discovery and Exploration of the Mississippi Valley by John Gilmary SHEA. Bibliographical Notice of the Etablissement de la Foi by Father Christian Clercq, Recollect. The curious and now rare work is the source whence all the following narratives, except Hennepin's, are drawn. It was published at Paris by Amiable Arroy in 1691, with the following very comprehensive title: "First Establishment of the Faith in New France, containing the publication of the Gospel, the history of the French colonies, and the famous discoveries from the mouth of the St. Lawrence, Louisiana, and the river Colbert, to the Gulf of Mexico, accomplished under the direction of the late Monsieur de la Salle, by order of the King, with the victories gained in Canada by the arms of His Majesty over the English and Iroquois in 1690. Dedicated to Monsieur de Comte de Frontenac, Governor and Lieutenant General of New France, by Father Christian Clercq, Recollect Missionary of the Province of St. Anthony of Padua, in Artois, and Warden of the Recollects of Lens." Of Father Clercq, under whose name the work is thus published, we know little beyond what we glean from this work, and from his Relation de Gaspersique. He was a zealous and devout missionary on the wild coast of Gaspé, where he lived in most cordial and friendly relations with the neighboring Jesuit missionaries, especially with Father Bigot, who speaks of him in the highest terms, as Clercq did of him and his labors. He was the first novice of the province to which he belonged, and one of the first religious sent by it to Canada in 1675. After spending 5 years as a missionary at Isle Parcé and Gaspé, he returned to Europe, was concerned in the establishment of a church and mission at Montreal, resumed for a time his missionary career, and was subsequently employed as superior in France. His Relation de Gaspésie is a description of his own field and his own labors. The Etablissement assumes to be a general history of religion in Canada, and of La Salle's voyages, as tending to the establishment of missions. How far it realizes the promise of the title page, we shall soon see. Had this work been a mere satirical pamphlet, we could at once understand it and give it its proper value, but in this light it cannot be regarded. It contains much historical information, especially with respect to La Salle, being the first printed account of his voyage down the Mississippi and his last fatal attempt. A striking feature in the work is its literary skepticism as to a great mass of early works on Canada, and the similar doubts raised subsequently as to the Etablissement itself. Clercq, or the real author, doubts the authenticity of the Relation of 1626, ascribed to F. Charles Lalemant. The ground of this doubt is completely destroyed by the title of one of the chapters in Sagard's larger work. The doubt has, however, been raised within the last few years by men of research, though probably from want of a close study of the doubting humor of the author. Having thus thrown a slur on the first Relation, he next brings the whole 40 volumes of Relations from 1632 to 1672, into the same category, because, forsooth, from his high respect for the Jesuits, he cannot believe they ever wrote them; and finally, Father Marquette's published journal, which is, however, never ascribed to him, is treated as an imposture, and his voyage as pretended, on every possible occasion. This wholesome skepticism almost entitles him to a place with the celebrated Father Hardouin, who believed all the Greek and Latin classics to be forgeries. In a work like this, intended to show the validity of Marquette's claim, we must examine these doubts and the person who makes them. Joutel, who contradicts the Etablissement pointedly in several places, says that it was composed on false relations, and thus gives some focus to a charge brought in 1697 by the strange Hennepin, who asserts broadly that the Etablissement was published by Father Valentin Leroux under the borrowed name of Clercq; and he charges that the so-called narrative of Membray in the work is really a transcript of the journal of his great voyage down the Mississippi, a copy of which he had left in Leroux's hands at Quebec. At a still later date, when all had become calm, Charlevoix states it as a common impression that Frontenac himself had a considerable hand in it. When with all this we remember that the first published narrative of Tonty is regarded as spurious, and that Mr. Sparks has irrefragably shown Hennepin's later works to be mere romances and literary thefts, the whole series of works relative to La Salle seems drawn up or moulded to suit some party views, and to unravel the whole, we must examine what parties at the time agitated Canada. We find immediately that the civil and ecclesiastical authorities were then completely at variance, chiefly from two causes. The first was what may be called the Brandy War, in which Bishop Laval, seeing the injury done to the Indians by the sale of liquor, had pronounced ecclesiastical censures against those who carried on the nefarious traffic. His clergy, and especially the Jesuits, sided with him and his successor entirely on this point, as being better able from daily intercourse to see the ruin of the native tribes by the use of spirituous liquors. But if the ecclesiastical authorities pronounced censures, the civil officers were not slow in taking up most curious modes of revenge, and ridicule, above all, was brought to play upon their antagonists. So far had public opinion become vitiated, that in a memoir drawn up apparently by the Intendant Duchesneau with regard to the Indian village of Caughnawaga, the writer addressing the French court deemed it necessary to defend the Jesuit missionaries against the charge of preventing the erection of any tavern on their lands at La Prairie, in the vicinity of their Indian village. The only defense made is more curious. It admits the fact, but denies the necessity of taverns there, as Montreal was full of them. In this Brandy War, the Jesuits being in charge of the missions were chiefly attacked, and soon after a new charge was made against them personally. 2. Frontenac especially insisted that Indian villages apart would never result in civilizing the natives. His plan was a complete fusion of the two races, by bringing them into perfect contact. The missionaries, convinced that Indians living among the whites were irrevocably lost, adhered pertinaciously to their original system of separate villages and gradual advancement. Frontenac's theory is much upheld by the Etablissement, and many arguments are adduced in favor of this plan, which is assumed to be that of the early Recollects. But he startles us not a little, and somewhat unseats our gravity, when he tells us that it had been carried out with perfect success in the neighboring English and Dutch colonies, though, unfortunately, he does not tell us what New York or New England half-breed village resulted from the union. But to return to ancient politics. Religion was at that time upheld by popular opinion. A man in rank or office had to practice his religious duties. Indeed, he never thought of not doing so. Now these duties in the Catholic Church are something very positive indeed, and many in Canada found themselves under ecclesiastical censures for trading in liquor with the Indians, and saw no other alternative but that of renouncing a lucrative traffic, unless, indeed, they could find more lenient confessors. A party now called for the return of the Recollects as earnestly as they had opposed it when they deemed them too expensive. Clercq states this ground of recall without a word of censure. The Recollects returned, became the fashionable confessors, and were stationed at trading points. In this way they became involved in existing disputes, and favored by and favoring Frontenac, found themselves arrayed in a manner against the rest of the clergy. A general charge made about the time seems to have been that the Jesuits had really made no discoveries and no progress in converting the natives. With this as a principle, it would not do to allow the discovery of the Mississippi to be ascribed wholly or in part to one of the missionaries of that society. Hence a work dedicated to Frontenac must naturally be a eulogy of his ideas and his friends, and a well-directed attack on his enemies. It must be, and be expected to be, a party affair. When, then, we attack this work, it will be simply as to these matters. In an historical point of view, as faithful to the documents on which it professes to be founded, it has, I believe, never been called in question. It is a well-written history of the Recollect missions and La Salle's Voyages. The rest is satire. The work itself consists of 3 parts. The first, in substance, an abridgment of Sagard for the first period of French rule in Canada down to the capture of Quebec by 1629, contains some new facts derived from manuscripts, and especially from those of the great Le Caron, the founder of the Huron missions. The English carried off both the Recollects and the Jesuits whom they had invited to aid them, but as the restoration of Canada was expected, both prepared for a speedy return. For some reason, however, the French government determined to send out another missionary body, and offered Canada to the Capuchins, like the Recollects, a branch of the great Franciscan order. The Capuchins, however, declined it, and recommended the Jesuits, who were accordingly sent, and the Recollects excluded. It was their first grief, and the volume before us details their unavailing efforts to return, and the suspicions entertained of opposition, or at least of lukewarmness, on the part of the Jesuits. They are, indeed, exculpated, but the charge is constantly renewed. With this on his heart, Clercq proceeds to the second part, that of the Jesuit missions, and here he doubts the authenticity of all their relations, and treats the missions they describe as chimerical. In this pretended account of the progress of Christianity during the period in question, there is no historical order preserved, no mention is made of the Huron missions, their rise and fall with the nation, and the death of the various missionaries whose last moments are a sufficient proof of their sincerity in the accounts which they had given. On the Algonquin and Montagnais missions, and their almost entire destruction by sickness and war, no notice is taken, and what is said of the Iroquois is so garbled that it were better unsaid. No missionary ever could have written this part, or if he did, he must be content to rank below Hennepin. One instance will show the spirit of this portion. Speaking of the mission in New York in 1655-58, he mentions the fact that Menard, at Cayuga, baptized 400, and adds, "Christianity must have advanced each year by still more happy and multiplied progress, and consequently all these people must be converted." Then, as he finds the mass of the Iroquois in 1690, as we find them in 1850, pagans, he concludes that the accounts of the missions are false. Now, in the first place, the period of missionary effort in New York embraces only the periods from 1655 to 1658, and from 1667 to 1685. In all, not more than 20 years, with a few visits at intervals before and after these dates. In 1690 there was no missionary in New York save Father Millet, who had just been dragged to Oneida as a prisoner taken at Fort Frontenac. And as to baptisms, no fact is more clearly stated in early writers, the Relations and all others, than this, that the baptisms were chiefly those of dying children and adults. Among the Iroquois there were, indeed, children of Christian Hurons, who could be baptized in health, but only there. Hence the baptisms give a very slight increase to the number of living neophytes, and in time of epidemics a very great number might be baptized, and yet the Church lose in point of numbers. To begin, then, by assuming that 400 baptisms gave as many living members, and that 10 times as many gave 4,000, is a puerility in one who is not much acquainted with the matter, but a gross deceit in one who is. The second part, then, is not to be considered as historical. It notices, indeed, the coming of the Ursuline and Hospital nuns, of the Sulpicians and the bishop, but even for those we must go elsewhere for a clear account. The third part stands on a different footing. It is mainly historical, and though marked by the prevailing prejudice, and, as we shall show, by gross injustice to Marquette and Jolliet, is undoubtedly the best account of La Salle's voyages, and, for some parts, the only one we have. It is, too, an account of the rise and progress of the Second Recollect missions, in a very brief form, which, with the mass of manuscripts of the time, gives rich materials for Canadian history. All that relates to La Salle is given in the present volume, for the first time, we believe, in English. The remaining portion of Clercq is, as the title states, an account of the defeat of the English at Quebec in 1690 by Frontenac, who had returned the previous year. Compelled by a love of truth to be somewhat severe on both Clercq and Hennepin, we would by no means seem to reflect generally on the Recollects of Canada. The latter committed his forgeries when cast off by his province. The former was not, I believe, the author of the objectionable parts in the work that bears his name. That 2 hands were employed in it will, I think, appear to any one who will read it over attentively several times. That all the Recollects should have been at the time under some prejudice is natural, owing to their position, and allowance is made for that, as we must daily make for those who cannot judge of an individual without some attack on the Church to which he belongs. Fortunately for all, the Recollects were soon relieved from their false position by the settlement of the disputes, and without attempting new Indian missions, labored for the good of the colony with a zeal beyond all praise. Chosen almost always as chaplains to the troops and forts, they were to be found at every French post, and thus became the earliest pastors of some of our western towns. Like the Jesuits, they were a second time excluded from Canada by the English on their conquest in the last century, and the last survivor has long since descended to the grave. A few names, and a church that bears their name, are almost all that recall to the traveller the labors and merits of the children of St. Francis. End of section 14.
Section number 15 of Discovery and Exploration of the Mississippi Valley. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Discovery and Exploration of the Mississippi Valley by John Gilmary SHEA. Narrative of the first attempt by Monsieur Cavelier de la Salle to explore the Mississippi, drawn up from the manuscripts of Father Zenobius Membret, a recollect by Father Chrétien Clercq. The Sieur Robert Cavelier de la Salle, a native of Rouen, one of the most distinguished families there, a man of vast intellect, brought up for literary pursuits, capable and learned in every branch, especially in mathematics, naturally enterprising, prudent, and moral, had been for some years in Canada, and had already, under the administration of de Courcelles and Talon, shown his great abilities for discoveries. Footnote. La Salle in early life resolved to consecrate himself to God in a religious order, and entered the Society of Jesus. After passing 10 years, however, teaching and studying in their colleges, he left them, for what reason is not now known, and came to Canada to build up his fortunes, for he had lost his inheritance by the unjust provisions of the French law. His previous seclusion from the world had perhaps but too well fitted him for conceiving vast projects, but totally disqualified him for their successful conduct. The minute details, the cautious choice of men, the constant superintendence required in a large establishment were foreign to his character, and we shall see in this the cause of all his misfortunes. Like many others, he thought of finding a way to China, and began some enterprise which resulted only in giving the name of Lachine to his trading post near Montreal. The fur trade was the great means of wealth, and he next conceived the plan of a large trading monopoly on Lake Ontario, to be centered at Fort Frontenac. From that moment, however, he raised against him all the individual traders in the Indian country, and he was soon aware that this was no speedy road to wealth. His ideas now took a new turn. Jolliet had returned to Canada, after exploring the Mississippi with Marquette, far enough to verify the supposition that it emptied into the Gulf of Mexico. His accounts of the buffalo country induced La Salle to believe that a very lucrative trade in their skins and wool might be opened directly between the Buffalo Plains and France, by the Mississippi and Gulf, without carrying them through Canada. To secure this was now his object. Jolliet, who seems not to have been favored, was rewarded with a grant, not on the river he had explored, but at the other extreme of the French colony, the island of Anticosti, and La Salle, who had secured Frontenac's favor, obtained a royal patent, such as he desired. It was, however, provided that he carry on no trade whatever with the Indians called Audiobooks, and others who bring their beaver skins and other peltries to Montreal, while to him and his company the privilege of the trade in buffalo skins was granted. Volume 1, page 35. The private traders who had already visited the Illinois country considered his including it in his grant as unjustifiable, and both in the West and at Quebec opposed him in every way, monopolies having always been objects of dislike. A variety of circumstances defeated his first plan in the Illinois country in 1680, and no new discovery having been made by himself or Hennepin, he abandoned his first plan of descending the Mississippi in a vessel, and sailing thence to the Isles, and resolved to examine the mouth in boats, and acquire such a knowledge of its position as would enable him to reach it direct from France by sea. He accordingly sailed down in 1682, and following the course of Marquette and Jolliet, reached their furthest station on the 3rd of March, then, passing on, explored the river to the Gulf, which he reached on the 9th of April, thus crowning the work of the former explorers, and with Hennepin's Voyage tracing its whole course from the Falls of St. Anthony to the sea. In pursuance of his plan, he returned to France and attempted to reach it by sea, but missed the mouth, and landing in Texas, perished in an attempt to reach the Illinois country by land. As a great but unsuccessful merchant, vast and enterprising in his plans, though unfitted by early associations from achieving them, he presents one of the most striking examples of calm and persevering courage. Amid difficulties and disasters, he rose above every adversity, unshaken and undiscouraged, ever ready to make the worse the better fortune. His Life by Sparks is one of the most valuable contributions to the early history of America. End footnote. Monsieur de Frontenac selected him to command Fort Frontenac, where he was nearly a year, till coming to France in 1675. He obtained of the court the government and property of the lake and its dependencies, on condition of building there a regular stone fort, clearing the ground and making French and Indian villages, and of supporting there at his own expense a sufficient garrison, and recollect missionaries. Monsieur de La Salle returned to Canada and fulfilled these conditions completely. A fort with 4 bastions was built at the entrance of the lake on the northern side at the end of a basin, where a considerable fleet of large vessels might be sheltered from the winds. This fort enclosed that built by Monsieur de Frontenac. He also gave us a piece of ground 15 arpents in front by 20 deep, the donation being accepted by Monsieur de Frontenac, syndic of our mission. It would be difficult to detail the obstacles he had to encounter, raised against him daily in the execution of his plans, so that he found less opposition in the savage tribes whom he was always able to bring into his plans. Monsieur de Frontenac went up there every year, and care was taken to assemble there the chiefs and leading men of the Iroquois nations, great and small, maintaining by this means alliance and commerce with them, and disposing them to embrace Christianity, which was the principal object of the new establishment. Footnote. Clercq, page 119. The subsequent pages down to page 131 relate to the religious affairs of the colony. The only reference to La Salle is this on page 127, our reverend fathers having obtained of the king letters patent for our establishments at Quebec, Ile Percé, and Fort Frontenac. They were registered at the Sovereign Council of Quebec, and Monsieur de La Salle built, at his own expense, a house on the land he had given us near the fort, in which a chapel was made. A fine church was afterward added, adorned with paintings and necessary vestments. Also a regular house and appendages completed by the exertions of Father Joseph Dennison. End footnote. My design being to treat of the publication of the faith to that prodigious quantity of nations who are comprised in the dominions of the king, as his majesty has discovered them, we shall continue our subject by those which were made during the rest of the present epoch in all parts of New France. While the reverend father, Jesuits among the southern Iroquois on the upper part of the river, had the honor of bearing the gospel to the nations bordering on those tribes. The peace between the 2 crowns of France and England giving them free access everywhere, without being traversed by the English, they announced the faith to the Etchemins, and other Indian nations that came to trade at Loup River, where the ordinary post of the mission was. Our missions of St. John's River, Beau Basin, Misamichis, Nipisiguit, Ristigouche, and Ile Percé were similarly supported. We continue to labor for the conversion of the Indians of those vast countries comprised under the name of Acadia, Cape Breton, and the Great Bay, Gulf of St. Lawrence. In the time of Monsieur de Cossel and Talon, the discoveries were pushed toward the North Bay, Hudson's, of which something was known from 2 or 3 previous attempts. The Sieur de Saint-Simon was chosen for the expedition, with the Reverend Father Albanel, a Jesuit. By the maps of the country, it is easy to see what difficulties had to be surmounted, how much toil and hardship undergone, how many falls and rapids to be passed, and portages made, to reach by land these unknown parts and tribes, as far as Hudson's Bay or Strait. Monsieur de Frontenac was in Canada on the return of the party in 1672. This discovery thenceforward enabled them to push the mission much further to the north, and draw some elect from those distant nations to receive the first rudiments of Christianity, until in 1686 the victorious arms of the king, under the guidance of Monsieur de Troyes, d'Iberville, Sainte-Hélène, and a number of brave Canadians by order of the Marquis de Longueville, then Governor-General of the country, conquered those northern parts where, as the French arms are still gloriously maintained, the zeal of the Jesuit fathers is employed in publishing the gospel. The unwearied charity of those illustrious missionaries advanced their labors with much more success during the present epoch. Among the Ottawa nations, seconded by the great zeal of Frontenac's protection, and the ascendant which the wisdom of the governor had acquired over the savages, a magnificent church, furnished with the richest vestments, was built at the mission of St. Mary's of the Sault, that of the Bay of the Fetid, Green Bay, and Michilimackinac Island, were more and more increased by the gathering of Indian tribes. The missions around Lake Condé, Superior, further north, were also increased. This lake alone is 150 miles long, 60 wide, and about 500 in circuit, inhabited by different nations, whence we may form an idea of the labors of the missionaries in 5 or 6 establishments. Finally, in the last years of M. de Frontenac's first administration, Sieur de Lutte, a man of talent and experience, opened a way to the missionaries and the gospel in many different nations, turning toward the north of that lake, where he even built a fort. He advanced as far as the lake of the Issati, called Lake Buade, from the family name of M. de Frontenac, planting the arms of his majesty in several nations on the right and left, where the missionaries still make every effort to introduce Christianity, the only fruit of which indeed consists in the baptism of some dying children, and in rendering adults inexcusable at God's judgment by the gospel preached to them. Footnote. The promise of a general account of discoveries made, and his praise of the Jesuit missionaries in the preceding pages, must excite contempt when we find them a mask for falsehood and concealment. Nothing here would lead the reader to suppose that Father Allouez and other missionaries had explored the country around Lake Superior for 7 years prior to the coming of Frontenac, that an accurate map had been published by them in 1672, that Father Marquette, after many disappointments, at last, with Jolliet, descended the Mississippi far enough to be certain as to the sea into which it emptied. Yet the discoveries of Allouez and the map are in the relations which he elsewhere ridicules. The voyage of Jolliet he must have heard of during his residence in Canada, and known as well as Hennepin, who refers to it in his first work, even if we are to suppose him never to have read the work of his fellow missionary, or Thévenot's edition of Father Marquette's journal. In his eagerness to ascribe no discovery to the Jesuits, he actually sends de Lutte to Lake Issati before any of the missionaries. Was he there before Hennepin? End footnote. I shall hereafter limit myself to publish the great discoveries made by order of the King, under the command of M. de Frontenac and the direction of M. de la Salle, as being those which promised the greatest fruits for the establishment of the faith, if in course of time they are resumed and supported as they deserve. The Sieur de la Salle, having completed the construction of Fort Frontenac, and greatly advanced the establishment of French and Indian settlements, was induced by the report of many tribes to believe that great progress could be made by pushing on the discoveries by the lakes into the river Mississippi, which he then supposed to empty into the Red Sea, Gulf of California. Footnote. This assertion seems perfectly gratuitous, and is not justified by the letters patent to La Salle. Jolliet's return set the matter at rest, and left no doubt as to its emptying into the Gulf. In this work, indeed, Marquette is never mentioned, and Jolliet's voyage decried, if not denied. But in the first of the series of works on La Salle, Hennepin's Description de la Louisiane, Paris, 1684, of which the printing was completed January 5, 1683, that is but a few days after Membre's arrival with the account of La Salle's voyage, the prior voyage of Jolliet is admitted, and La Salle's object thus stated. Toward the end of the year 1677, the Sieur de La Salle came to France to report to Monsieur Colbert the execution of his orders. He then represented to him that Fort Frontenac gave him great opportunities for making discoveries with our recollects, that his principal design in building the fort had been to continue these discoveries in rich, fertile, and temperate countries, where commerce in the skins and wool of the wild cattle, called by the Spaniards cibola, might establish a great trade and support powerful colonies. That, however, as it would be difficult to bring these buffalo hides in canoes, he prayed Monsieur Colbert to grant him a commission to go and discover the mouth of the great river Mississippi, on which vessels might be built to come to France, and that, considering the great expense he had undergone in building and supporting Fort Frontenac, he would be pleased to grant him an exclusive privilege of trading in buffalo skins, of which he brought one as a sample, and his request was granted. Page 14. End footnote. He made a voyage to France in 1677, and favoured by letters from the Count de Frontenac, obtained of the court necessary powers to undertake and carry out this great design at his own expense. Furnished with these powers, he arrived in Canada toward the close of September 1678 with the Sieur de Tonty, an Italian gentleman full of spirit and resolution, who afterwards so courageously and faithfully seconded him in all his designs. He also had with him 30 men, pilots, sailors, carpenters, and other mechanics, with all things necessary for his expedition. Some Canadians having joined him, he sent for all his party in advance to Fort Frontenac, where Father Gabriel de la Rebaude and Father Luc Buisset were already, and where Fathers Louis Hennepin, Zunobis, Mambray, and Militon Watteau now repaired. They were all 3 missionaries of our province of St. Anthony of Padua in Artois, as well as Father Luc Buisset, His Majesty having honored the Recollects with the care of the spiritual direction of the expedition by express orders addressed to Father Valentin Leroux, Commissary Provincial and Superior of the mission. The Sieur de la Salle soon followed them, the Almighty preserving him from many perils in that long voyage from Quebec, over falls and rapids to Fort Frontenac, where he arrived at last, much emaciated. Deriving new strength from his great courage, he issued all his orders and sent off his troop in a brigantine for Niagara with Father Louis on the 18th of November. The navigation, in which they had to encounter many dangers and even disasters, crossing the great lake in so advanced a season, prevented their reaching Niagara River before the 5th of December. On the 6th they entered the river, and the following days, by canoe and land, advanced to the spot where the Sieur de la Salle intended to raise a fort and build a bark above Niagara Falls, whence the St. Lawrence, Le Fleuve, communicates with Lake Conty, Erie, and Lake Frontenac, Ontario, by the said falls and river, which is, as it were, the strait of communication. A glance at the map will show that this project with that of Fort Frontenac, and the fort he was about to build at Niagara, might excite some jealousy among the Iroquois who dwell in the neighborhood of the great lake. The Sieur de la Salle, with his usual address, met the principal chiefs of those tribes in conference, and gained them so completely that they not only agreed to it, but even offered to contribute with all their means to the execution of his design. This great concert lasted some time. The Sieur de la Salle also sent many canoes to trade north and south of the lake among these tribes. End of section 15. Section number 16 of Discovery and Exploration of the Mississippi Valley. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Discovery and Exploration of the Mississippi Valley by John Gilmary SHEA. Narrative of the first attempt by Monsieur Cavelier de la Salle to explore the Mississippi, Part 2. Meanwhile, as certain persons traversed with all their might the project of the Sieur de la Salle, they insinuated feelings of distrust in the Seneca Iroquois as the fort building at Niagara began to advance, and they succeeded so well that the fort became an object of suspicion, and the works had to be suspended for a time, and he had to be satisfied with a house surrounded by palisades. The Sieur de la Salle did not fail to give prompt orders. He made frequent voyages from Fort Frontenac to Niagara, during the winter on the ice, in the spring with vessels loaded with provisions. In all the opposition raised by those envious of him, fortune seemed to side with them against him. The pilot who directed one of his well-loaded barks lost it on Lake Frontenac. When the snow began to melt, he sent 15 of his men to trade on the lake in canoes as far as the Illinois to prepare him the way till his bark building at Niagara was completed. It was perfectly ready in the month of August, 1679. The Father Commissary had started some time before from Quebec for the fort, to give the orders incumbent on his office, and put in force those expedited in the month of July, by which Father Gabriel was named superior of the new expedition, to be accompanied by Father Louis Hennepin, Zenuvius Membray, and Melithon Watteau, the latter to remain at Niagara and make it his mission, while Father Luke should remain at the fort. The three former accordingly embarked on the 7th of August with Monsieur de la Salle and his whole party in the vessel which had been named the Griffin, in honor of the arms of Monsieur de Frontenac. Father Melithon remained at the house in Niagara with some laborers and clerks. The same day they sailed for Lake Conty, after passing, contrary to all expectation, the currents of the strait. This was due to the resolution and address of the Sieur de la Salle, his men having before his arrival used every means to no purpose. It appeared a kind of marble, considering the rapidity of the current in the strait, which neither man nor animal, nor any ordinary vessel can resist, much less ascend. The map will show that from this place you sail up Lake Conty, Erie, to Lake Orleans, Huron, which terminates in Lake Dauphin, Michigan. These lakes, being each 100 or 120 leagues long by 40 or 50 wide, communicating with one another by easy channels and straits, which offer vessels a convenient and beautiful navigation. All these lakes are full of fish. The country is most finely situated, the soil temperate, being north and south, bordered by vast prairies, which terminate in hills covered with vines, fruit trees, groves, and tall woods, all scattered here and there, so that one would think that the ancient Romans, princes, and nobles would have made them as many villas. The soil is everywhere equally fertile. The Sieur de la Salle, having entered Lake Conty on the 7th, crossed it in 3 days, and on the 10th reached the strait, Detroit, by which he entered Lake Orleans. The voyage was interrupted by a storm as violent as could be met in the open sea. Our people lost all hope of escape, but a vow which they made to St. Anthony of Padua, the patron of mariners, delivered them by a kind of miracle, so that, after long making head against the wind, the vessel on the 27th reached Missilimakinac, which is north of the strait by which we go from Lake Orleans to Lake Dauphin. No vessels had yet been seen sailing on the lakes, yet an enterprise which should have been sustained by all well-meaning persons for the glory of God and the service of the king had produced precisely the opposite feelings and effects which had been already communicated to the Hurons, the Autobiography of the island, and the neighboring nations, to make them ill-affected. The Sieur de la Salle even found here the 15 men whom he had sent in the spring, prejudiced against him and seduced from his service. A part of his goods wasted, far from having proceeded to the Illinois to trade according to their orders, the Sieur de Tonty, who was at their head, having in vain made every effort to inspire them with fidelity. At last he weighed anchor on the 2nd of September, and arrived pretty safely at the Bay of the Fetid, Green Bay, at the entrance of Lake Dauphin, 40 leagues from Missilimakinac. Would to God that the Sieur de la Salle had continued his route in the vessel. His wisdom could not foresee the misfortunes which awaited him. He deemed proper to send it back by the same route to Niagara, with the furs already bought in order to pay his creditors. He even left in it a part of his goods and implements, which were not easy to transport. The captain had orders to return with the vessel as soon as possible and join us in the Illinois. Meanwhile, on the 18th of September, the Sieur de la Salle, with our fathers and 17 men, continued their route in canoes by Lake Dauphin from the Puteotatemis to the mouth of the river of the Miamis, St. Joseph's, where they arrived on the 1st of November. This place had been appointed a rendezvous for 20 Frenchmen who came by the opposite shore, and also for the Sieur de Tonty, who had been sent by the Sieur de la Salle to Missilimakinac on another expedition. The Sieur de la Salle built a fort there to protect his men and property against any attack of the Indians. Our religious soon had a bark cabin erected to serve as a chapel, where they exercised their ministry for French and Indians until the 3rd of December, when, leaving 4 men in the fort, they went in search of the portage which would bring them to the Seignelay, Illinois, which descends to the Mississippi. They embarked on this river to the number of 30 or 40, by which, after 100 or 120 leagues sail, they arrived toward the close of December at the largest Illinois village, composed of about 400 or 500 cabins, each of them 5 or 6 families. It is the custom of these tribes at harvest time to put their Indian corn in caches in order to keep it for summer, when meat easily spoils, and to go and pass the winter in hunting wild cattle and beaver, carrying very little grain. That of our people had run short, so that passing by the Illinois village, they were obliged, there being no one there, to take some Indian corn, as much as they deemed necessary for their subsistence. They left it on the 1st of January, 1680, and by the 4th were 30 leagues lower down amid the Illinois camp. They were encamped on both sides of the river, which is very narrow there, but soon after forms a lake about 7 leagues long and about 1 wide, called Pimitui, meaning in their language that there are plenty of fat beasts there. The Sieur de la Salle estimated it at 30 degrees 45 minutes. It is remarkable because the Illinois River, which for several months in winter is frozen down to it, never is from this place to the mouth, although navigation is at times interrupted by accumulations of floating ice from above. Our people had been assured that the Illinois had been excited and prejudiced against them. Finding himself then in the midst of their camp, which lay on both sides of the river, at a narrow pass, where the current was hurrying on the canoes faster than they liked, the Sieur de la Salle promptly put his men under arms, and ranged his canoes abreast so as to occupy the whole breadth of the river. The canoes nearest the 2 banks, in which were the Sieur de Tonty and the Sieur de la Salle, were not more than half a pistol shot from the shore. The Illinois, who had not yet discovered the little flotilla ranged in battle order, were alarmed. Some ran to arms, others fled in incredible confusion. The Sieur de la Salle had a calumet of peace, but would not show it, not liking to appear weak before them. As they were soon so near that they could understand each other, they asked our Frenchmen who they were. They replied that they were French, still keeping their arms ready, and letting the current bear them down in order, because there was no landing place till below the camp. The Indians, alarmed and intimidated by this bold conduct, although they were several thousand against a handful, immediately presented 3 calumets. Our people at the same time presented theirs, and their terror changing to joy, they conducted our party to their cabins, showed us 1,000 civilities, and sent to call back those who had fled. They were told that we came only to give them a knowledge of the true God, to defend them against their enemies, to bring them arms and other conveniences of life. Besides presents made them, they were paid for the Indian corn taken at their village. A close alliance was made with them, the rest of the day being spent in feasts and mutual greetings. All the Sieur de la Salle's intrepidity and skill were needed to keep the alliance intact. As Mansoela, one of the chiefs of the nation of Mascoutens, came that very evening to traverse it, it was known that he was sent by others than those of his nation. He had even with him some Miamis, and young men bearing kettles, knives, axes, and other goods. He had been chosen for this embassy rather than a Miami chief, to give more plausibility to what he should say, the Illinois not having been at war with the Mascoutens, as they had with the Miamis. He caballed even the whole night, speaking of the Sieur de la Salle as an intriguer, a friend of the Iroquois, coming to the Illinois only to open the way to their enemies, who were coming on all sides with the French to destroy them. He made them presents of all that he had brought, and even told them that he came on behalf of several Frenchmen whom he named. This council was held at night, the time chosen by the Indians to transact secret business. This ambassador retired the same night, so that the next day the Illinois chiefs were found completely changed, cold and distrustful, appearing even to plot against our Frenchmen, who were shaken by the change, but the Sieur de la Salle, who had attached one of the chiefs to him particularly by some present, learned from him the subject of this change. His address soon dispelled all these suspicions, but did not prevent 6 of his men, already tampered with and prejudiced at Michilimackinac, from deserting that very day. The Sieur de la Salle not only reassured that nation, but found means in the sequel to disabuse the Mascoutens and Miamis, and to form an alliance between them and the Illinois, which lasted as long as the Sieur de la Salle was in the country. With this assurance, the little army, on the 14th of January, 1680, the floating ice from above having ceased, repaired to a little eminence, a site quite near the Illinois camp, where the Sieur de la Salle immediately set to work to build a fort, which he called Clercq, on account of the many disappointments he had experienced, but which never shook his firm resolve. The fort was well advanced, and the little vessel already up to the string piece by the 1st of March, when he resolved to proceed to Fort Frontenac. There were 400 or 500 leagues to go by land, but not finding his brigantine, the Griffin, return, nor those he had sent on to meet her, and foreseeing the disastrous consequences of the probable loss of his vessel, his courage rose above the difficulties of so long and painful a journey. As he had chosen Father Louis, and as the latter had offered to continue the discovery toward the north by ascending the Mississippi, the Sieur de la Salle, reserving to himself its continuation in canoe by descending till he found the sea, Father Louis set out in canoe from Fort Clercq on the 29th of February, 1680, with the 2 men well armed and equipped, who had besides 1,200 livres in goods, which make a good passport. The enterprise was great and hardy, although it did not equal the great zeal of the intrepid missionary who undertook and continued it with all the firmness, constancy, and edification which can be desired amid inconceivable toils. Although the Discovery had already been pushed 400 or 500 leagues into Louisiana, from Fort Frontenac to Fort Clercq, this great march can be considered only as a prelude and preparation for enterprises still more vast, and an entrance to be made in countries still more advantageous. Footnote. In fact, no discovery had been made. The Illinois country was visited by traders before Marquette's second voyage to it, and was perfectly known. Allouez, too, was there shortly before this, as La Salle himself states. End footnote. I have hitherto given only a short abridgment of the relations which Father Zenobius Membret gives of the commencement of this enterprise. Father Louis, whom we see starting for the upper Mississippi, has published a description of the countries which he visited, and into which he carried the gospel. I therefore refer my reader to it, without repeating it here. Footnote. We prefer to interrupt Clercq's narrative here, and insert the account published by Father Louis Hennepin in 1684. End note. We have only then to describe what is most essential and important in this discovery, conducted by the personal labors of the Sieur de la Salle in the subsequent years. End of section 16.
Section 17 of Discovery and Exploration of the Mississippi Valley. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Patrick McHaffie, Chicago. Discovery and Exploration of the Mississippi Valley by John Gilmary SHEA. Bibliographical notice of the works of Father Louis Hennepin. A Recollect of the province of Saint Anthony in Artois. We have already, in the notice on Le Clercq, alluded to the uncertainty which hangs around many of the works connected with the history of La Salle. In them, however, it was a question as to authorship, alterations made by publishers, or the influence of party spirit in the original writers. Against Hennepin, however, there is a still heavier charge. A good man may be so blinded by party zeal as to be unjust to others, and be guilty of acts which he would personally shrink from doing. And in this case we must, to attain the truth, realize fully the position of the antagonistic parties at the time. Such is peculiarly the case with Le Clercq, as we have shown, and in judging the work we have endeavored to go back to his own period. The charge against Hennepin is that he was vain, conceited, exaggerating, and even mendacious. To weigh so serious an accusation, we shall examine his several volumes, which, however, as will be seen, resolve themselves into two, published at an interval of 14 years. It is the more necessary to enter into a full discussion of his merits, as few works relative to America have been more widely spread than that of Hennepin. Published originally in French, it appeared subsequently in Dutch, English, Italian, and Spanish, and if I am not mistaken, in German, and in a large class of writers is quoted with the commendation. It was, however, soon attacked. The editor of Joutel in 1713 calls it in question, but he was too ignorant of Canadian history to give his charge any weight. Severer strictures were passed upon it by Harris and by Kalm, the celebrated Swedish traveller. Harris says in volume 2, page 350, quote, "As to the accounts of La Hontan and Father Hennepin, they have been formerly very much admired, yet we are now well satisfied that they are rather romances than relations, and that their authors had their particular schemes so much in view that they have made no scruple of abusing the confidence of mankind." End quote. In this country, within the last few years, a more thorough examination of authorities has consigned Hennepin, La Hontan, and Les Beaux to that amiable class who seem to tell truth by accident and fiction by inclination. The works of Hennepin are 1. Description de la Louisiane nouvellement découverte au sud-ouest de la Nouvelle-France par ordre du roi, avec carte du pays, les mœurs et la manière de vivre des sauvages, dédié à Sa Majesté par l'Arp Louis Hennepin, missionnaire récollet et notaire apostolique, pages 312 and 107, Paris, Au Roi, 1684. Charlevoix takes exception to the title of this work on the ground that he misapplies the name Louisiana, but in fact Illinois, from La Salle's time, was included under that name. The title is, however, false in the words newly discovered to the southwest of Canada, as no new discovery had been made in that direction, and the whole volume can show nothing in the way of new exploration beyond what had already been published in Europe, except of so much of the Mississippi as lies between the Wisconsin River and the Falls of St. Anthony, which he was the first European to travel. But let us enter on the volume itself, which, apart from any intrinsic faults, possesses considerable value as being the first published, and by far the fullest account of La Salle's first expedition. Such it pretends to be, and accordingly opens with an account of that adventurer's project of reaching China, his attempt with some Sulpicians in 1669, and his establishment at Fort Frontenac. Hennepin introduces himself to us for the first time on page 12 as having established a mission at that fort with Father Luc Buisset, then mentions Jolliet's voyage down the Mississippi as far as the Illinois Indians, which he represents as the work of La Salle's enemies. Then follow the latter's voyage to France in 1677, his return the next year with an order for the author to accompany him in his discoveries, and his own voyage to Fort Frontenac, which he details as though it were his first trip to that place. At Fort Frontenac, La Salle's expedition begins, and our author relates all that happened with great detail and a vast profusion of nautical expressions, down to the building of Fort Crèvecoeur, and his own departure from it, February 29th, 1680. His journal from this point being given in the present volume, we need not analyze it further than to say that, being sent to explore the Illinois to its mouth in the Mississippi, page 184, he reached that point on the 8th of March, 192, and after being detained there by floating ice till the 12th, continued his route, traversing and sounding the river. Then follows not a journal of his voyage, but a geographical description of the upper Mississippi, from the Illinois River to Mille Lake and the Sioux country. After this description, he resumes his journal and tells us, page 206, that he was taken by the Indians on the 11th of April, after having sailed 200 leagues, page 218, from the Illinois Indians. He was taken by them to their villages, relieved by Duluth in July, and returned to Mackinac by way of the Wisconsin and Green Bay. Thence in the spring he proceeded to the Seneca country, Fort Frontenac, and Montreal. His work contains, besides the journal given, only some account of the party he left at Fort Crèvecoeur, from letters he saw at Quebec, and of La Salle's descent to the Gulf from others received by him in France. This is followed by an account of the manners of the savages, page 107. Taking this volume by itself, the reader is struck by the unclerical character of the writer, his intense vanity and fondness for exaggeration. The manner in which he rises in importance is truly amusing. Not only does he, to all appearance, make himself the superior of the little band of missionaries in La Salle's expedition, but even a kind of joint commander with La Salle himself. Take as a specimen the following passage, which we select the more readily as it bears on his voyage to the Mississippi. Fort Crèvecoeur was almost built. The Dauphine had sent no tidings of her voyage. The men were discontented and mutinous. All was dark and gloomy around the exploring party in Illinois. Quote, "We must remark," says Hennepin, "that the winter in the Illinois country is not longer than that in Provence. But in 1679 the snow lasted more than 20 days, to the great astonishment of the Indians, who had never seen so severe a winter, so that the Sieur de la Salle and I beheld ourselves exposed to new hardships that will appear incredible to those who have no experience of great voyages and new discoveries. Fort Crèvecoeur was almost completed. The wood was all prepared to finish the bark, but we had not cordage, nor sails, nor iron enough. We received no tidings of the bark we had left on Lake Dauphin, nor of those sent to find what had become of her. Meanwhile, the Sieur de la Salle saw that summer was coming on, and that, if he waited some months in vain, our enterprise would be retarded 1 year, and perhaps 2 or 3, because being so far from Canada, he could not regulate affairs, nor have the necessary articles forwarded. In this extremity we both took a resolution as extraordinary as it was difficult to execute. I to go with 2 men in unknown countries, where we are every moment in great danger of death, and he on foot to Fort Frontenac, more than 500 leagues distant. We were then at the close of winter, which had been, as we have said, as severe in America as in France. The ground was still covered with snow, which was neither melted nor able to bear a man in snowshoes. He had to carry the usual equipment in such cases, that is, a blanket, pot, axe, gun, powder, and lead, with dressed skins to make Indian shoes, which last only a day, French shoes being of no use in the western countries. Besides, he had to resolve to pierce through thickets, march through marshes and melting snow, sometimes waist high, for whole days, at times with nothing to eat, because he and his 3 companions could not carry provisions, being compelled to rely for subsistence on what they killed with their guns, and to expect to drink only the water they found on the way. Finally, he was exposed every day, and especially every night, to be surprised by 4 or 5 nations at war with each other, with this difference that the nations through which he had to pass all know the French, while those where I was going had never seen Europeans. Yet all these difficulties did not astound him any more than myself. Our only difficulty was to find some of our men stout enough to accompany us, and prevent the rest, already much shaken, from deserting on our departure." End quote. This is a remarkable passage, and has struck almost every writer on La Salle, as their accounts often seem inspired by this graphic sketch of Hennepin. It is more than we said at first. Hennepin is here even greater than La Salle in the resolution he took at this trying crisis. After this, we expect to see the 2 commanders depart on their dangerous expeditions. We run over the succeeding pages, the high-flown language cools down, and we come to some details of La Salle's appointment of Tonty to command, which are followed by these matter-of-fact words, completely destroying the delusion created by the preceding passage. Quote, "He begged me to take the trouble to go and discover in advance the route he would have to take as far as the river Colbert on his return from Canada. But as I had an abscess in my mouth which had suppurated constant for a year and a half, I showed my repugnance, and told him that I needed to go back to Canada to have medical treatment. He replied that if I refused this voyage, he would write to my superiors that I would be the cause of the failure of our new missions. The Reverend Father Gabriel de la Ribord, who had been my novice master, begged me to go, telling me that if I died of that infirmity, God would one day be glorified by my apostolic labors." Quote, "True, my son," said that venerable old man, whose head was whitened with more than 40 years' austere penance, "you will have many monsters to overcome and precipices to pass in this enterprise, which requires the strength of the most robust. You do not know a word of the language of these tribes, whom you are going to endeavor to gain to God, but take courage, you will gain as many victories as you have combats." Considering that this father had at his age been ready to come to my aid in the 2nd year of our new discoveries, with the view of announcing Christ to unknown tribes, and that this old man was the only male descendant and heir of his father's house, for he was a Burgundian of rank, I offered to make the voyage and endeavor to make the acquaintance of the tribes, among whom I hoped soon to establish myself and preach the faith. The Sieur de la Salle showed me his satisfaction, gave me a calumet of peace, and a canoe with 2 men, one of whom was called the Picard du Guy, who is now at Paris, and the other Michael Acco. The latter he entrusted with some merchandise fit to make presents, and worth 10 or 12,000 livres, and to myself he gave 10 knives, 12 awls, a little roll of tobacco to give to the Indians, about 2 pounds of white and black beads, a little package of needles, declaring that he would have given me more if he could. In fact, he is quite liberal to his friends. Having received the blessing of the Reverend Father Gabriel, and taken leave of the Sieur de la Salle, and embraced all the party who came down to see us off, Father Gabriel concluding his adieu with the words, "Viriliter, age et confortetur cortum," we set out from Fort Crèvecoeur on the 29th of February, etc. Can anything be more striking than the difference of these two accounts? In one he seems a leader, in the other a reluctant member of the expedition. But La Salle is not the only one sacrificed to his vanity. Delivered by Duluth from his Sioux captivity, he seems to lay that officer under great obligations to him, and disposes of him so summarily that the name of Duluth, after being only 3 times mentioned, disappears from his pages, and he seems to be the commander of the united parties. He passes by one Jesuit mission at Green Bay without mentioning its existence, winters at another at Mackinac, not only without uttering a word to induce us to suppose a missionary there, but actually using expressions which give us the idea that he was the only missionary to be found in all those parts, to minister to the Christians and instruct the heathen. When he leaves Mackinac in April 1681, our Recollect rises still higher in importance. He is fired at the wrongs of an Ottawa chief, and apparently considering it beneath him to look for La Salle, or give him any account of the expedition on which he had been sent, proceeds to the Seneca country, convenes a council, compels that haughty tribe to make amends to the injured Ottawa, and returns to Fort Frontenac. After this somewhat curious proceeding in a good friar, who never meddled in civil affairs, as some other people did. He crowns the whole by telling us at the close of the volume that La Salle descended to the Gulf, as I had made peace with the nations of the north and northwest, 500 leagues up the river Colbert, who made war on the Illinois and southern tribes. This is enough to show to what extent even then he pushed his self-glorification. As to the object of his expedition, we are completely in the dark. We cannot tell whether he was sent to explore the Illinois to its mouth, or to open intercourse with some tribe or tribes where it was intended to begin a mission. At all events, he says nothing of having been sent up the Mississippi, but whatever was his mission, he seems to have so well avoided La Salle that they never met again. Hennepin hastened back to France, and by the 3rd of September, 1682, had the royal permission to print his work, which issued from the press on the 5th of January, 1683, though most copies have on the title page the date 1684. He was then for a time, it would seem, at Chateau Cambronne, till ordered by his superiors to return to America. This he refused, and was in consequence compelled to leave France. Falling in with Mr. Blaithwaite, Secretary of War to William III, he passed to the service of the English king, as a Spanish subject by permission of his own sovereign and his clerical superiors, as he avers. He assumed a lay dress in a convent at Antwerp, and proceeding to Utrecht, published in 1697 a new work entitled 2. Nouvelle description d'un très grand pays situé dans l'Amérique entre le Nouveau-Mexique et la mer glaciale, reprinted the next year as Nouvelle découverte d'un pays plus grand que l'Europe, a translation of which appeared in England in 1699, entitled A New Discovery of a Vast Country in America, extending above 4,000 miles between New France and New Mexico. This work begins with his own personal history, and from it we derive the following data for a life of this worthy, should any one deem it worth while to attempt it. He was born at Ath, in Hainaut, and feeling a strong inclination to retire from the world, entered the order of St. Francis. He was soon seized with a desire for rambling, and while studying Dutch at Ghent, was strongly tempted to go to the East Indies, but was appeased by a tour through the Franciscan convents of Italy and Germany, back to Hainaut, where, for a whole year, he was compelled to discharge the ministry. This year of permanent residence in one spot seems to have been an epoch in his erratic life. He next roamed to Artois, thence set out to beg at Calais, returned by Dunkirk to Diez, and after sauntering through several Dutch towns, spent 8 months at Maastricht, in the care of an hospital, where, acquiring some military ardor, he was next an army chaplain at the battle of Senef, 1674, immediately after which he was sent to Rochelle to embark for Canada. A convent life was, it is clear, irksome to him, and how little he was sensible of the dignity of the priesthood, either before God or man, we may judge by this extraordinary admission. Quote, I used oftentimes to skulk behind the doors of victualling houses, to hear the seamen give an account of their adventures. This occupation was so agreeable to me that, despite, he tells us, the nausea caused by their smoking, I spent whole days and nights at it without eating. End quote. Arrived in Canada, he preached the Advent and Lent to the hospital nuns at Quebec, being chosen by Bishop Laval, whose favor he had secured on the voyage by a display of zeal which by a train of incidents drew on him all La Salle's enmity. This brings him to 1676, when, after rambling around Quebec as far as Three Rivers, he was sent to Fort Frontenac with Father Buisset to direct the Indians gathered there. This now became the center of new rambles, which he extended to the cantons of the Five Nations, visiting Onondaga, Oneida, and the Mohawk, in the last of which, while entertained by the Jesuit missionary, probably Father Bruyas, he copied his Iroquois dictionary, for in this work, as if to spite his former friends, he mentions those missionaries in several places with terms of praise. He then visits Albany, and, though entreated by the Dutch to stay, returned to Fort Frontenac. In 1678 he went down to Quebec, and soon after his arrival received orders to join La Salle's expedition. From this point his journal rolls on as in the Description de la Louisiane, down to the 12th of March, 1680, till which day he was detained by the floating ice. But here a new scene breaks on the startled reader. Hennepin tells us that he actually went down the Mississippi to the Gulf, but had not published the fact to avoid the hostility of La Salle. Amazed at so unexpected a revelation, we read on carefully, but find that he waited till the 12th, yet started on the 8th, being consequently in 2 places at once. Each moment during those 4 days thus aided, he reached the mouth of the Mississippi by the 25th, or at most 26th of March, after celebrating on the 23rd of March the festival of Easter, which, unfortunately for his accuracy, fell that year on the 21st of April, as he himself knew, for in his former work he states that he reached the Issati village about Easter, which, in his loose style, means some days after it. But to return to his voyage down, achieved in 13, or at most 18 days, he planted a cross, and wished to wait a few days to make observations, but his men refused, and he was compelled to embark again. They did wait, however, Some days, it seems, for he started only on the 1st of April. By the 24th he had reached and left the Arkansas, as he tells us in 2 different places, and, ascending toward the Illinois, advanced only by night for fear of a surprise by the French of Fort Crèvecoeur. By the 12th of the same month of April, being 12 days before he reached the Arkansas, he was taken by the Sioux 150 leagues above the mouth of the Illinois, making all that distance from the Gulf in 11 days, and the distance from the Arkansas in considerably less than no time at all. From this point it continues with but occasional variations, as in the Description de la Louisiane, except that Duluth appears more frequently down to their ascending the Wisconsin. The second part, or second volume, contains an account of La Salle's last voyage, in which Father Anastasius is frequently cited. The subsequent part from page 49 to 151 treats of the manners and customs of the Indians and their conversion, and then follows an account of the capture of Quebec in 1628 by the English and of the early Recollect missions. 2 things in this volume at once meet us: the horrible confusion of dates, and the utter impossibility of performing the voyages in the times given. These objections were made at the time, but were stoutly met by Hennepin, although the former seems not to have been much attended to by him. He gives us, however, a dissertation on the variation of the needle and the difference of time in Europe and America, which had confused him somewhat in his ideas and prevented his accuracy in that point. As to the impracticability of the matter, he denies it, averring that he had time enough and to spare, as a bark canoe can, if necessary, go 90 miles a day upstream. But a heavier charge was made when his new work was compared to the Etablissement de la Foi. His new journal down was but a set of scraps from that of Father Membray, and the reader may verify the truth of this charge by examining the parallel passages given by the accurate and judicious Sparks in his Life of La Salle, or by comparing Membray's journal in this volume with the English Hennepin, or even with the abridgment of it in Volume 1 of Historical Collections of Louisiana. Hennepin admits the similarity and accuses Clercq, or Leroux, whom he asserts to be the real author, of having published as Membray's his Hennepin's journal, which he had lent to Leroux at Quebec. Let us hear his own words. But if I do not blame Father Clercq for the honorable mention he makes of his relative, Membray, I think everybody will condemn him for his concealing the name of the author he has transcribed, and thereby attributing to himself, Membray or Clercq, the glory of my perilous voyage. This piece of injustice is common enough in this age. Sparks, who has the honor of having completely exposed Hennepin, and the injustice common in that age, which induced Hennepin, Clercq, Douay, Joutel, and others to endeavor to rob Marquette of the glory due to his perilous voyage, shows this pretext of Hennepin to be groundless. We might stop to examine it if only here he had copied Clercq, but on examination we find that almost all the additional matter in the Nouvelle Découverte is drawn from the Etablissement de la Foi, and almost literally. This is the case with the whole second part, where, though he cites Father Anastasius, he copies the remarks of the author of the Etablissement. What relates to the Indians is full of extracts from the latter work, and the capture of Quebec and the early missions are mere copies. In the edition of 1720, which Charlevoix calls the second, and perhaps in some previous edition, the amount of stolen matter is still larger, but some was of such a nature as to bring ecclesiastical censure on the work. For, strange as it may seem, Hennepin, residing unfrocked in Holland, the flatterer and pensioner of William III, seems to have remained a Catholic and Franciscan to the last. At least I have seen nothing to establish the contrary. Had interest or ambition been his only motive, he would certainly have thrown off both titles at a time when the frenzy of religious animosity possessed the English public. But while doing him this justice, that he does not seem to have been led by interest or ambition of place, while admitting that many of his descriptions are graphic and to some extent reliable, we say all that can be said in his favor. Where in the main fact he is supported by others, we have followed him with caution in details, but we must admit that the charges brought against him are too well substantiated to allow us to hesitate as to his character. A question still remains as to what he really did do on leaving Fort Crèvecoeur. In his first work, as we have already remarked, he states that he was sent to explore the Illinois to its mouth, or to visit some tribes where a mission was to be established, and he tells us that he had some design of going down the Mississippi to the Gulf, but he nowhere says that he ascended it before he was taken. In the last he was sent to the Mississippi, and the tribes on it to get the friendship of the nations inhabiting its banks, and as he tells us, he went down. In both, at a very late period, he tells us that La Salle promised to send him further supplies at the mouth of the Wisconsin. In neither have we any journal of his voyage up the river. The geographical description is not that of a traveler ascending, as he describes first what he saw last, and though voyaging with Sieur, gives the Wisconsin the same name as Marquette, who reached it through the Outagamis. What then did he do between March 12th and April 12th? This must remain a mystery. That he went down to the Gulf is too absurd to be received for a moment. That he went up is nowhere asserted by him, and is, I think, very doubtful. For my own part, I should rather believe that he was taken in an attempt to descend, or in some way acting contrary to the directions of La Salle. His evident avoiding of the latter is suspicious, and shows that he could not give a satisfactory account of his proceedings. For wintering at Mackinac, he must have known that La Salle had passed out to rejoin them at Fort Crèvecoeur, and that his own companions had been compelled to leave the fort and were then at Green Bay. Footnote: Hennepin left Mackinac on Easter week 1681, April 6th through the 13th, and Father Membret arrived there on the 13th of June, and La Salle from Illinois about the 15th. On volume 1, page 59 of this series, there is a typographical error, Fête du, in October, should be octave of Corpus Christi, being that year June 13th. End footnote. Then, too, as to his description of the upper Mississippi, I am inclined to think it due to Duluth, who, as Clercq tells us, was the first to reach the lake of the Isatis, and open the way to the missionaries. This seems more probable, as in his last work, Hennepin attacks Duluth, and endeavors to destroy the credit, as though Duluth could and perhaps did tell another story. It will therefore be a matter of interest to learn whether any reports of his are still to be found as the mere fact of Hennepin's attacking him gives them considerable value. In the meantime, Hennepin's account of the upper Mississippi must stand as first published, though we cannot tell how much of it he really saw. Standing on its own merits, it is an account which the first American explorers of the upper river compared as they went along, and found sufficiently accurate in one who could only guess at the various distances which he had to mention. As a valuable paper connected with the discoveries of the Mississippi, we insert it here, regretting our inability to give in justice a more flattering portrait of the writer.
End of section 17.